Chapter 846. Come out. You've been peeping for so long. Haven't you seen enough? After Iron Egg left, Li Zishuan didn't leave immediately. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the air. Silence, complete silence. It seemed like Li Zishuan heard wrongly. After 3 breaths, Li Zishuan still didn't leave and stood rooted to the ground. Haha. The Marquis of Yong and is so alert. I've only been here for a short while and you've already noticed me. Admirable. Admirable. A person suddenly jumped down from the tree behind Li Zishuan. Who else could it be but the bearded man? Ha! Senior, are you also like this when you're a guest at Duke Wei's house? Li Zishuan turned around and sneered at the bearded man. The bearded man was speechless. He was a pirate, but he wasn't a thief. How could he do this kind of sneaky and shady business often? Humph. From what I know, Senior came to the academy early in the morning, right? Li Zishuan exposed the bearded man's lie mercilessly. Actually, when he was teaching Taiji Fist in the morning, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping on him. In the modern world, people often joked that if looks could kill, someone would definitely die a horrible death. In this life, at this moment, Li Zishuan truly experienced the power of looks. Cough, 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 cough. The bearded man was instantly embarrassed after his lie was exposed. However, his face didn't even turn red. It was mainly because his face was dark, and it wasn't easy to see that he was red. I saw that the Marquis of Yong's fist technique was quite magical and was excited to see it. That's why I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The bearded man explained awkwardly. Haha. Then, Senior, have you heard of the saying, Tao is not passed down to the wrong person, and Tao is not passed down to the wrong person? No matter how exquisite this Marquis Taiji Fist is, it's not very good for Senior to secretly learn it like this, right? Li Zishuan didn't give up. He was very angry about the sudden intrusion of the bearded man. Yanhuang College was his blood, sweat, and tears. He wouldn't allow people with strong martial arts to treat this place as their own backyard, coming and going as they pleased. This Marquis Yong, you've already taught the Taiji Fist to so many people. Regardless of the era, secretly learning from others was despised by the people of Jianghu. The bearded man wasn't willing to be labeled with such a label. Thus, he glared and defended himself. Humph. This Marquis only imparted it to people from Yanhuang College. Have I ever said that I would impart it to outsiders? Li Zishuan sneered. The bearded man's expression froze, and he was instantly speechless. Taking without permission was stealing, and he was learning without permission. It was no different from stealing. Hee, you can't say it like that. I'm here today to tell you that I've decided to become a guard of Yanhuang College. In that case, I can't be considered an outsider, right? Suddenly, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change, but he was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the curly-bearded guest would actually sacrifice a year of his freedom for a mere sea map. Was it really worth it? Senior, have you really thought it through? Li Zishuan stared at the bearded man and asked in a deep voice. Of course, I always mean what I say. The bearded man replied with a look of certainty. In fact, Li Zishuan was mistaken. The reason why the bearded man agreed to such a harsh request, other than the sea map, was that he saw hope for a breakthrough from Yanhuang College, Taiji Fist, and Li Zishuan. He had been stuck in the half-step grandmaster realm for several years. To some extent, the bearded man's situation was very similar to Ching Chimo's. They were both people who had strength, but couldn't use it in the right place. The theory of Taiji Yin and Yang that Li Zishuan had just told Ching Chimo made the bearded man, who didn't have any hope of breaking through, suddenly see a tiny bit of hope. Therefore, he agreed to join Yanhuang College with Li Zishuan. Although becoming a guard didn't sound good, in order to break through, it was all worth it. It wasn't an exaggeration, because ordinary people would never be able to understand the desire of a top master to break through, especially now that there was only one grandmaster left in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The bearded man was eager to find a sense of existence. "Senior, don't you think that being a guard in the college is a bit of an insult to your identity?" Li Zixuan asked faintly. "Huh? Insult? That's not necessarily true, right?" If it was in the past, the bearded man would definitely feel that being a guard in Yanhuang College would weaken his prestige. However, after a few days of contact, he realized that Yanhuang College was really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ordinary people wouldn't think that a small mountain like Yunshan would have a Grandmaster Peak, a Grandmaster Middle Stage, whose combat strength was close to that of a Grandmaster Peak, and 30 to 40 experts in the Qi transformation realm. This strength could be regarded as the strength of a superior sect in the martial arts world. But don't forget that Yunshan wasn't a sect in the martial arts world. It was a place for academics, which was the most deceptive. 2 days ago, when the bearded man was beaten to the ground, he had cursed in his heart, say, "Why are you hiding so many experts in a place for teaching?" It made him fail to show off, and instead he was attacked, calling Li Zixuan a fraud. Rest assured, Marquis Yong'an. Since I've agreed to be a guard in Yanhuang College, I'll definitely do my best. In the future, if anyone dares to cause trouble in Yunshan, I'll teach them a lesson. The bearded man was a little worried that Li Zixuan wouldn't agree, so he quickly expressed his stance solemnly. In the eyes of many people, it was embarrassing for him to be a guard in Yanhuang College. However, the bearded man was thinking that if he, a half-step grandmaster, wanted to be a guard in Yanhuang College and was rejected, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? All right. Since Senior insists, then I welcome you on behalf of Yanhuang College. Senior, you can call me Yamacho like everyone else in the future. Li Zixuan thought about it seriously and realized that this matter was beneficial to him, so he smiled and said to the bearded man. Haha. Then Yamacho, you can just call me Zhang San in the future. In terms of strength, you and I should be on the same level. Zhang Zhongjian's surname was Zhang Xingsan, and his red beard was like a dragon. Hence, he was known as the bearded man. Zhang San was a name that very few people would call him. In the martial arts world, strength had always been important, not age. Li Zixuan was already a middle-stage grandmaster at a young age, so he was completely worthy of being on the same level as the bearded man. No, I'll call you Mr. Zhang San. In the future, other than being a guard in the college, I hope you can also be a martial arts instructor in the college. If there are any martial arts enthusiasts in the college who want to learn from you, I hope you can teach them. Chapter 847. With a different standpoint, one's attitude towards things would be different. When the bearded man barged into the Yunshan courtyard and wanted to kill Li Zixuan's entire family, Li Zixuan felt that this bearded man deserved to die. At that time, he had indeed intended to do so. Even if he didn't kill the bearded man, he would at least cripple him. In the end, Li Jing and Hong Funa came, so he had no choice but to stop. However, he still hated the bearded man. Yesterday, the bearded man came to Li Zixuan and asked for the sea map. He changed his arrogant and despotic attitude, causing Li Zixuan's attitude towards him to change slightly. Today, the bearded man took the initiative to ask to be the Academy's guard. From now on, the Academy had a half-step great grandmaster expert. This made Li Zixuan's mood very good, and he felt that this guy wasn't that annoying. Haha. Good. Yamacho, don't worry, I'm not that kind of petty person. Seeing that Li Zixuan's attitude towards him had started to become better, the bearded man was in a good mood and said with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded and then brought the bearded man to Guanghua Building while chatting. They mainly talked about the bearded man's experiences on the sea. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had a lot of yearning for life on the sea after watching One Piece's anime. Now that he could listen to China's earliest pirate talk about life on the sea, it felt pretty good. The addition of a powerful bearded guard on Cloud Mountain caused quite a stir among the students. This was because many people had seen this bearded man before. He was the one who had been beaten up by Li Zixuan a few days ago and had come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. It was said that this bearded man had now become a guard of Cloud Mountain and was also a martial arts instructor. Thus, many students came to watch out of admiration. The next day. Mr. Zhang-san, are you really the Fengchen 3 heroes? Of course, it's the real deal. Mr. Zhang-san, how is your relationship with Duke Wei? Medicine Master and I are sworn brothers, what do you think? Mr. Zhang-san, are your martial arts very powerful? Hee, it's alright. Then what's your ranking in Jianghu? Well, no matter what, he should be in the top 5, right? Wow, that's amazing. But why were you beaten up by Yamacho that day? Mr. Zhang-san, did you enjoy being beaten up by the Yamacho that day? The bearded guest originally felt that it was quite interesting to chat with these young students. However, he didn't know which brat had to mention which pot didn't boil and purposely dug a hole for him to jump into, causing him to fall into an incomparably awkward situation. Are you still feeling good? King awesome. He really wanted to grab that naughty student and beat him up while asking, can't you King have a good chat? Sigh, forget it. I'm a great man who doesn't mind petty people. I won't argue with a brat like you. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Speaking of which, the food at Yanhuang College was really good. In comparison, what he had eaten at Apothecary's house 2 days ago was simply like eating chaff. Hey, third brother, wait. Let's gather around the table for lunch. Let's have a good gathering. Pang Feiji suddenly rushed out from behind and shouted towards the bearded guest. Speaking of which, it hasn't even been a day and Pang Feiji actually called him third brother. He was really shameless because at this age, the bearded guest was almost old enough to be his father. Haha. Good. Tell the brothers to come over, today I'll treat. Order whatever you want to eat. The bearded guest laughed heartily. He was a pirate leader, of course he didn't lack money. Moreover, the food in the Yanhuang College cafeteria was not expensive at all. It was much cheaper than outside. Even if 40 or 50 people ate together, it wouldn't cost much. Okay. Pang Feiji, thank you third brother. Pang Feiji laughed. It wasn't that he liked to kneel down and lick someone's boots, but it was mainly because the bearded guest's strength was worthy of his respect. Moreover, he wanted the bearded guest to give him some pointers on martial arts. After all, he, Pang Feiji, had never seen a half-step grandmaster in his life. Now, not only did he see one, he even had the chance to work with him. If he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with the bearded guest, wouldn't there be something wrong with his brain? Compared to Pang Feiji and the bearded guest's leisure, Li Zixuan was extremely busy these 2 days. Currently, his main task was to conduct a teaching test for all the teachers in Yanhuang College. Of course, the first one to be tested was Wang Ji. Because of this old man had made a bet with Yen Silu, saying that if he could pass Li Zixuan's test with full marks within a month, Yen Silu would treat him to wine for a month. At that time, Yen Silu didn't want to accept the bet, but Wang Ji purposely set a trap for him. Yen Silu made up his mind and accepted the bet. Not only Yen Silu, but Li Zixuan was also dragged down by Wang Ji. According to the bet, if Wang Ji passed the test with full marks, Li Zixuan would give Wang Ji a bucket of drunken immortal and 5 strings of cash every month as his monthly salary. Hey! I don't know how this old fellow's studies are going. Forget it. In order to maintain fairness and prevent old fellow Yen from gossiping, I have to do things by the book. I can't be sentimental. Yanhuang College, Principal's Office. Li Zixuan held a pencil and thought to himself. If you look closely, there was a small yellow thing at the tip of his pencil. If it wasn't an eraser, what else could it be? The workshop was doing rubber vulcanization experiments. Because of the ratio problem, the first experiment failed. However, Li Zixuan found a few large pieces of hard rubber in the waste rubber that they were going to throw away. It felt similar to the erasers used in his previous life, so he picked it up and used it as an eraser. According to historical records, in 1768, the French Mecca used rubber to make medical supplies and hoses. In 1770, the British chemist J. Priestley discovered that rubber could be used to erase pencil writing. At that time, the material used for this purpose was called rubber, and this term was still used. This was the world's first eraser. Li Zishuan was creating history every day. Needless to say, this thing can erase pencil writing very cleanly. This made it even more convenient to use a pencil. Li Zishuan had already asked the workshop to organize the production of pencils. With his head down, Li Zishuan seriously constructed a few sets of chemistry questions in his mind. Then, he picked some of the more difficult questions and quickly formed a test paper. Hee. I hope old fellow Wang can pass with full marks. Otherwise, wouldn't this month's hard work be in vain? Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. In this month, the most hardworking person in the academy was Wang Ji. This old fellow was also working hard in order to be able to drink alcohol every day. Every day, he was basically at two places, the dormitory and the cafeteria. It was very difficult to see him anywhere else. Of course, in this month, Li Zishuan was constantly harassed by Wang Ji. As long as he came to the academy, Wang Ji would come to him with a bunch of questions that he had prepared beforehand. The old man was so old, but he was so eager to learn. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be on the news. However, everyone knew that this old fellow was working so hard because he wanted to drink alcohol in the future. Chapter 848. Mr. Wang, the duration of this exam is 1.5 hours, and the total score is 150 points. After 1.5 hours, regardless of whether you have finished answering the questions or not, I will collect the papers on time. The questions of this exam are difficult. After all, I wrote the questions for the teachers of Yanhuang College, not for the students. Naturally, the difficulty is higher. So, Mr. Wang, as long as you can score 135 points and above, you will pass. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan took the newly printed papers and called Wang Ji, Li Gang, and Yen Silu to the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. When Wang Ji heard this, his face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean by only 135 points? This old man means what he says. You must get full marks to pass. Yen Silu said with some amusement, I say, Wang Wugong, don't try to be brave anymore. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Wang Ji blew his beard and stared at him. Yen Konggui, don't look down on me. This old man came prepared today. It's just a full mark. It's not a problem. Just remember the bet. Don't go back on your words when the time comes. Yen Silu said angrily, bullshit. Isn't it just a few tales of wine? This old man will go back on his words. This old man only hopes that you won't disgrace us old guys. Li Gang held his forehead and said, okay, the two of you don't need to argue anymore. You're both people who have half a foot in the ground, why don't you act like an elder? Let's take the exam first. Don't waste time. As for the exam rules, since Wugong is so confident, let's follow the previous rules. In the face of these two old men who fought each other when they met, Li Gang was quite helpless in his heart. However, he also knew that these two people's characters had been like this for decades. They couldn't change even if they wanted to. He could only smooth things over in the middle. This is a great opportunity. If I win, I must win fair and square. I must make you, Yen Konggui, accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Ji raised his chin and said proudly. He didn't know why, but when he thought about how Li Zishuan had told him that the questions this time were a little difficult, he felt a little guilty. But even if he lost, he still had to say what he had to say. Moreover, he had come prepared today. He, Wang Ji, had been known as a prodigy since he was young. He had devoted himself to studying a book for a month and felt that he had completely understood the first volume of chemistry. Perhaps this was the confidence of a prodigy. The Yamacho has good intentions, but you want to keep up appearances and suffer. You don't know how to appreciate the kindness of others. Fine, this way, this old man can save some money on wine, and the students of the academy won't be harmed by you, Wang Wugong. Yen Silu said snappily. However, his words sounded somewhat regretful for Wang Ji, because according to the previous bet, if Wang Ji could not obtain full marks, he had to take the initiative to leave the academy. All right. Since these gentlemen have all said so, then let's follow the previous rules. The bell for the first class in the afternoon is about to ring, and then the exam will officially begin. Mr. Wang, you can prepare first. At this point, Li Zishuan couldn't say anything. He estimated the time and told Wang Ji. Wang Ji nodded. He didn't take his chemistry textbook and notes to cram. He just sat there leisurely and began to close his eyes to rest. Li Zishuan looked at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, I plan to test all the teachers in the academy on the day after tomorrow. I want to test their mastery of their respective subjects. Other than the study of classics, I have roughly compiled the questions for the other 4 subjects. I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen to work on the classics together. It wasn't that he looked down on classics, but that he didn't know anything about it. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications to give questions to the teachers in the classics department. Li Gang nodded and said, that's not a problem. But Yamacho, can you lend me the papers for the other 4 subjects so that I can know the difficulty and scope of the questions this time? Yen Silu also echoed, yes, since the classics department is part of Yanhuang College, it should have the same requirements as the other departments. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He took out a few rolls of rice paper from his sleeve and handed them to Li Gang. He said to the 2 of them, this exam for all the teachers in Yanhuang College must cover all the key knowledge points in the first volume of the textbooks of each department. And on this basis, try to connect the knowledge points in the books to reality as much as possible to increase the difficulty of the exam and test the ability of the teachers in the academy to deal with realistic problems. These are the questions for the other 4 subjects. You can take a look at them first. Li Gang and Yen Silu each took 2 test papers and looked at them carefully. Although they were both great Confucians, they weren't pedantic Confucians. They had dabbled in other fields of knowledge outside of Confucianism. This month, they also read the textbooks for the other 4 subjects. Although they weren't proficient in them, they could still understand them generally. What's more, Li Zishuan even had the answers at the back of the paper. Wang Ji, who was closing his eyes, heard the conversation between the 3 of them. He knew that Wang Ji and Yen Silu were holding the questions he was going to take in a while. His heart beat violently a few times. He wanted to move his head closer to take a look, but he held back. Li Zishuan, who was very observant, naturally noticed the slight change in Wang Ji's facial expression. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. This was really a stubborn and cute little old man. You 2 gentlemen can start to prepare for the exam when Mr. Wang is taking the exam. I have prepared a pen and paper for you. Li Zishuan said as he took out 2 sharpened pencils and handed them to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Gang took it and couldn't help but frown. He had seen Li Zishuan use this kind of pen before, but he didn't know how to use it. Li Zishuan saw this and demonstrated the use of the pencil and eraser. He then smiled and said, in comparison, the pencil is lighter than the brush, and it can be modified at any time. Therefore, the academy will try to promote the use of this kind of pen for the students in the future. Li Gang and Yen Silu personally tried it. Although they weren't used to using a pencil for the first time, the pencil was indeed lighter and easier to modify, as Li Zishuan said. Well, if you can adapt to writing with a pencil, then it is indeed better than the brush. Li Gang praised. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the bell of the academy rang. Wang Ji immediately opened his eyes. Li Zishuan picked up the chemistry paper on the table and said, okay, the exam begins. After that, he handed the paper to Wang Ji, who was waiting for the exam. Chapter 849. The first question, put a certain amount of anhydrous alcohol and oxygen in a completely closed container and ignite them. The reaction produces carbon dioxide, water vapor, and an unknown substance X. The mass before and after the reaction is measured. Anhydrous alcohol is 4.6 and 0 oxygen is 8 and 0 carbon dioxide is 0 and 4 G, water is 0 and 5 G, and substance X is 0g and mg. The value of m is underscore 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 underscore, and the molecular formula of substance X is underscore 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 underscore. Note: in order to facilitate future teaching, Lisa Schwann unified the commonly used units at the beginning of the 4 textbooks. However, this is only the unification in writing. The unification in reality will depend on the joint efforts of Yanhuang College's teachers and students in the future. Although Wang Ji was prepared for the difficulty of the exam, the first question was such a practical application and calculation question. This surprised Wang Ji a little. Shouldn't they test the basic concepts first? However, this question mainly tested the law of conservation of mass in the chemical reaction process. He calculated a little and got the correct answer. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he also studied the new mathematics. Otherwise, how could he calculate so fast? The second question, on the 2 plates of the balance, put 2 glass cups A and B. The glass cups are filled with diluted sulfuric acid of different mass, but both contain 9.8 g of sulfuric acid. It is known that glass A is heavier than glass B. Now, put the same mass of iron and zinc into glass A and B, respectively. After the reaction, the balance will be balanced. Before the reaction, the biggest mass difference between glass A and glass B before the reaction is underscore 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 or underscore 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 underscore. Note: balance has been around since ancient times. It was produced early. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Bamboo sheets were used as beams, silk threads were used as buttons, and a copper plate was suspended at both ends. Later, because it was more troublesome to weigh heavy objects, it was changed to quan. Balance is only used when weighing small objects. Although Wang Ji had never seen sulfuric acid and zinc before, he still knew their chemical reactions by heart. However, why does this question seem to be more abnormal than the previous one? It should also use the new mathematics knowledge, right? Wang Ji's heart began to race. Fortunately, he had done some research on modern mathematics. Otherwise, no matter how familiar he was with the chemistry textbook, he would have to kneel before this test paper. However, although Wang Ji had done some research on the new mathematics, he was far from being proficient in it. After solving a problem, he was already sweating profusely. It was as if he had run 10 miles. After finishing the second question, Wang Ji couldn't help but raise his head and look at Lisa Schwann with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Do I have a grudge against you? It was just a question. Was there a need to make it so difficult?" He wasn't being pretentious, but strictly speaking, Lisa Schwann's question was somewhat out of line. Moreover, all the questions were biased towards practical applications. It was very difficult to get good grades just by reading books. Sigh, no matter how difficult it is, I have to give it my all. I can't lose this bet. Although he had only stayed in Yanhuang College for a month, Wang Ji felt that he had completely fallen in love with it. Not only did he like the environment, facilities, and delicious food, but he also liked the atmosphere of Yanhuang College. That positive, united, and progressive atmosphere. He didn't want to leave. The desire to live, this was also another kind of desire to live. The strong desire to live made Wang Ji's mind unprecedentedly clear. His thoughts also became active. Although most of the questions on the test paper were questions he had never seen before, he could always find a way to solve them. Just like that, he broke through all the obstacles. When there was still half an hour before the end of the exam, Wang Ji finally came to the last question. This was a question and answer question. A mixture of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, calcium oxide, and sodium hydroxide is 37.2 grams. After dissolving in enough water and fully reacting, the calcium ions, carbonate ions, and bicarbonate ions in the solution are all converted into precipitate. After evaporating the water in the reaction vessel, the final result is 39.0 grams of a white solid. What is the mass of sodium carbonate in the original mixture? The after effect of surpassing all the obstacles and performing exceedingly well was a headache. At this moment, when he saw the last big question, Wang Ji felt that his head was about to explode. This was because many of the substances in this question could react with each other. In fact, for a person like Li Zixuan who had received modern higher education, this problem was not difficult at all because it involved nothing more than a multi-step reaction and multi-substance cross-reaction. Calcium oxide reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide can react with sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. As long as multiple chemical reaction formulas were combined into one and balanced to obtain a total chemical reaction formula, the whole problem would be solved without any difficulty. But for Wang Ji, who was a beginner in chemistry, he obviously didn't know this method. What should he do? He had to solve this question. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ji still couldn't think of a clever and simple way to solve this question. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to use the stupidest way to solve this question, which was to use the method of equations. Isn't it just that there are a lot of unknowns? No problem, solve it. I don't believe that I can't solve it by today. Wang Ji secretly made up his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Was this a chemistry exam or a mathematics exam? In order to calculate, he used 3 pieces of draft paper. Fortunately, he used the pencil that Li Zixuan gave him. If he used a brush, Wang Ji felt that he didn't need to take the exam anymore. Just grinding the ink would be exhausting. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, time's up. Mr. Wang, please stop writing. At 4 in the afternoon, the gongs and drums of the academy sounded. Li Zixuan immediately stood up and said. At this time, Wang Ji just finished writing the last word. He took a deep breath. He originally thought that 3 hours was more than enough, but now he didn't even have time to check and had to hand in the paper. Haha. Wang Wugong, how did you do? As soon as Wang Ji handed in the paper, Yan Silu immediately asked. It was hard to tell whether that tone was filled with schadenfreude or concern. I can't. I'll talk about other things in the future. This old man has a terrible headache now. I have to go back and have a good rest. Yamacho, Wenji, Konggui, this old man will take his leave first. Wang Ji frowned and scratched his head. He stood up and said with a painful expression. He had used too much of his brain for this exam. Mr. Wang, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Li Zixuan asked with a worried expression. He didn't want to ruin a genius like Wang Ji because of an exam. No need. This old man just feels a little tired. I should be fine after a sleep. Wang Ji waved his hand. Chapter 850. Wang Ji overused his brain and had to go back to rest. Li Zixuan was worried that something would happen to him, so he quickly arranged for a guard to go to Wang Ji's dormitory to take care of him. He also ordered the guard to report if there was anything unusual. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zixuan, Li Gang, and Yan Silu worked together to review the test paper left by Wang Ji. The fill-in-the-blank questions and multiple-choice questions had a unique answer. There was nothing to dispute, so it was very fast. To Li Zixuan's surprise, Wang Ji actually did everything correctly. One must know that in this test, Li Zixuan specifically set a few trap questions. Even in modern times, 70 to 80% of students would fall into those traps, but Wang Ji actually ran around the trap and escaped. This was too inconceivable. Then it was the question and answer at the back. This part was different because the answers to the question and answer questions were generally more flexible, so this part was personally reviewed by Li Zixuan. Looking at the scribbled handwriting on the test paper, one could probably imagine that Wang Ji's heart was a little nervous at that time. These were not very important. The important thing was that basically, Wang Ji used his own method to solve every big question. Although the answers given by Li Zixuan were different, the process and the final result were all correct. This meant that Wang Ji had completely understood the first volume of chemistry, and had his own unique understanding of it. When Li Zixuan saw the dense process of solving the last question, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What is this? I gave the chemistry question. How did this old guy solve it as a math question? There were so many unknowns. Just looking at it gave me a headache. Also, wasn't this old guy busy reading chemistry recently? How did he even solve the linear equation of multiple variables? He really knows how to play. He didn't know that during the exam, Wang Ji was still complaining about why he changed the chemistry question to the mathematics question. The most important thing was that Wang Ji solved it correctly. What else could he say? It could only be said that a prodigy was indeed a prodigy. He was really outstanding. What is this old guy's brain made of? How is it that you can still learn things so quickly at such an old age? After marking the last question, Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Yamacho, what do you think? How did Wang Wugong do with the last 4 questions? Are there any mistakes? Seeing Li Zixuan put down the pen, Yen Silu hurriedly asked. Li Zixuan came back to his senses. Instead of answering, he asked, Mr. Yen, are you hoping that Mr. Wang will make a mistake? Or is there no mistake? Yen Silu wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. When Li Zixuan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. These 2 little old men clearly belonged to the love-hate type. Although they usually bickered with each other, if there really came a day when one of them had to leave, the other would definitely not have the heart or be reluctant to part with him. Alright, Yamacho, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how you did on the exam. Li Gang chimed in from the side. Li Zixuan nodded, put away the smile on his face, and said solemnly, both of you have just seen that Mr. Wang did not make any mistakes in the first 4 questions. Just now, I carefully reviewed the last 4 questions and found that although Mr. Wang's solution was different from the answers I gave, his way of solving the questions was completely correct, and there were no problems with the final answers. Therefore, I think that Mr. Wang should get full marks in this exam. Both of you can take a closer look. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. After saying that, he handed the second half of Wang Ji's exam paper to Li Gang. Li Gang quickly waved his hand and said, no need. This old man is not proficient in chemistry. Besides, with Yamacho's character, this old man believes that you would not do such a dishonorable thing. Since you said that Wang Wugong did not make any mistakes, then he should get full marks. This old man has no objections. Li Zixuan smiled and looked at Yen Silu. The latter pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, this old man also has no objections. Let's give Wang Wugong full marks. Listening to his tone towards the end, it suddenly became a little lighter. Since both of you have no objections, then Mr. Wang has passed this exam. From now on, Mr. Wang will be promoted from the acting head of the chemistry group to the head of the chemistry group. His monthly salary will be a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 strings of cash. Li Zixuan turned around and wrote 150 on the exam paper, then laughed loudly. Sigh. Wang Wugong is lucky. But this old man will have to spend a lot of money to buy wine. Yen Silu sighed and walked out with his hands behind his back. But why did his tone sound like he was relieved of a burden? Mr. Li, I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen with the questions for the study of classics section. It's best if you can finish it before sunset tomorrow because all the teachers will be taking the exam the day after tomorrow. After Yen Silu left, Li Zixuan said to Li Gang. And, don't worry. I will not delay your work. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Young master, Xiao Bing already knows how to read the map. He has gathered a group of close friends and is planning to go to Hedong Road together. The next day, in the morning, Faubert brought the young man who came to Li Zixuan's house to Li Zixuan's courtyard and said excitedly. You are a fast learner. Xiao Bing, are these the helpers you found? Li Zixuan sighed with emotion, then looked at the few youths behind Fu Bin and asked. Fu Bin quickly replied, yes, young master. This is Biaozi. He is good at martial arts. These 2 are his subordinates. Biaozi has some connections in Hedong Road. With his help, should be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Nice to meet you, Marquis. After Fu Bin finished his introduction, the three men behind him quickly stepped forward and bowed to Li Zixuan respectfully. Biaozi? Li Zixuan remembered. In this life, his memory was very good. He remembered a few months ago when he asked San Bao to find some hooligans to deal with Cui Shanyu and the other 8 Imperial College professors. The leader of the hooligans that San Bao found was called Brother Biaozi. Although he was not sure if it was the same person, this person in front of him looked ferocious. Even if he was not the Brother Biaozi that San Bao hired, there was an 80% chance that he had a similar identity. And, since Xiao Bing had chosen all of you to go with him, it means that Xiao Bing trusts all of you. All of you must do your best to help him. Of course, all of you will be rewarded. Li Zixuan calmly said to Biaozi and the rest. We understand. Marquis, don't worry. Everyone in Chang'an knows that I, Biaozi, am the most loyal to my friends. The most trustworthy? We will do our best to help Bin. Chapter 851. Xiao Bing, when you get there, don't take the initiative to make trouble. You are going there to do things, not to make trouble. If I find out that you are using my name to make trouble, I will not let you off easily. In the study, Li Zixuan said to Fu Bin and Biaozi sternly. Since ancient times, people are not afraid of godlike opponents, but they are afraid of pig-like teammates. It is not uncommon for a superior to be tricked by arrogant and despotic subordinates. Moreover, Li Zixuan still knew nothing about Biaozi and his subordinates. He still had to teach them a lesson. Fu Bin and Biaozi were shocked. Fu Bin solemnly cupped his hands and said, Young master, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to make trouble and trouble you. Biaozi then cupped his hands and said, Marquis, don't worry. When we go to Hedong, my brothers and I will listen to Bin's orders and will not make trouble. Li Zixuan nodded. Well, that's good. But not making trouble does not mean that you are afraid of trouble. If someone takes the initiative to make trouble, you don't have to swallow your anger. Just act according to the situation. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Marquis. The two of them cupped their hands and thanked him. Li Zixuan then asked someone to give Fu Bin 500 strings of cash for travel and expenses when they arrived at the place. The few of them then bowed and bid farewell. According to the original plan, they would depart for Hedong Road tomorrow. Oh! How long have I been sleeping? Yanhuang College, Teacher's Dormitory. Accompanied by a painful groan, Wang Ji sat up from the bed and rubbed his forehead. He looked at the sky outside the window and muttered to himself in a daze. Mr. Wang, you are awake. Are you hungry now? I will go to the cafeteria to bring you something to eat. Hearing the movement in the room, a young guard outside the room hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, saying in a hurry. Wang Ji took a closer look and roughly recognized that the person in front of him was from Yanhuang College, so he asked, How long have I been sleeping? What time is it now? The guard replied, Mr. Wang, you've been asleep for more than a day. It's now 9:15 in the morning. If you didn't wake up, Yamacho would have gone to call the imperial physician. Wang Ji was stunned, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm old. His body couldn't take it anymore. An exam actually made this old man sleep for an entire day. My body is getting more and more useless. The guard hurriedly said, Mr. Wang is now the pillar of the academy. Your examination yesterday shocked the entire academy. How can you say that you're useless? Exam? Oh, that's right, how did I do yesterday? Are the results out yet? Only then did Wang Ji remember the soul-stirring exam yesterday. He patted his head, looked up, and asked nervously. Although he should be able to guess that the results of yesterday's exam weren't bad from what the guard had just said, it was only reassuring to hear such things with his own ears. The guard smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you scored full marks in yesterday's exam. Now, all the teachers in the academy are envious of you. Haha. Is that so? After Wang Ji heard that, he actually laughed foolishly. The heavens had taken pity on him. He had studied tirelessly for the past month, and he had finally gained something. He had won this bet. And he had won beautifully. He had won impeccably by everyone. Growl, growl. At this moment, Wang Ji's stomach suddenly let out an untimely growl. The guard stood up straight and said, "Mr. Wang, you haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll go to the cafeteria to get you some food." Wang Ji was in a great mood at this moment when he suddenly heard the good news. The old man rubbed his stomach, got out of bed, and laughed heartily. "Haha. No need, no need. Someone will naturally bring good wine and dishes to entertain this old man at noon. This old man has to save his stomach to eat his good wine and delicacies. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this period. This old man is fine now. You can go and do your work." If Yen Silu heard this shameless words, he would definitely vomit blood. No one would have thought that this old man would do such a shameless thing just to eat a little more of Yen Silu's wine and dishes. The guard obviously did not expect this situation. He could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and quickly left. "Mr. Wang, oh, no, it should be Group Leader Wang. Congratulations. I heard that the questions set by Yamacho this time were extremely difficult. I didn't expect you to score full marks and win first place. That's really admirable." Although it could not be ruled out that other teachers would also score full marks, Wang Ji's score was still the first. There was nothing wrong with that. It was not inappropriate to say that he scored full marks in advance. Returning to Guanghua Building from the dormitory, Wang Ji could not avoid meeting some teachers from the academy. Naturally, he heard some compliments and congratulatory words. "Ha, I was just lucky. Group Leader Wang, this is your ability. How can you say that it's luck? You're too modest." "Oh. Really? Maybe." Wang Ji subconsciously wanted to say something more modest, but when he thought about how he was able to answer all the super abnormal questions on the test paper yesterday, all of which proved that his strength was indeed outstanding, he pinched his beard and said with a smug face. The person opposite him suddenly looked confused. Damn it, old Wang did not play by the rules at all. How could he answer this question? Group Leader Wang. Group Leader Wang, are you feeling better? Group Leader Wang, you were really amazing yesterday. In the office of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, a group of teachers who were urgently reviewing and preparing for tomorrow's exam saw Wang Ji come in. They quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. In the past, Wang Ji was only the acting group leader of the chemistry department of the academy. In yesterday's exam, Wang Ji passed with full marks. Not only did he keep his identity as a teacher of Yanhuang College, but he also removed the word acting group leader from his position. This meant that all the teachers in this office would have to listen to Wang Ji's orders in the future. Of course, they had to be polite when their leader came. Some of them couldn't help but have their own plans. They really wanted to ask Wang Ji what the exam questions were yesterday so that they could prepare in advance. However, Wang Ji rarely spoke to them in the past, and their friendship wasn't at that level. It was really difficult for them to ask such a question. Haha. We are all preparing for tomorrow's exam. Prepare well. The only information that the old madam can leak to you is that tomorrow's exam questions are not simple. You have to be based on the textbook, but not limited to the textbook. I hope that you can all get good results tomorrow. Don't embarrass our chemistry department. Chapter 852. Although Wang Ji really wanted the teachers of the chemistry department to shine in the academy's examination, he couldn't do something like leaking the examination questions. When the teachers in the office heard what Wang Ji said, they couldn't help but frown. Since ancient times, there has always been competition in places with people. Yanhuang College was the same. In tomorrow's exam, if the teachers from the chemistry department scored lower than the other departments, wouldn't that mean that their chemistry department was the weakest? Or rather, their chemistry department's teachers were the weakest? How could that be? Although these people didn't have to be like Wang Ji who didn't get full marks, they still felt a bit of pressure in their hearts when they thought of the teachers from the other departments. Don't worry, Leader Wang. We will do our best. The teachers cupped their hands and quickly returned to their seats to continue reading. Wang Ji smiled, then turned around and walked out of the door, heading towards Yen Sila's office. Oh. Wang Wugong, you're finally awake. Yen Sila, who was compiling the study of classics test paper, put down his pen when he saw Wang Ji enter. He looked at Wang Ji at the door and said, "Hey. What's wrong? Looks like you really want to treat this old man to a drink." Wang Ji walked in and sat across from Yen Sila without any hesitation. He said with a smile on his face. Yen Sila's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Now the whole academy is talking about how you, Wang Wugong, passed the examination with full marks. Can't you be more reserved and set a good example for the other teachers in the academy?" Wang Ji did not care at all and chuckled as he said, Eating and drinking is a matter of course. How did this old man become a bad example? Could it be that you, Yen Sila, want to go back on your words? Bullshit, do you think this old man will go back on his words? Hey, is that so? That's great. This old man is hungry now. Kong Gui, let's go to your house for a drink. Wait. It's not even noon yet. Why are you in such a hurry? This old man won't go back on his words. Hey, it's almost time. Let's go. I've been sleeping for the whole day. I'm starving. Brother Kong Gui, let's go. But, what's there to but? Even if Yamacho saw it, they would understand. Let's go. Phew. Using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength. Every move and stance of the Taiji fist, the main technique of exerting force, is actually all in these two sentences. On the sports field, the students were still practicing Taiji fist. Compared to 2 days ago, most of the students were getting better at it. Even though it was break time, Ching Chimo was still standing at the back of the team, gesturing to himself. Speaking of which, if it was the old Ching Chimo, there was a 200% chance that he would not be so diligent. Study hard? Train hard? These words had nothing to do with him. However, ever since Li Zishuan personally tutored him that day, this fellow seemed to have fallen into a trance. Li Tai, Li Qingxian, Qin Huayu, and the others could see Ching Chimo gesturing with his arms all the time every day. It looked somewhat similar to Taiji fist. When they saw Ching Chimo like this, they often could not help but tease him. However, the strange thing was that Ching Chimo actually allowed them to tease him. He did not even talk back. It looked like he had really changed. At this moment, seeing that Ching Chimo had fallen into a trance again and was still mumbling something, Li Tai, who was not far away, could not help but twitch his mouth. He could not understand why this guy was suddenly obsessed with Taiji fist. Although Li Zishuan's Taiji fist was indeed very good that day, after so many days, the little fatty felt that he had been deceived. This was because the Taiji fist they were practicing looked completely different from the fist technique that Li Zishuan had practiced that day. They were all Taiji fist. Li Zishuan had practiced it smoothly and elegantly that day. But what about these students? Each and every one of them was weak and listless. Li Tai even wanted to give up on learning Taiji fist now. There were many students who had the same thoughts as him. However, no matter how others looked at Taiji fist, there were 2 students who had always placed Taiji fist in the most important position and practiced it crazily. These 2 people were Ching Chimo and Tai Ta. It moved. It actually moved. The movements of Taiji fist had long been engraved in Ching Chimo's heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the genuine qi in his body. The acupoints in his body, which had been calm for many years, suddenly produced a change. Ching Chimo finally could not help but cry out loudly. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of the surrounding students, he directly sat cross-legged on the grass and began to meditate. What is Brother Chonyo doing? Why does it seem like he is about to break through? Yuchi Baolin, who was also a martial artist, scratched his head and said uncertainly. Hearing this, Li Tai was shocked. He looked at Ching Chimo, who was sitting cross-legged, and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His attitude toward Taiji Fist had changed greatly, because he knew in his heart that Ching Chumo had broken through because of Taiji Fist. Oh! Mengzi, help me take care of him. At this moment, Iron Egg, who was standing slightly in front, suddenly sat cross-legged. His actions were exactly the same as Ching Chumo's. Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wang Meng was a little confused and asked. Don't make a sound, Iron Egg and Cho Nyo are breaking through. Qin Xiong, who was resting outside the field, noticed the commotion and whispered to Wang Meng. Wang Meng was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. Because of Bruiser and Ching Chumo's sudden breakthroughs, the class break, which was supposed to be only 15 minutes long, lasted for half an hour before it ended. Haha. I finally broke through. Now I don't have to worry about getting beaten up. After about half an hour, Ching Chumo opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He had an epiphany while practicing Taiji Fist, and broke through to the Qi transformation realm in one fell swoop, finally escaping Qing Yaojin's pursuit. At the same time, Iron Egg, who was not far away, also opened his eyes. The sudden epiphany allowed him to directly break through from the Qi Gatherer realm to the body refinement realm. One had to know that he had only been practicing martial arts for half a year. It was not easy for him to make such progress. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian's Taiji Fist is indeed unique. Qin Xiong, who had been greatly benefited by Taiji Fist, sighed with emotion after seeing this. Tai Chi, this is truly a miraculous fist technique. Not far away, the elusive bearded guest also noticed the commotion. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 853. Master, there's good news. In the Qing residence, as soon as Qing Yaojin returned home, housekeeper Liang welcomed him with a face full of joy. What good news could there be? Look at how happy you are, old Liang. Qing Yaojin looked at housekeeper Liang suspiciously and asked casually. Housekeeper Liang smiled and said, Master, there's news from the academy. Eldest young master broke through to the Qi transformation realm this morning. As the housekeeper of Qing Yaojin, old Liang was clearly very familiar with the Jianghu martial artists' realms. Qing Yaojin was in the middle of taking off the crown on his head. This thing was quite hot to wear, but he had to wear it during morning court. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this, his hands that were taking off the crown froze. His eyes were as big as copper bells. That brat broke through to the next realm? Old Liang, your news is correct, right? Qing Yaojin asked in disbelief. As his father, how could he not know Qing Chumo's character? He was usually the idle type. If you asked him to practice martial arts seriously, it was as if you wanted to kill him. If you were not careful, this brat would run away again. That was why Qing Chumo had been stuck in the body refining realm for 3 to 4 years without any progress. This was actually nothing much. The second generation of the rich, in Chang, and were all like this. Most of them were not even as good as Qing Chumo. However, the problem occurred this spring. A shockingly talented Xiao Ning suddenly came to Chang'an. Not only was he at the peak of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, he even broke through to the Grandmaster realm within 3 months. He was catching up to the older generation of warlords. What was even more unacceptable was that this young man actually broke through to the next realm after 3 months. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With such an outstanding role model, Qing Chumo was immediately dissatisfied with his son and even gave him an ultimatum. This was also one of the reasons why Qing Chumo had been working so hard to break through recently. Master, it can't be wrong. Ever since eldest young master went to Yanhuang College, I've been paying attention to the news there. This news was just sent back by the people below. It can't be wrong. Old Liang's wrinkled face was smiling. Now that Qing Chumo had broken through and escaped Qing Chumo's pursuit, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had watched Qing Chumo grow up. Ha 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 ha. Qing Yaojin wiped his mouth and suddenly laughed like a lunatic. His voice was loud and the birds in the Qing residence's courtyard were frightened by his laughter and scattered in all directions. You just came back, what's wrong with you? If the neighbors heard this, they would think that the great Duke of Lu had gone mad. Madame Qing, who was resting in the backyard, came out at this moment and said angrily to Yao Jincheng. Cough cough. The smug Qing Yao Jin immediately shut his mouth. He rubbed his nose and looked embarrassed. Madam, good news. Our Cho ox has broken through today. Haha. This brat still needs someone to keep an eye on him. How long has it been since he entered Yanhuang College? It hasn't even been a month, right? Then he became a Qi transformation expert. Haha. Madame Qing rolled her eyes and said, breakthrough, breakthrough. All you think about is letting Cho ox break through. Don't you see how tanned your son is? Isn't it good to study in the academy? Why must he participate in some military training? Yao Jinqing waved his hand and said, Hey! Madam, you can't say that. If I, Qing Yaojin's son, were to be spoiled like a woman, then how would I, old Qing, go out and meet people? Little Xian did a good job with this military training. Next year, send Xu Liang too. It's good that the two brothers can take care of each other. You dare? Madame Qing immediately glared and said angrily, It's fine if you torture Chu Mo all day, but now you want to torture Chu Liang too? I don't agree. Yao Jinqing said angrily, What does a girl like you know? What future can Chu Liang have by staying at home all day? A loving mother will spoil her son. Hey hey hey. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let me go. Let me in quickly. This is not the forbidden area of the imperial city. Who are you to stop me? I'm your Yamacho's grandaunt. Open the door quickly. In the afternoon, a beautiful woman in a red dress came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. She wanted to enter the college, but the guards at the entrance did not allow her to. Then, the woman immediately scolded. Hearing her tone and looking at her appearance, who else could it be but Hong Funu? How dare you? How dare you insult the Yamacho? Seeing that you're a woman, I'll let you go this time. I advise you to leave quickly, or I'll take you to Cheng and to see the officials. Coincidentally, the guard guarding the gate today was not there when Li Zishuan fought with the bearded man. Naturally, he did not see Li Jing, Hong Funu, and the others who came last. So, when he saw that the woman in red dared to call herself Li Zishuan's grandaunt, how could he sit by and do nothing? If he did not see that Hong Funu was a woman, he would have drawn his sword. I'll stand here and not move. Why don't you try to catch me? Hong Funu raised her chin and snorted. You. Fine. Then I'll do as you wish and send you to the officials. The guard was furious and was about to attack when suddenly, a shout came from inside. Mo Feng, stop. Then, he saw Mo Zhong rushing over. The guard turned his head and said, Senior brother, this woman spoke rudely to the Yamacho. I was about to, okay. I got it. Mo Zhong waved his hand and looked at Hong Funu. He cupped his hands and said, My junior brother has never seen you before. I hope you won't take offense if he offends you. Then, he turned around and said to the guard, Mo Feng, this is a senior of the Yamacho. If you come to the college in the future, you're not allowed to be rude. Now, apologize to Senior Hong Funu. During the last battle, Mo Zhong was at the scene. Of course, he recognized Hong Funu. Senior brother, she's really... Mo Feng was a little dumbfounded, but he felt that he did not do anything wrong. It was hard for him to apologize. Okay, it's not brother Mo Feng's fault. Mo Zhong, you two go do what you need to do. She's here to look for me. How could the powerful bearded guest, who was also one of the guards of Yanhuang College, not detect such a commotion in front of the gate? At this moment, he strode to the front of the academy and spoke in a deep voice. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble third brother here. Mo Zhong knew about the relationship between the bearded guest and Hong Funu. When he saw this, he cupped his hands at the bearded guest and retreated far away with Mo Fong. Third brother? Big brother, how can they call you third brother? Seeing the bearded guest come out, Hong Funu, who was overjoyed, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 854. Ahem. Chuchen, why are you here? In front of Yanhuang College's main gate. Hearing Hong Funu ask about the origin of his third brother, the bearded man was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. Humph. Big brother, you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? Last night, Brother Jing and I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. This morning, Brother Jing didn't even go to morning court and brought people to look for you. I thought that you might come to Yanhuang College again, so I came to look for you. Big brother, what are you doing here? Are you unhappy at home? Is that why you came here? Hong Funu was angry when she heard the bearded man's question. In the face of this bombardment, the bearded man regretted purposely changing the topic. Hong Funu's questions were obviously more difficult to answer than before. No, I'm not unhappy. The medicine master, you, and I have reunited after a long time. We're happy. Chuchen, I'll be staying at Yanhuang College from now on. I have some things to do here. If you and the medicine master want to catch up with Big Brother, you can come to the college directly to look for him. If there's nothing important on a normal day, you can go about your own business. The bearded man didn't want Hong Funu to know that he was a guard at the college, so he could only speak vaguely. But how could Hong Funu be so easily fooled? What? Big brother, you want to stay at the college? Why? Is it because Li Zishuan is not willing to give you the C map and is using it to blackmail you? The quick-witted Hong Funu hit the nail on the head. Her guess was very close to the correct answer. Obviously, when the bearded man was at their house, he had already told them about the C map. The bearded man was obviously stunned. After thinking about it, he denied it. Of course not. Although Big Brother needs the C map, he will definitely not be blackmailed by others. Think about it, Chuchen. Who in the world can blackmail your big brother? Hong Funu felt that it was reasonable. She was very confident in the bearded man's personal strength. Generally speaking, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a regular army, there weren't many people in the world who could threaten him. Then Big Brother, why are you staying here? Hong Funu stroked the beautiful hair on her forehead and asked. After delaying for so long, the bearded man had already thought of an excuse. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, Chuchen, this Yanhuang College has something that can improve Big Brother's martial arts, so Big Brother must stay here. Don't ask about the specifics, be careful of others hearing it, understand? Hong Funu, who had been obsessed with the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality this year, heard the bearded man's words and subconsciously thought that the Yanhuang Academy had elixirs similar to the True Soul Elixir and the Heavenly Fate Elixir and the Immortal, that could improve one's skills. She immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at the bearded man with a, everyone knows, look. Big brother, you don't have to say any more. I already know. I just didn't expect that such a desolate place like Cloud Mountain would produce such immortal elixirs. Li Zishuan's methods are indeed extraordinary. The curly-bearded guest was dumbfounded when he heard this. What spiritual pills? Where did this come from? However, since Hong Funu could fill in the gaps in his words, he was naturally happy to see it. Yes, yes. Chuchen, since you understand this, you should go back first. By the way, tell Medicine Master not to look for Big Brother anymore. He should focus on his future. The current emperor is a rare wise emperor. Let him assist him well. The bearded man put on the attitude of an elder brother and said earnestly. Okay. Then I'll go. Big brother, take care. Brother Jing and I will come to see you often. Hong Funu hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. Yes, you and Medicine Master also take care. October 19th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday, cloudy weather. Today was a good day, at least for the students of Yanhuang College. Because almost all the teachers in the college had to take the exam or be invigilators, they really didn't have any teachers to control them. Although there were still instructors by their side, compared to before, there were no Li Zixuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others patrolling the field. The pressure on their bodies was suddenly reduced by a lot. Hey! After today, I'll be officially free from the sea of suffering. This military training has really tortured me. Sun Zifan said as he lay on the grass and let out a long breath. Haha. In your dreams. I heard from the Yamacho that on the last day of the military training, all the classes will be put together to test their results. But today, the teachers of the college have to take the exam. I guess this test results will have to be postponed to next Monday. Li Tai mercilessly poured a bucket of cold water on Sun Zifan's head. The latter's heart instantly turned cold. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? Putting aside whether this was ruthless or not, the teachers of Yanhuang College were all complaining that Li Zixuan's questions were so ruthless. This exam involved the 5 major departments of Yanhuang College, with a total of more than 70 teachers. Even the leaders of the departments, such as Ma Zhou, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Xiao Diyan, personally participated in the exam. Wang Ji, the leader of the chemistry department, had finished the exam the day before yesterday. Before the exam, almost every department's leader had mobilized their teachers. Although Li Zixuan didn't say what kind of punishment would be given to the students who did the worst in the exam, no one was willing to be the worst. Moreover, during the recent military training of Yanhuang College, these teachers had more or less seen the students sweating profusely on the field. Many of them were affected by it. Just think about it. The students were already working so hard, so how could they, as teachers, be willing to degrade and be the last in the class? They had to fight for the first place. However, when the exam papers were handed out, they realized how perverted the questions were this time. They finally understood why Wang Ji slept for an entire day after taking the exam the day before yesterday. It was because these questions were too difficult. Physics, chemistry, and geography. These 3 subjects' exam papers were more or less mixed with some new mathematics knowledge. If you only looked at the textbooks of this subject and didn't look at the mathematics, you would definitely not be able to get a high score. Then, did that mean that the teachers of the science department had the most advantage? Of course not. The questions of the mathematics department were some more tricky mathematics questions. They were more realistic, but naturally more troublesome to solve. Then, did the classics have an advantage? Obviously not. This time, the classics questions were different from the usual questions. They combined the classics with life. Many of the questions, if you didn't look at them carefully a few times, you wouldn't be able to grasp the meaning they were trying to express. Therefore, the teachers of the 5 departments fell into the big hole dug by Li Zixuan this time. Whoever could climb out of the hole would be the winner. Chapter 855. Many people might subconsciously think that it was impossible to finish a course in a month. This was because when they were in school, they spent an entire semester to finish every course. How could they possibly finish a course in a month? However, don't forget that when they were in school, they had to study more than 1 course in a semester. Usually, there were at least 3 or 4 courses, and at most 7 or 8 courses. What about the teachers in Yanhuang College? They only needed to study 1 course. Oh, that wasn't entirely correct. This was because the teachers in the other departments, in addition to studying the teaching materials of the subject, also had to roughly learn about the new mathematics. This was originally stipulated by Li Zixuan. However, even so, their learning tasks were far less than the modern students. Therefore, from this perspective, it wasn't impossible to finish a course in a month. Moreover, the teachers in the academy were all working hard this month. Under such a dense learning atmosphere, basically all of the teachers were able to grasp at least 70 to 80% of the knowledge of the subject. With more than 70 teachers, 1 classroom definitely couldn't fit all of them. This time, the examination was divided into 2 examination halls. Li Zixuan was personally invigilating the examination hall and the first examination hall. As for the second examination hall, it was jointly invigilated by Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Wang Ji. The current Li Zixuan's mental strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the slightest movement around him couldn't escape his perception. Therefore, even if he was the only invigilator in the entire examination hall, he wasn't worried that others would be able to cheat under his watch. Tang Yu, if those two eyes of yours continue to wander around, it'll be like two rotating earths. Before you make a big mistake, quickly pull back from the precipice. Sima Fu, do your own test properly. Don't have any evil thoughts. If you have evil thoughts now, how are you going to educate your students in the future? Sun Zhongwen, what's wrong with your neck? Do you want me to call the imperial physician to treat it for you? Eyes in 6 directions, ears in 8 directions. He was referring to Li Zixuan's current state. Those who rolled their eyes, raised their heads, and craned their necks were all called out by Li Zixuan. It was not that these people were cheating, but they were just a little bit restless. Li Zixuan's purpose was to nip these restless people in the bud. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit a teacher. He couldn't let them go down the wrong path and ruin the reputation of the teaching team. However, it was inevitable that some people would be wrongly accused. When the middle-aged teacher named Sun Zhongwen heard Li Zixuan calling his name, he immediately became anxious. Yamacho, my neck was stiff when I slept last night. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look. I really didn't have any evil thoughts. Li Zixuan saw the way this guy was talking to him with his head tilted, and he couldn't help but find it funny. Yes, I know. I've wronged you. You can continue answering the questions. Oh. Sun Zhongwen answered in a muffled voice, and then lowered his head laboriously. Although there was such a small episode, none of the teachers dared to let their guard down. They were conquered by Li Zixuan's keen eyesight. Under this 360-degree, omnidirectional, and tight surveillance, anyone who wanted to plagiarize would be courting death. A few people who wanted to take the crooked path immediately put away their little schemes and began to do the test questions seriously. Li Zixuan was secretly pleased. In his previous life, he was the flower bud of the motherland. Being invigilated by the teachers was a common occurrence. In this life, he was the one invigilating the teachers. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. In the other examination room, although the 3 old men were not as observant as Li Zixuan, they had the advantage of numbers, so there were no signs of cheating. At 9:45 a.m., the gongs and drums of the academy rang, and the examination rooms on both sides collected the papers at the same time. No matter if they had finished the exam or not, the papers in their hands were all collected. Phew. The exam is finally over. Brother Ma, how did you do? I heard that the classics exam was set by old Mr. Li and Mr. Yen. I don't think it was very difficult, right? Su Hongji put away his pencil. The academy had already started to use pencils everywhere, stood up, and asked Ma Zhou with a smile. Ma Zhou shook his head. There was no joy or sadness on his face. He only said faintly, "Hee, I thought so too, but after finishing the exam, I became uncertain." The exam this time was not easy. Brother Su, how did you do? You are a grandmaster in mathematics, so you should have done well. Su Hongji smiled bitterly and said, with my little knowledge, how could I dare to call myself a grandmaster in mathematics? Yamacho is the real grandmaster in mathematics. In my opinion, all the exams this time were difficult. After all, we are going to be teaching students in the future. Yamacho also has high hopes for the students in the academy, so he has to be strict with us. Immediately organize all the teachers to mark the exam papers. First, paste the names of all the exam papers. Then, cross-mark the exam papers between the different departments. Then, let the team leaders of each department conduct a review. Finally, if there are any problems, let me do the final review. In the academy's conference room, Li Zixuan pointed to the stack of exam papers on the table and said to Yen Silu beside him. Okay. I understand, I will arrange it now. Yen Silla nodded and was about to assign tasks to the teachers of each department. Oh. By the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Yen, wait a moment. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Yen Silu. He added, immediately inform all the students that there will be no rest on Saturday and Sunday this week. There will be a military training exercise next Monday. After the exercise, there will be a 3-day break, and classes will officially start after that. The class with the last performance will be responsible for cleaning the academy for a month. Yen Silu was stunned. Yamacho, you mean there will be no rest this week? If the students know about this, won't they make a fuss? Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, it's just a temporary break, not a permanent break. I want to see who dares to make a fuss. Mr. Yen, you just have to arrange for someone to inform the students. Don't worry about the rest. Yen Silu could only nod in agreement. In fact, according to the original plan, Li Zishuan originally planned to hold the military training exercise this Friday. However, many unexpected things happened this week. He had too many things to do, so he could only postpone the military training exercise. If he really wanted to calculate, the students didn't lose out. They even had an extra day of break. Yamacho, is this exercise really that necessary? Wang Ji was a straightforward person and didn't know how to hide anything. He felt that Li Zishuan was doing some meaningless, face engineering, so he directly asked. He didn't care if his words would make Li Zishuan angry. Chapter 856. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building. Hearing Wang Ji's accusation, Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully and said, of course it's necessary. The students have been training hard for a month. It's time to show us the results and let them see it for themselves. Military training is a learning experience, but it is also a test. I hope that they can bring this spirit of military training to their future studies. Li Gang couldn't help but nod. Well, I agree with Yamacho's point of view. A military training performance is equivalent to posting the students' exam results and letting them compare with each other. It's also good to leave a deep impression on them. You have to know that there are a lot of playboys in this batch of students. We have to let them remember this month's military training. Wang Ji was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. On the field, the students were practicing Tai Chi compared to a few days ago when they first came into contact with Taiji Fist. Most of them did not have much enthusiasm for it now. Ultimately, it was because after a few days of learning, they still could not perform the same artistic conception as when Li Zishuan performed Taiji Fist. They felt discouraged. However, there were still some people who were obsessed with learning Tai Chi. Most of these students were from the special training class. Yesterday, Ching Chumo and Iron Egg both broke through to the next realm. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was because of Tai Chi, humans always like to daydream, especially those who like to have dreams. What if I also broke through after practicing Tai Chi? Would I also have a chance to reach the level of a Grand Master in this life? Therefore, with this belief, the students in the special training class who had a foundation in Kung Fu were very serious when learning Tai Chi. However, they were wrong. Tai Chi wasn't that magical. It didn't mean that practicing Tai Chi would improve one's Kung Fu. Qin Xiong broke through to the next realm because of Tai Chi. That was because he happened to be recovering from his internal injuries. Coupled with his many years of Kung Fu comprehension, he broke through to the next realm. The reason why Ching Chumo and Iron Egg broke through to the next realm because of Taiji was, to a certain extent, a kind of accumulation. After a month of arduous military training, all the muscles in their bodies were fully trained, and their bodies were in a state of hunger. At this time, Li Zishuan happened to teach them the essence of Tai Chi step by step. The two of them crazily absorbed the nutrients and comprehended the Tao in Tai Chi. Only then did they break through the realm. It could be said that the three of them had broken through due to special reasons and special conditions. It wasn't just because he had practiced Taiji Fist. It was almost lunchtime. Unexpectedly, Yen Silu, the teaching director of the academy, came to the sports ground. Under his arrangement, the students of the academy gathered in the middle of the field. Yen Silu was now on the rostrum. He said in a deep voice, I've just received a notice from Yamacho. All the teachers and students of the academy will not rest this weekend. The military training will continue as usual. The academy will hold a military training exercise next Monday. The class with the lowest grades will clean the academy for a month. Whoosh! When they heard that Yen Silu wouldn't have a weekend off, the students immediately exploded. What? Are you kidding me? I already packed my things last night and was ready to go home today. Now you're telling me that we won't have a weekend off? How can this be? Yeah. Why do they have to hold a military training exercise? They've already been trained. What's the point of putting on an exercise? Isn't this unnecessary? Exactly. So what if it's a joint exercise? It's also taking up our rest time. This is unfair. I don't agree. After coming to Yanhuang College for so long, the students had already gotten used to the 2-day rest schedule every 5 days. Why were they able to persevere through the long and painful military training? Wasn't it because they could rest for 2 days after enduring 5 days of military training? It was precisely because there was hope in life that they persisted. Now, the students thought that the military training was about to end. Who knew that Yen Silu would come to them and tell them that there would be another 3 days of military training without rest in between? Most of them couldn't accept this. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, there was immediately a wave of opposition from below. Yen Silu had already expected this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to announce this in person. He was afraid that the people below wouldn't be able to control the situation. Okay, everyone quiet down. Although there's no holiday this weekend, after the military training exercise next Monday, the college will have 3 days of holiday. If you have any objections, you can go directly to Yamacho. If you don't have any objections, continue to train seriously. Instructors of each class, in the next 2 days, take the students to practice military posture, formation, and formation. Monday's exercise will include all of these activities, including Taiji fist. Yen Silu cleared his throat and said loudly. Seeing that Yen Silu said that they would go to Yamacho if they didn't agree, the students below immediately fell silent. Who didn't know that Yanhuang College's Yamacho was a peerless, ferocious person who even dared to beat up the Fengchen 3 heroes? Asking them to go to Lizashuan to reason with him? Wasn't that just asking for *T, death? Moreover, although there was no holiday this weekend, after the exercise next Monday, they could take 3 days off. It seemed that it wasn't that hard to accept. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, the students who were shouting suddenly quieted down. Seeing this, Yen Silu smiled satisfactorily and left the rostrum. Things were progressing more smoothly than he expected. The main reason was that Lizashuan's fierce reputation was too widespread. Young master, in the afternoon, Faubert sent someone to deliver a big bag and a small bag. I don't know what's inside, but young mistress said to wait for you to come back before opening it. In the evening, Lizashuan returned to the Yunshan residence and saw 2 bags on the stone table in front of the door. 1 big bag and 1 small bag. Xiaoxi went up and explained with a smile. Faubert sent something? Then it must be something good. Lizashuan's eyes lit up. He walked to the stone table and quickly opened the bigger bag. He saw 8 beehive-shaped pillows of the same size. Hey! Looks like the workshop's rubber technology has made some progress. Lizashuan exclaimed in his heart. 2 days ago, Faubert sent news that the workshop's rubber research was not going well. It was estimated that the main problem was the ratio of sulfur. The rubber produced did not meet the requirements, so the things that Lizashuan asked him to make would be made later. Lizashuan did not blame him. He asked someone to pass a message to Faubert, asking him to take his time and not rush. He did not expect to make something today. Young master, what is this? Why does it look like a hornet's nest? Xiaoxi looked into the bag and asked curiously. Chapter 857. There's good stuff inside. With it, Xiaoxi, you can have beautiful dreams every day. In front of the Yunshan courtyard, Lizashuan held a natural latex pillow and smiled at Xiaoxi. As for the benefits of natural latex pillows, Lizashuan, who had experienced the bombardment of the information age, could give a lot of information. For example, anti-mites, anti-allergy, lowering blood pressure, strong elasticity, designed according to the principles of ergonomics, effectively promoting sleep, reducing snoring, suitable for asthma patients, and so on. Cough cough, of course, it was all thanks to his classmate who opened a latex pillow factory during his undergraduate studies. Under the influence of his classmate, he knew more about natural latex pillows. Humph. Young master is lying again. Xiao Shi, don't believe him. Xiao He, who ran out of the house, heard Li Zishuan and immediately pulled Xiao Shi and snorted. This girl had never been easy to fool. Li Zishuan didn't mind. He held the pillow with one hand and patted it with the other hand. After realizing that the elasticity was not bad, he smiled and said, hee hee. So, Xiao He, you don't believe me? Xiao He pouted and said, of course I don't believe you. How can such a small thing make people have beautiful dreams every day? Young master, we're not 3-year-old kids. How can we be fooled so easily? Then, Xiao Shi, do you believe me? Xiao Shi believes young master. Xiao Shi thought for a while and nodded crisply. Having such a teammate, Xiao He couldn't help but stomp her feet. Li Zishuan laughed, if you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's not true. Here, this is a latex pillow. Xiao Shi, take it, young master will give you one. Use this as a pillow at night and I guarantee you a good dream. As for Xiao He, there's no one, haha. Thank you, young master. Young master, can you give one to Xiao He too? Xiao Shi happily took the pillow and hesitated for a moment before saying. Xiao He used her hand to touch the pillow in Xiao Shi's hand. After feeling the amazing elasticity, she regretted what she said just now. When she heard Xiao Shi pleading for her, she quickly looked at Li Zishuan and used her eyes to express that she also wanted one. Enough, husband. Don't tease her anymore. Han Yushi walked out of the house at this moment and scolded him. After marrying into the Li family for so long, she had already become quite familiar with the two girls. They were basically as close as sisters. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Take one for yourself. Seeing Han Yushi's Yushi, Xiao He Yushi, Xiao He Yushi, Xiao, and Xiao He Yushi. Thank you, young master. Xiao He was afraid that Li Zishuan would change his mind, so she quickly took out a pillow from her bag and walked into the room with Xiao Shi. She must have brought the pillow into her room. Husband, it's not like we don't have pillows at home. Why did you ask Faubert to go through so much trouble for this? Han Yushi looked at the 6 pillows in the bag and said softly. Hee hee. Wife, this pillow is different from the pillows at home. It has many benefits for the body. You will know when the time comes. You, me, father, mother, and Lon, will each have one. I will get someone to send the last one to Lord Tai Shan so that he can enjoy our workshop's newest product. Li Zishuan picked up the bag and passed it to Han Yushi. Husband, you are so nice. Thank you, husband. Although she wasn't sure if this latex pillow really had many benefits, the fact that Li Zishuan could think of Han Tianhu when he had something good meant that he really had her in his heart. This was enough to make Han Yushi very happy. Husband is so nice. Wife, shouldn't you repay husband well? Li Zishuan whispered into Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Husband. I just said a few words and you are being naughty again. Didn't Faubert send 2 bags over? Quickly open the other one and see what's inside. Han Yushi pouted coquettishly, then looked at the other bag and said. It should be a new toy, right? Let me open it and take a look. Li Zishuan had no choice but to stop joking. He went forward and opened the other bag. He saw a round ball inside. It was about the size of a modern soccer ball, but this ball was pure white. Husband, what is this? Is this a ball to be kicked? Seeing the ball in Li Zishuan's hand, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She looked at Li Zishuan and said eagerly. Wife, how do you know this ball is to be kicked? Li Zishuan asked with some surprise. He had watched a lot of ancient TV dramas in his previous life. He knew that in ancient times, kuju had become popular among the noble class. However, in his impression, the kuju used to kick in ancient times was mostly the kind of solid ball sewn with fur. It looked cumbersome, not to mention kicking it. He estimated that if he kicked it hard, his foot would hurt for a few days. After all, there were no professional sneakers in ancient times. But the ball in his hand now looked very different from the kuju in ancient TV dramas. However, Han Yushi actually saw the use of this ball at a glance. This made Li Zixuan surprised. "Husband, I have seen Lu Haojian's family play with a ball similar to this a long time ago. I heard that the light hollow ball is sold at a high price in Cheng'an City. Ordinary rich people are reluctant to buy it. I don't know where Lu Haojian got it from." After listening to Li Zixuan's question, Han Yushi seriously recalled for a long time and answered. "Oh. So hollow balls have been sold in Cheng'an City for a long time?" Li Zixuan was very surprised. The wisdom of the ancient people had once again refreshed his understanding. He always thought that hollow balls were the patent of modern people. He didn't expect that the ancestors had already made them. The brainless ancient TV dramas in his previous life were really harmful. Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes. Husband." This concubine remembers that it was sold in the early years of Wuda. However, the quantity was relatively small. Only some of the truly high-ranking officials and aristocrats would buy it. Ordinary people could only play with those solid meatballs. "Husband, can you lend me this ball to take a look?" Han Yushi's eyes were very bright as she looked at the ball. Li Zixuan's heart moved and asked, "Wife, did you also like to play football in the past?" Once the words came out, Han Yushi's cheeks instantly turned red. She bit her lips and said softly, "When I was young, I was naughty with Hongling and Axiang a few times." "Husband, do you think I'm not gentle?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare. My wife is naturally the most gentle and virtuous in my heart. It just so happens that my husband also likes to play football. Later on, let's have a football game in our residence, haha." Chapter 858. During the Han Dynasty, kuju had already become popular. At that time, there were two kinds of balls that people kicked. One was simple to make and directly used hair or wool to entangle it. It was called maowan. It was less durable and could not be kicked too far. The other kind was what Yan Shigu of the Tang Dynasty said, using wei as the ball, using the material as the substance. Wei was soft leather that was sewn into a ball and stuffed with animal hair. This kind of solid ball easily reminded us of the plastic bag-wrapped ball that we used to kick when we were young. However, it was more advanced than maowan. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this kind of ball was commonly used in the Xuchang Imperial Palace. Sports historians believe that this kind of solid ball with a leather shell had appeared in the Shang Dynasty. At that time, the word Ju was changed and there was a Ju dance during the sacrificial ceremony. In the Tang Dynasty, the production of football had a qualitative improvement. It changed from a solid ball to a ball that could be inflated. There were many mentions in the poems of the Tang Dynasty. For example, Gue Shizhi in De Ri Xiu Pai poem said, 8 sharp pieces cut the waves into a ball, in the fire and in the water needed. Zhong Wupa in Fu on Balloons said, follow the rules wholeheartedly, in the beginning the square becomes round, use fake hands to fill the seam, in the end it will not overflow. Su Jian, who was highly valued during the Tang Xuanzong, also described in Records of Beginning Studies, today use the skin, with the cell as the inner, and with the breath closed, and then kick. Combining these materials, it could be seen that the football of the Tang Dynasty was more commonly called a ball than a ju. The leather had to go through many processes such as water kneading and fire roasting. When the ball was made, the leather was first cut into squares and then the 8 pieces of leather were sewn together to form the outer shell. Of course, the outer shell would definitely not be as round as the football made with 32 pieces of leather today. The most important point was that the ball of the Tang Dynasty already had inner bladder, which was the urine of animals. This should be the earliest inner bladder ball in the world. According to the world sports history, the British invented the inflated ball in the 11th century, which was 300 to 400 years later than the Chinese. The ball of the Tang dynasty had to be blown with the mouth. After that, the ball could be tied up and the outer shell sewn together. The elasticity of a balloon was definitely much better than a solid ball. It could be kicked higher and was more entertaining. Therefore, the great progress of this equipment led to a major change in the rules of the Tang dynasty compared to the Han dynasty. There was a folk game where several people kicked each other. It was called white fight, surrounding and jumping, not making them fall to the ground. Missing a step is a shame, not falling for a long time is a joy. There was also a pure competition to see who could kick the ball higher. It was called kuju. In Wang Wei's, the matter east of Hanshu city, there was a phrase, kuju flying birds repeatedly. It was referring to this kind of game. After entering the Tang dynasty, power-based players who could withstand falling and carrying were no longer popular. China's ancient football was locked into the technical style. Instead of the Han dynasty having 6 goals per side, the two sides shared 1 goal. The low goal was changed to a high goal. The side that kicked the ball through the most holes in the net was the winner. The direct confrontation between the two sides became an indirect confrontation. Therefore, from the Tang dynasty onwards, long-distance dribbling attacks no longer appeared. Players were more concerned about stopping the ball and shooting skills. Of course, Li Zishuan did not know about these situations, and he did not need to know. What he wanted to do was to bring modern football and its rules to the Tang dynasty. Wouldn't it be great if the Celestial Empire could hold another World Cup every 4 years? Anyone who did not come was not giving the Great Tang face, and if they did not give the Great Tang face, husband, this ball is lighter and more flexible than the hollow ball sold in Chang'an. How did Faubert and the others do it? Han Yushi took the ball from Li Zishuan's hands and tried it. She was surprised. Li Zishuan smiled naturally and said, this is made by the workshop with the latest technology and materials. In the whole Great Tang, only our family can do it. Even if other people know the method, they can't do it. Han Yushi returned the ball to Li Zishuan and asked, husband, are you going to give this ball to the students? As Li Zishuan's pillow, Han Yushi knew that her husband was not interested in making money now. Therefore, she guessed that this kind of light and flexible ball should be specially made by Li Zishuan for fun. Yes, that's right. If we don't give those little bastards some entertainment, they will always be so bored that they will cause trouble. Li Zishuan put away the football and walked into the house with Han Yushi as he replied. In fact, the football was not all prepared for the students. It was also prepared for himself. He also wanted to play football. In his previous life, he was a fake football fan. Because his body was weak, he could not take it after running for a while. Therefore, he was just a fan off the field. Usually, he only watched football games and rarely played in the field. Of course, he only watched football games of other countries. It was not that he was not patriotic, but it was his country's football. In this life, he was strong, rich, and in a high position. He wanted to develop football in the Great Tang and build a strong football country to make up for the regrets of his previous life. If he wanted to promote football, of course, he had to start from the academy. After all, more than half of the second generation of officials in Chang'an gathered here. But husband, isn't the academy a place for students to study? Han Yushi asked. Hey, I don't know if my wife has heard of combining work and rest. And I think that only students who know how to play will have good grades. If they don't even know how to play, how can they study? I'll add some patterns to this ball. My wife, go ahead. The next day, Saturday. The students who were supposed to be on holiday were still bitterly undergoing military training in school. It was worth mentioning that some parents saw that their children did not return home yesterday and were afraid that there would be an accident. Last night, they personally went to Yanhuang College to inquire about the situation. After knowing that the academy was on holiday, they left with peace of mind. Through word of mouth, more and more people knew that Yanhuang College was on holiday. The parents who had not yet gone to Yanhuang College to inquire about the situation also saved an extra trip. Sigh, boring. If it was in the past, I would still be lying in bed sleeping. The evil military training, the evil reassignment. During the break between classes, Sun Zifen lay on the grass on his back and sighed with a tired expression. It's boring, but there are only a few days left. After that, we can officially start classes. By then, it should be much more interesting. Li Tai rubbed his increasingly shriveled stomach and said in a muffled voice. The belly that he was proud of in the past was gone. Lan Ru. F***ck, I'm going to pee. It's time for military training again. Sun Zifen suddenly stood up from the grass like a carp rolling on the ground. Coincidentally, at this moment, a black and white ball-shaped object whizzed over and hit Sun Zifen in the face in the blink of an eye. Bam! The little funny guy just got up and fell down magnificently again. Chapter 859. F***ck. Which idiot kicked me in the face? Sun Zifen, who was lying on the ground, recovered from the sudden attack of the unidentified flying object. He opened his mouth and was about to curse, but when he opened his eyes, he immediately stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. It's little sister Lan. Why are you here to play? That's right, what entered his eyes at this moment was a little girl in pink with bright eyes and white teeth. Who else could it be other than Lan? In the past, when Li Zixuan was teaching at the Imperial College, he would occasionally bring Lan to the Imperial College. In addition, the current Yanhuang College was very close to Li Zixuan's courtyard, so Lan would come here to play from time to time. Therefore, Sun Zifen knew that this little girl was Li Zixuan's biological sister. It was precisely because of this that he hurriedly stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. Little brother, you know me? I'm sorry, Lan didn't do it on purpose. Are you okay? Sun Zifen knew Lan, but Lan didn't know him. The little girl was first surprised, then quickly asked with an apologetic expression. No. I'm not. Hey, Lan, don't worry about him. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh. What can happen to him? Can you tell Brother Qin Ke where this ball came from? Sun Zifen was just about to politely say that he was fine when Li Tai, who was beside him, interrupted. This guy was still holding the ball that Lan had just kicked over. F***ck, Qin Ke, what do you mean? How do you know that I'm fine? Sun Zifen, who felt ignored, jumped up and said angrily. His head was still dizzy, and his eyes were still swollen. The ball just now hit his eye socket. If the perpetrator was someone else, he would definitely have punched and kicked him directly. Why would he be so polite? It was just that Sun Zifan felt a little strange in his heart. Lan was just a little girl. How could she have so much strength to kick the ball so fast? What's wrong? Could it be that Lan kicked you and hurt you? Besides, do you look like you have something to do? Li Tai did not know the inside story. He rolled his eyes and retorted. Sun Zifen was at a loss for words. He wanted to say that he had something to do, but with Lan standing in front of him, how could he say that? Hey! Sister Lan, quickly tell Brother Qin Ke where you bought this ball? Does the Curious Interest Pavilion sell it? Li Tai glanced at Sun Zifen proudly before smiling at Lan. Li Tai took a liking to such a delicate, light, and bouncy ball at first glance. Although he was not very good at playing football, he loved to play football since he was young. Therefore, when the ball just flew over, his eyes basically did not move away. Of course not. Brother Qin Ke, give me back the ball. Lan snatched the ball over and said proudly. Sun Zifen, did Lan kick you just now? What do you think? Are you alright? At this moment, Li Zixuan walked over and asked Sun Zifen, who had one eye blue. Just now, he was playing football with Lan at the side of the field. It was the kind of simple kicking. He was careless and did not control his strength well, causing the ball to fly to Lan's side at a faster speed. Lan's foot just touched the ball, and before she could exert any strength, the huge rebound force caused the ball to fly out at an extremely fast speed. It just happened to hit Sun Zifen, who had just climbed up from the grass. Other people were shot while lying down, but he was still hit when he climbed up. It could only be said that when some people were unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. It's fine, it's fine. Yamacho, don't worry, it's fine. Sun Zifen saw that Li Zishuan had also come and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Tai could only put away the idea of fooling the little loli at this moment. If Li Zishuan did not come, he was prepared to trick the ball from Lan Er's hand. Now, the original plan could only be ruined. Are you really all right? If there's something wrong, I can take you to see a doctor. Li Zishuan asked again to confirm. In the end, this matter was his fault. Although he was in a high position, he was not unreasonable and liked to receive special treatment. Sun Zifen's eyes lit up when he heard that he could be released for medical treatment. He was tempted, but after thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, Yamacho, don't worry, it's really fine. His injury was not serious. He did not want to make Li Zishuan feel that he was deceived because of the doctor's diagnosis. The loss outweighed the gain. Okay, since you're fine, then the two of you should focus on your military training. Don't embarrass me during next week's military training joint performance. Class 1 of Yanhuang College was personally taught by Li Zishuan. Although he was now the Yamacho of the entire academy and should logically treat all the students of the academy equally, he still had special feelings for Class 1 in his heart. Hey, I know, Yamacho, don't worry, we definitely won't embarrass you. Sun Zifen smiled knowingly and hurriedly guaranteed when he felt the kindness in Li Zishuan's words towards Class 1. Li Zishuan smiled, took the football from Lan Er's hand, and was about to leave with the little girl. Hey! Yamacho, where can this ball be sold? I want to buy one too. Li Tai did not expect Li Zishuan to leave so quickly. He hurriedly shouted behind him. This thing is not sold outside for the time being. Qingke, if you want to play, wait until after school in the afternoon. Li Zishuan smiled. Hey! This is good stuff, I want to play with it after school. Ching Chimo appeared out of nowhere and said excitedly. Damn, Chonyo, why are you everywhere? Lan wait outside for Big Brother for a while, Big Brother is going in to do something. Li Zishuan brought Lan into Guanghua building, gave Lan some instructions, and then walked towards Yen Sila's office. Yo! Yamacho is here? Yen Silu, who was sitting in the office sorting out documents, hurriedly got up and said. Yes, Mr. Yen, have the test papers been graded? Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the office and asked. Hee. Yamacho, you came at the right time, the results of this exam have just been compiled, and you came. Here, this is the summary of the results of this exam. Yen Silu said as he handed over a piece of paper filled with forms. He learned this method of using forms to record information from Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took the form and began to read it seriously. With just a quick glance, he memorized the results of all the teachers in the academy. Yen Silu was wondering if Li Zishuan had finished reading in such a short time, but then he heard Li Zishuan say, yes, they're all not bad. Although the questions of this exam were difficult, there were still a lot of teachers who scored high. For example, Ma Zhou from the economics department scored 99 points, Su Hongji from the mathematics department scored 98 points, Mo Huai from the physics department scored 100 points, and Xiao Dian from the geography department scored 98 points. They were the highest scorers in their respective departments, which also showed how wise Li Zishuan was when he chose them to be the department leaders. Chapter 860. Other than the leaders of each department, the rest of the ordinary teachers also did well. There were 28 people who scored above 90 points, 65 people who scored above 80 points, and 5 teachers who scored above 70 points. Overall, the teachers of the academy did well in this exam. This shows that they have worked hard this month. Later, I'll have to trouble Mr. Yen to inform them that the results of this exam will be included in the year-end assessment. Teachers who scored below 80 points are not allowed to rest on weekends for the next month. Continue to recharge, oh, no, continue to study the teaching materials of this subject. Li Zishuan said as he handed the report card to Yen Silu. Yen Silu was stunned. Included in the year-end assessment? This. Yamacho, you didn't tell them before. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. Why should I tell them? Since I'm a teacher of Yanhuan College, I have to treat everything seriously. Whether it's included in the year-end assessment or not, I have to treat everyone equally. I can't take the exam just for the sake of the exam. Yen Silu instantly understood Li Zishuan's intention. He couldn't help but praise, wonderful. Wonderful. I didn't expect Yamacho to be able to use the human heart to treat people at such a young age. I'm impressed. Using the human heart to treat people? Old man Yan's analogy is quite appropriate. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Then, he said, Mr. Yan, you flatter me. I'm just following my heart. I don't have such a profound plan. Since the exam is over, Mr. Yan, you can arrange for the departments to start preparing for the normal classes. I won't disturb you. I'll do it as soon as possible. Yen Silu replied. Li Zishuan nodded, then turned around and went out to find Lan Er. In the evening, the bell rang to signal the end of the school day. In the principal's office, Li Zishuan habitually got up to pack his things and prepared to go home for dinner. There was a series of knocks on the door, followed by Qing Chimo, Li Tai, Li Qingxian, and the others. Zhang Sunchong, Fang Yizhi, and Chu Yanfu were among them. Hey, Yamacho, didn't we agree to play football after school? Why are you running away? Who else but Qing Chimo would dare to speak to Li Zishuan so rudely? However, this guy knew that he had to protect Li Zishuan's dignity as a Yamacho in front of others, so he didn't call him by his name. Instead, he called him Yamacho. Li Zishuan was speechless. He did say that they would play football after school, but he said that they would play football after dinner. These F***king bastards obviously didn't even eat before coming over to harass him. They were really so focused that they forgot to eat and sleep. They weren't this enthusiastic when they were studying. Run your ass. I'm going home for dinner. Why are you saying that I'm running away? Li Zishuan said angrily. Qing Chimo took 2 steps back and laughed. I'm just kidding, hee hee. Besides, we haven't eaten yet. Yamacho, are you not embarrassed to eat by yourself? Eating and drinking is a matter of course. Why would I be embarrassed? Li Zishuan said lightly. Li Qingxian saw that Qing Chimo was making things worse, so he took over the conversation and said, Xiao Xian, you can go back to eat first. As for that ball, I wonder if you can lend it to us to play with? This kid finally spoke like a human. Li Zishuan nodded and took out the black and white football from under the table. He handed it to Li Qingxian and said, you guys can go ahead and play. When I go down later, I'll ask Imo Zhong and the others to move the net to the sports field. I'll teach you guys how to play after I go home and eat. Li Qingxian took it, but Qing Chimo said smugly, hey. Yamacho, you're looking down on us. Take me for example. I've been playing since I was 6 years old. You actually said that you're going to teach us how to play, Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He rolled his eyes and said, you won't say that when the time comes. Then he left the office. Hey. What do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Qing Chimo asked with some dissatisfaction, but he didn't get any answer at all. Hey, what do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Clear my ass. If you want to play, then don't play. If you don't play, then we'll play. Damn it. Li Tai took the football from Li Qingxian's hands and said angrily. After listening to Li Zishuan say, damn it, for so long, he finally had the chance to test it on someone else. It felt so good. Qing Chimo was furious. F***ck. Qingke, why are you talking to Xiao Xian now? F***ck, wait for me. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan had dinner in the courtyard and went to the sports field of the academy. Because it wasn't appropriate for him to do strenuous exercise after dinner, he didn't eat much at night. What? You're saying that a martial arts grandmaster can feel hungry? Isn't that nonsense? A martial arts grandmaster's legs were just a little awesome. He wasn't a god, so of course he would feel hungry. At this time, on the sports field, Qing Chimo, Li Tai, and Li Qingxian were playing in full swing. However, Li Zishuan had never seen them play like this before. It wasn't even played like this in period dramas. The few of them kicked the ball in front of each other, and the side who received the ball had to pass it to the other side before it fell to the ground. It seemed that the purpose of this style of play was to kick the ball back and forth so that the ball would never fall to the ground. Actually, the scientific name of this style of play was white hit. Although this style of play lacked competitive spirit and looked boring, it still tested the ability of a player's legs. After all, to make the ball never fall to the ground, strength, angle, and timing of the kick were all indispensable. What surprised Li Zishuan was that Li Tai, this damn fat otaku, could actually walk a few rounds between Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin. Looking at the way he played the ball, it looked like he had some form of play. It didn't match his previous fat otaku image at all. F*CK, Qing Chimo, why are you using so much strength? Who the F*CK can catch this kind of ball? F*CKU, this ball is yours. F*CK. Sun Zifan, did you not eat dinner? You passed the ball like a girl. This ball is yours, F*CKU. Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty kept saying F*CKU and F*CKU. Where did he learn this from? Why did he sound so similar to the young lady in Qinxiang 630 in his previous life? This kid, in my opinion, other people shouldn't call him Wei Wang. They should call him Sister Wang in the future. Li Zishuan mischievously thought in his heart. Okay, stop. I'll teach you the real way to play football. Chapter 861. Yamacho is here. Li Zishuan's shout from the side of the field made this group of youths who were in the midst of kicking the ball instantly stop what they were doing. Yamacho, this ball is so easy to kick. Even the best ball workshop in Chang and can't make a ball with such good elasticity. Is this a new product from Chitsu Pavilion? Are you selling it? Li Tai lifted the ball with the tip of his foot. He moved closer to Li Zishuan and said with shining eyes. Sell? You're thinking too much. This ball is not for sale at the moment. Currently, rubber was a non-renewable resource for Li Zishuan. He didn't want to waste it on football. At least, before he found a stable source of rubber, he wouldn't let the workshop mass-produce footballs to sell. Why not? Even if this thing is rare, you can sell it at a higher price. If you don't want to make money, Yamacho, are you stupid? Li Tai said unwillingly when he heard this. Because he and Li Qingxian owned shares in Chitsu Pavilion, their monthly dividends were comparable to their previous year's income. Therefore, the little fatty was not short of money now. Are you itching for a beating now? Do you want me to help you loosen your muscles? Li Zishuan glared at the little fatty and said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Qing Ke is itching for a beating. Yamacho, help him loosen his muscles. Qing Chimo shouted. Qing Chimo was already unhappy with Li Tai's, your sister, but he couldn't scold back because Li Tai's sister was Changle. How could he scold her? Li Tai was furious. Damn. Qing Chimo, you. Enough. I'm not here to listen to you bastards bicker. I'm here to teach you how to play football. Li Zishuan clapped his hands to signal the two of them to shut up. Then he said, no matter what you called this type of ball in the past, from now on, it only has one name, and that is football. Football, as the name suggests, is a ball that is kicked by the feet. Under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to be touched by the hands. At this point, Li Zishuan snatched the football from Li Tai's hands and stepped on it. The way you play football is completely different from the way you played it before. In the future, Yanhuang College would hold football matches from time to time. The goal of the match was to shoot the ball into the opponent's goal as much as possible. Every goal scored would earn 1 point. At the end of the match, the team with the most points would be the winner. If the score is the same within the legal time of the match, it would be decided according to the rules of the match. The winner could be decided by drawing lots, playing overtime, or shooting a 12-yard penalty shot. Li Zishuan saw the puzzled looks on the faces of the guys in front of him, so he turned around and pointed to the white net on the other side of the field. He said, "There. That's the goal. Every side has its own goal. If you want to win the match, you must break through the encirclement and kick the ball into the opponent's goal. Do you understand?" The goal was not technically difficult. The workshop made it in 1 day. Hey! This is interesting. Yamacho, is there a prize for winning or losing the match? Li Zishuan introduced this new way of playing football. Li Tai was enraptured when he heard Li Tai. He laughed. Prize? Damn, does this little fatty want to bet on the ball or win the match himself? Why does it feel like it's the former? Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, "Since it's a match, of course there will be a prize if you win." I say, you brat, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? I'm talking to you about the rules of football. Hee hee. It's good that there's a prize. It's more exciting when there's a prize. Li Tai did not care about Li Zishuan's criticism and muttered to himself. Yamacho, how many people can each side have in this football match? Zhang Sun Chong had been in the academy for a long time, and he finally spoke to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan shifted his gaze to Zhang Sun Chong's face. Of course, he knew that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was the son of the current prime minister, the old fox who would have power over the court in the future. He had always been wary of Zhang Sun Wuji. As for Cui Shanfu, who often bit him, he had never taken him to heart. Because a dog that did not bark was the most threatening. He would bite you if you were caught off guard. Hee hee, that's a good question. In this football match, each side can have a maximum of 11 players, including a goalkeeper who will stand in front of the goal to block the ball. In the football match, other than the goalkeeper who can use his hand to touch the ball in his own penalty area, every player on the field can only use their other body parts other than their hands to control the ball. Of course, it's another case for out-of-bounds balls. Other than that, once a player's hand touches the ball, it's considered a foul. Li Zishuan chuckled and answered. What happens if it's a foul? Chu Yanfu also asked. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, as for the definition of a foul, it's more complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail later during the match. Let's talk about the referee first. In every match, there must be at least one referee. The referee's role is to take corresponding action when a player commits a foul. Depending on the severity of the foul, the referee can show a yellow card or a red card to the player. If the academy receives a red card or accumulates 3 yellow cards, the player will be directly sent off the field. F***CK. So troublesome. Yamacho, let's play a game first. Let's talk about these rules while we play. There were too many rules. Ching Chimo's head was a little dizzy after listening to them. Finally, he couldn't help but shout. Li Zishuan glanced at this guy and thought that some things really had to be combined with reality to make people remember clearly. So he nodded and said, okay. Then let's try to play a game first. If there's a foul, I'll blow the bamboo whistle directly, and then I'll tell you where the foul is. Okay. Let's play a game first. Sun Zifan shouted. He already had this idea, but he wasn't as brave as Ching Chimo and didn't say it directly. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Li Zishuan looked and said, there are a total of 8 people here. You 4 can be a team. Divide into 2 teams and experience what football is like first. Okay. I'll be in a team with Ching Chimo. I'll be in a team with Green Sparrow. In a moment, the 8 people were instantly divided into 2 teams. Ching Chimo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, and Zhang Sun Chong were in one team. Li Tai, Li Qingxian, Li Ku, and Chu Yanfu were in the other team. This wasn't a regular game, and Li Zishuan didn't let them choose sides by tossing copper coins. Seeing that the two teams had chosen sides, Li Zishuan placed the ball in the center of the field, pointed at Qing Chumo, and said, "You'll kick off." Hee hee. This is good. I'll do it. Qing Chumo excitedly came to the football as if he had won the lottery. He looked at the opposite goal, took a deep breath, gathered his internal strength, and kicked out like lightning. Ha! Go for me. Li Zishuan didn't even have time to react before the football rushed directly from the midfield to the opponent's goal. Oh, to be precise, it flew directly to the opponent's goalkeeper, Chu Yanfu. F***CK, are you F***King acting in Kung Fu Football? Chapter 862. Huff, huff. Qing Chumo had just made an unexpected breakthrough 2 days ago, and he was feeling smug at the moment. His kick was really powerful, and he used up all the strength in his body. He wanted to see what kind of effect a kick with all his strength would have. The football whistled in the wind, and it even stirred up some leaves on the ground as it moved forward. It was like a tornado passing through. It was powerful and unstoppable. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Sun Zifen, who was in the same team as Qing Chumo, couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he could even imagine the following situation in his mind. With Qing Chumo leading them, they would be invincible, give the opponent a 5-0 score, and finally win. At this moment, he was really glad that he had made a wise decision to team up with Qing Chumo. But Chu Yanfu, who was standing in front of the goal, was about to cry. Damn it, I'm here to play football, not to play with my life. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if this ball hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured and would have to lie in bed for at least a few months. Dodge. Almost subconsciously, Chu Yanfu wanted to dodge this lightning-fast ball. But driven by Qing Chumo's immense inner strength, this lightning-fast ball arrived at a distance of 10 feet in front of the goal in the blink of an eye. How could Chu Yanfu have a chance to dodge? Bam! Just as Chu Yanfu was feeling a little desperate, a handsome young man suddenly flew in front of the goal. Yes, he did fly over. The young man swung his right foot in the air and kicked the slightly upper half of the football. With a bang, the football quickly bounced back, but it didn't hit the opponent's goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin. Instead, it flew to a place outside the field where there was no one. Huff. Scared me to death. Chu Yanfu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Only then did he have time to look at the young man who had blocked the ball for him. Who else could it be other than Li Ku? Among their team members, only Li Ku knew martial arts. Moreover, his martial arts attainment was higher than Qing Chumo's. Thank you. Han. Wang. Roar. Chu Yanfu stepped forward and was about to thank Li Ku when he heard an extremely miserable howl from the other side of the field. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw Qing Chumo lying on the grass with both hands hugging his butt and shouting, "Ow, stop hitting me, I know I was wrong." And behind him, Li Zishuan was fiercely kicking his butt. I told you to use your inner strength. It was just for fun. Who the hell asked you to use your internal energy? F***CKU. What if someone gets hurt? Li Zishuan cursed loudly as he fought. He did this for Qing Chumo's own good. That guy's kick, which contained internal energy, made the football rush to the other side of the goal at high speed. If Li Ku had not flown over to block at the crucial moment, according to the trajectory of the football, the ball should have hit Chu Yanfu's lower left abdomen. Although it was not fatal, it would have seriously injured Chu Yanfu. How could this be? Who was Chu Yanfu? He was the son of Chu Suiliang, the head of the secretariat. Chu Suiliang was good at calligraphy and had a very high reputation among the scholars. If his son was seriously injured because of playing football in the academy, the repercussions would be no small matter. Even if Qing Chumo was not afraid of anything, he would not want to get into such big trouble. At that time, Li Zishuan would also be blamed for negligence of duty. Moreover, it was Li Qingxian who had personally asked Chu Suiliang to help inscribe the plaque for Strange Interest Pavilion. At that time, Li Zishuan was still a nobody. Although Chu Suiliang was willing to inscribe the plaque for him because of Li Qingxian's face, he still had to accept this favor. At this time, Li Zishuan had made a move at the crucial moment to save Chu Yanfu from danger. In order to prevent Chu Yanfu from holding a grudge against Qing Chimo, Li Zishuan had to make the first move. With a flying kick, he directly kicked the unprepared Qing Chimo to the ground. In order to help Chu Yanfu vent his anger, he put on a fierce look and kicked Qing Chimo's butt with all his strength. He was not worried about kicking Qing Chimo. After all, the butt was the most fleshy part of the human body. It was not easy to kick it. Otherwise, when you did something wrong when you were young, your parents would only spank you. That was the logic. Yes. Who told you to be dishonest? You used internal energy to play football. Damn you. You deserve to be spanked. Our sister King also ran over to join in the fun. It was rare to have a chance to kick Qing Chimo's butt for free. How could he let go of this opportunity? Sun Zifan looked hesitant. He also wanted to join in the fun, but Qing Chimo was his teammate. How could he have the nerve to do something like beating his teammate? In the distance, Chu Yanfu saw that Li Zishuan and Li Tai had personally helped him vent his anger. He did not feel that Qing Chimo was deliberately targeting him and wanted to injure him seriously. That was because there was no enmity between him and Qing Chimo. The two of them even had some friendship. Qing Chimo had no reason to use underhanded means. Oh, it was underhanded means. He probably did not control his strength well for a moment. Quickly go and apologize to Chu Yanfu. If you can't ask for forgiveness, you can forget about playing football for the rest of your life. Li Zishuan kicked a few more times and said sternly to Qing Chimo. After all, this guy had almost seriously injured him. If he did not give a decent punishment, it would be hard to convince the crowd. Ouch. Okay. Yamacho, stop kicking. I'll go and apologize. Qing Chimo scrambled to his feet. When he was lying on the ground, he also understood the consequences of his hot-headed kick. If he had seriously injured Chu Yanfu, Qing Chimo would definitely beat him to death when he went back. Moreover, with the label of harming a fellow disciple, he would not be able to stay in the academy in the future. Qing Chimo limped to Chu Yanfu and said sincerely, Yanfu, I was wrong just now. You know, I just broke through 2 days ago and was excited. I didn't control my strength when I kicked you. I swear, I didn't mean to target you. Before he could finish, Chu Yanfu waved his hand to stop him. I know you didn't mean to target me, Cho Ox, and I didn't take it to heart. It's just a game. You don't have to take it to heart. Hearing this, Qing Chimo grinned and said, Hee, Yanfu, you're straightforward. I'll recognize you as my brother. In the future, at the academy, recognize your head. I asked you to apologize, but you came to recognize me as your brother. Li Zishuan slapped the back of Qing Chimo's head. Qing Chimo cried out in pain and said, Yamacho, I've apologized. Yanfu has forgiven me. Chu Yanfu hurriedly said, Yamacho, please forgive Cho Ox. I didn't blame him. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them, thought for a while, and said, from now on, in regular football matches, players are not allowed to use martial arts on the field. The academy will set up a football association in the future. Players who use martial arts on the field without permission will be banned for life in the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 863. After reprimanding Qing Chimo, Li Zishuan guided the group of players for half an hour to familiarize them with the rules of football. During this period of time, no one dared to use their internal strength without permission. However, those who knew Kung Fu had an advantage over ordinary people in terms of reaction time and speed even if they didn't use their internal strength. Fortunately, both sides had players who knew Kung Fu. Qing Chimo's side had 2 players who knew Kung Fu. Li Qingxian's side only had 1 player, and that was Li Ku. Compared to Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin, Li Ke was born in the royal family and had been practicing kung fu since he was a child. Naturally, the resources he had were incomparable to the other two players. In addition, Li Ke was gifted and talented in kung fu. His kung fu foundation and attainments were naturally more solid. Therefore, although their side had fewer players who knew kung fu, with Li Ke's outstanding individual ability, both sides were still evenly matched. In the end, they tied with a score of 2-2. The score of 2.5 an hour and so many goals were scored mainly because each team only had 3 players who were fighting on the field. The field was so big that it was not easy to defend. Many times, a single player could go straight in and attack the enemy directly. That was why so many goals were scored. Beep! Li Zishuan blew his bamboo whistle and made a stop gesture. The 8 players on the field stopped what they were doing and gathered in front of Li Zishuan. Ha! Yamacho, this way of playing is 2F** king exciting. Let's play another game. It's not satisfying at all. Football was a very magical sport. In his previous life, it was known as the world's #1 sport. It was the most influential sport in the world of sports. Football is war, modern football coach, General Michaels's words. Every man fantasizes about war from a young age. Football is the game with the highest degree of simulation of war. Moreover, it is a war between 2 armies, a war of cold weapons on the battlefield. That kind of grand narrative is very romantic and exciting for men. Compared to the previous style of kicking around and not letting the ball fall to the ground, the current style of football was undoubtedly more addictive. After Ching Chimo finished playing football for half an hour, his adrenaline soared. He was already in a very excited state. He still felt like he wanted to continue, so he suggested to Li Zishuan. Yes. Yamacho. How long had it been? Why don't we play a little longer? Sun Zifan chimed in. He was having a good time just now. Although the 2 goals on their side were scored by Ching Chimo, he had an assist, which was enough for him to be happy for a while. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Their gazes spoke for themselves. Li Zishuan scanned the crowd and said, "I didn't say I won't kick." Now, all of you are almost clear about the basic rules of football, but there are still too few of you to show the charm of football. Go and find some more people now. At least get 2 full teams, then we'll play another game. If we can't get them together, then we'll have to play another game. Football was the perfect and concentrated embodiment of many elements, but the final measurement was extremely simple and clear. A real war was a direct confrontation of the comprehensive abilities of 2 countries, but all kinds of factors would eventually translate into the cruel and clear result of victory or defeat. Football was the sport that tested the most comprehensive ability, speed, strength, skill, and teamwork. Now, each team only had 4 people, so they definitely couldn't show the charm of football. Get them together. Get them together. Don't play tomorrow, play today. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai hurriedly shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho, don't worry. We'll definitely get them together. We'll go and find them now. In less than a quarter of an hour, we'll definitely be able to get 2 teams together. Sun Zifan hurriedly echoed. What he thought to himself was that it would be too easy to find a few people who could play football. If it really didn't work, they could just kidnap them. The few of them could also kidnap a group of people. Yes. Then you guys go and come back quickly. Li Zishuan didn't care about what they thought. He just waved his hand and said. Yamacho. I also want to play football. Do you think I can do it? I've been in Bingzhou's football club for 2 years. I'm very good at it. Ching Chimo and the others were about to excitedly pull people over to play football when a student with a medium build and a slightly tanned face ran over from the side of the field. The student first bowed to Li Zishuan, and then begged eagerly. Then, before Li Zishuan had time to answer, a group of students outside the field ran directly to him and said as they ran, Yamacho, do you think I can do it? I've been playing football since I was 5 years old, and I clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Yamacho. Yamacho. I also clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Please choose me. Choose me. Choose me. The field suddenly became a mess. As it turned out, the small-scale football match that Lisa Schwann had just organized had attracted quite a number of students who had just finished eating and were preparing to return to the dormitory to watch it. The dazzling passing of the ball, the intense and thrilling running of the ball, as well as the exciting kicking of the ball, all of these made their blood boil and they cried out in satisfaction. Even if it was only a small-scale 4v4 football game, they felt that it was wonderful. At this moment, when they heard that Lisa Schwann wanted to recruit people into the team and have a formal 11v11 football game, how could the students who had been watching outside the field for so long hold back? One must know that there was only one chance. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another chance. There wouldn't be such a bouncy ball anywhere else, and there wouldn't be such an interesting football game. Ching Chumo and the others were relieved when they saw this. The group of people who came from outside the field could definitely make up 2 full teams. Lisa Schwann was stunned. He had expected that football would be popular with the majority of students, but he didn't expect that the first official appearance of football would be treated so warmly by the students. Apart from this, what surprised him even more was that from what he heard from these students, each and every one of them was a soccer expert. How could there be so many students who knew how to play football among the students of Yanhuang College? What was going on? Okay. We'll follow the order in which you just ran over. The top 14 who came here and have a foundation in football will be randomly added to these 2 teams. The captain of the first team will be Ching Chumo, and the captain of the second team will be Li Ku. As for the rest of the students who didn't make it into the team this time, please leave the field to watch the game. You'll have plenty of chances in the future. Lisa Schwann didn't have time to think about why so many students knew how to play football. He looked at the sky and directly ordered. Yes. Yamacho. Whether it was those who received the admission ticket or those who wanted to leave, they all responded and began to carry out Lisa Schwann's orders. Chapter 864. The Tang people actually loved to play football. The reason why there were so many students who were good at playing football was because of the Tang people's love for football. In the Tang dynasty, there was a traditional festival that had disappeared today, the Cold Food Festival. It was 105 days after the winter solstice and 1 or 2 days before the Qingming festival. It was said that it was to commemorate Jie Zichui, who would rather be burned to death in the mountains than accept rewards during the spring and autumn period. According to tradition, there was a ban on fireworks and only cold food on this day. In the Qin, Han, and Sui dynasties, there were more activities such as mourning, trekking, swinging, and kuju. In the Tang dynasty, the trend of cold food kuju reached its peak, and it almost became a legal football day. If you didn't go to the suburbs to play football, it would be as if the day didn't pass. In the Tang dynasty, Xuchang poet Wang Jian wrote in a poem, Palace Ci. The night's makeup remains until tomorrow, always standing by the bright sunflower tree. Cold food kuju's wife, long by, first scatter the money in the treasury. This poem had a high citation rate in many ancient sports research articles. The bai de in the poem was a very popular non-goal kicking game during the Tang and Song dynasties. It was played by 2 or more people. Bai Ji from Xinjiang also wrote a poem, Cold Food at Luo Qiao. It described the scene on the football field, kuju's dust doesn't rise, splashing fire on the rain. Other than that, famous poets such as Wang Wei, Li Bai, Lu Yuxi, and Wei Yingguo all mentioned cold food kuju in their works. Due to the wide spread of cold food kuju in the Tang dynasty, Du Fu, who had been wandering all his life, wrote a poem, Qingming. In his later years, he lamented that 10 years of kuju will bring the chick far away, 10,000 miles of swing customs will be the same. Du Fu was born in Gongyi and had been to Luoyang, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Hubei, and other places. This showed that these places had the custom of cold food kuju. The Tang people's love for football could be seen from this. It was completely understandable that so many young people who liked to play football were born in such a big environment. There were many football experts in the Tang dynasty. Although they weren't as famous as the Song dynasty, there were still many of them. For example, Yang Jian and Wu Chongxuan were guests of the Tang Zhongzong's son, Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan. It was also because of this football atmosphere in the Tang dynasty that the Song dynasty produced Gao Qiu and Lu Sanfu. Beep! Li Zishuan blew the whistle and gestured for the game to start. Li Qingxian's side got the right to kick off. Li Tai saw that the other side had so many more players and knew that with his strength, there was no way he could directly break through. He did a side pass and passed the football to Li Qingxian's feet, who was only 10 steps away from him in the front left. Then, he quickly ran forward to provide support. After experiencing Li Zishuan's teachings, Li Tai already knew that in a football match, one could not show off one's bravery. This was a game of 11 people. It would be difficult for one person to have the last laugh if he or she relied solely on one person's recklessness. After Li Qingxian received the ball, he did not dare to be careless because Qing Chimo was rushing towards him. With that speed, as long as he dared to dribble a few steps, Qing Chimo would definitely be able to catch up and intercept the ball. On the field, there was no such thing as a crown prince or a minister. Qing Chimo would definitely not be courteous to him. As a member of the royal family, Li Qingxian had the best and most exquisite ball to play with since he was young. He also loved to play football since he was young, so his basic skills were relatively solid. He looked up and aimed a direction. Then, with a cross pass, he accurately passed the football to Li Huairen's feet. This was a method that they had just researched to deal with players like Qing Chimo, who had extremely strong individual abilities. It was to continuously pass the ball. This tactic, which emphasized absolute ball control, was somewhat similar to the tiki-taka tactic that Guardiola used during his time as Barcelona's coach in modern times. However, tactics were not the decisive factor in the outcome of a game. The key was whether the players cooperated well with each other. Huairen. Catch the ball. After playing for so long, Li Qingxian's blood was already boiling. At this moment, he no longer had the image of a cultured and refined crown prince. His voice had also become louder. That's right. Li Huairen happened to be in the group of people who had just joined. Li Xiaogong was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if his son was not as good, he would at least be much better than the average person. There was no problem with Li Qingxian's prediction of where the football would land. He even left a small margin for Li Huairen. However, Li Huairen had just come on the field. It was his first time experiencing such a formal football match. His reactions in various parts of his body could not keep up with the rhythm. When he heard Li Qingxian calling for him, he subconsciously paused. With that pause, the distance between him and the football had become a little too far. It was too late to chase forward because Sun Zifen had already taken the opportunity to close in on the football. Oh, wow. The Crown Prince team's ball has been stolen. This little guy's reaction is really fast. Now that Sun Zifen and Li Tai had successfully lost weight, no one called them little fatty anymore. Good ball. This should be considered a mistake in Crown Prince's pass, right? What a pity. Bullsh *T, it was obviously that student who was stunned for a moment and could not keep up with His Highness Crown Prince's pass. Do you know how to watch the game? If you don't talk nonsense. After seeing Sun Zifen steal the football, the onlookers outside the field exclaimed, sighed, and cheered loudly. In any case, it was very lively. These people did not have the opportunity to play in person. They could only watch from the sidelines as they competed with Li Qingxian, the country's heir to the throne. The situation here was in full swing, constantly attracting students who had finished eating and were passing by. After a while, the field was already surrounded by a circle of people. There were even some teachers from Yanhuang College. Now that they had just finished their exams, they also had time to come out and watch the fun. Beautiful. Zifen, quickly pass it to me. Qing Chimo saw Sun Zifen steal the football and hurriedly waved to the latter while shouting loudly at the same time. Needless to say, Sun Zifen knew that Qing Chimo was their team's most important scoring player. After grabbing the ball, he did not hesitate to pinpoint Qing Chimo's position and pass the ball over. He and Ching Chumo were only 3 feet apart. At such a close distance, of course, it was more reliable and effective to pass the ball over. The football was seen drawing a straight line on the grass and was about to roll to Ching Chumo's feet. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked the football's path. This surefire pass was actually stolen. Wow! There was an uproar outside the field. It's King of Han. So fast. I heard that King of Han knows martial arts. He used martial arts, right? Bullsh *T. What do you know? King of Han relied entirely on his body's reaction. If he used martial arts, do you think that a master like Yamacho would not be able to see it? That's right. Can you be more powerful than Yamacho? What a beautiful grab. Good job, His Highness King of Han. Look. His Highness King of Han is going to counterattack. This is straightforward. He is going to break through the opponent's defense line alone. The onlookers outside the field were completely affected by the players' every move on the field. They sometimes cheered, sometimes shouted, and sometimes sighed. This college under the setting sun was once again filled with vitality at night. Chapter 865. On the field. Li Ku was like a cheetah running with the ball. His legs were crisscrossing at a very fast frequency. From afar, one could only see the afterimages of his legs crisscrossing, as well as the wisps of grass splashing behind him. Previously, when Ching Chumo's players saw that they had control of the ball and that Ching Chumo was about to dribble the ball to attack the opponent's goal, they began to press toward the other half of the field. But who knew that Li Ku would come out halfway and intercept the pass that they were sure to get? As a result, they had no choice but to brake and turn the car around to chase after Li Ku. But since Li Ku was able to intercept Ching Chumo's ball, how could he be so easy to catch up with? What's more, these people had to change directions midway, so their speed was naturally even slower. Li Ku used his excellent physical reaction to shake off the 3 defenders in the opponent's back half of the field. Then, the entire back half of the field was suddenly flat. Li Ku was delighted and began to pass the ball long and wide. While maintaining a high speed, he also ensured that he had control of the ball. At this time, he didn't need to make any fancy moves. He only needed to make wide movements, rush to the opponent's goal in the shortest time possible, and finish the shot. Otherwise, when Ching Chumo caught up, the result would be hard to say. Oh, wow. Han Wang is only 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. He should be about to shoot. Shoot. Why is he shooting? What kind of game were they playing? Why haven't I seen it before? It sounded like he had just arrived and didn't know the rules of the football game. You just arrived, right? This game is a new invention by Yamacho. As long as the ball is kicked into the opponent's goal, it's a score. The team with the most points wins. Oh. I see. That's quite interesting. Look. His Highness Han Wang is going to shoot. This is more ambiguous than words. At this time, Li Ku was already 5 feet away from the opponent's goal. Logically speaking, it was not very safe to shoot from this position, but it was too late because Ching Chumo had already caught up from behind. After all, Ching Chumo's legs were longer than his, and he was running without the ball. It would only take a little time for him to catch up with him. At this time, Ching Chumo was less than 5 steps away from Li Ku. He was within reach. Fortunately, Ching Chumo, a football noob, did not know about foul tactics. Otherwise, he would have reached out to grab Li Ku's clothes. Feeling the movement behind him, Li Ku did not dare to continue dribbling. He slightly adjusted his body's center of gravity and suddenly accelerated forward. He kicked hard at the rolling football in front of him. Boom! The football was hit by a huge force and made a dull sound. Then, it ran towards the opponent's goal at an even faster speed. Bao Lin, be careful. The stadium was like a battlefield, and the situation could change at any moment. Just a moment ago, Ching Chumo's side was attacking the opponent's goal. But in the blink of an eye, they had changed from the attacking side to the defending side. Ching Chumo could not stop him in time. Seeing that Li Ku had already raised his right foot and started to shoot, he shouted in the direction of the goal. Shot! Shot! That ball is so fast. It should be said that His Highness King of Han's counterattack is so fast. It all happened in the blink of an eye. What a thrilling way to play. Just looking at it makes my blood boil. If I could play in person, wouldn't that be awesome? Hey! First of all, you have to have a ball with good elasticity like that. Otherwise, after this match, it would be strange if his leg was crippled. What's wrong? Can't you buy this ball? Since it was brought by Sir, it should be sold at Curious House, right? So what if it's expensive? Why can't I buy it? Ha! You're thinking too much. Just now, His Highness King of Wei went to Yamacho to buy a football, but he couldn't buy one. How can you be richer and more capable than His Highness King of Wei? Hey! Stop talking nonsense. Look, King of Han is going to score. This ball is definitely going in. On the field. The goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin, had already realized that something bad was going to happen after Li Ku bypassed the 3 players in the backfield. After all, he only looked honest, but he was not really stupid. At that moment, he was already prepared. In the face of Li Ku's sudden shot, his eyes were fixed on the ball flying in the air without blinking. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind where the ball was going to shoot towards the goal. Top left corner. When the ball was less than 2 feet away from the goal, Yuchi Baolin moved. He bent his knees slightly, and the developed muscles on his legs bulged instantly. Then, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his whole body immediately bounced up from the ground, heading straight for the ball's landing point. Li Zishuan did not allow the players to use martial arts, which meant that they were not allowed to use internal energy. Yuchi Baolin had no choice but to use the jumping power of his legs. If he could use martial arts, Yuchi Baolin would definitely be able to defend this simple goal with his lightness skills. Whoosh whoosh. The ball made a whooshing sound in the air, and the landing point seemed to be exactly where Yuchi Baolin's hands were at the top left corner of the goal. Naturally, Li Ku also noticed this. He covered his face and looked extremely regretful. The players on the field, as well as the spectators outside the field, all held their breaths at this moment. They stared unblinkingly in the direction of the goal and guessed in their hearts whether or not the ball would enter the goal. He blocked it. He definitely blocked it. Ching Chumo had already stopped running. He saw that the ball was getting closer and closer to Yuchi Baolin's palms. He waved his arms excitedly and roared in a low voice. Yuchi Baolin had the same idea as Ching Chumo, because his hands could already feel the strong wind from the ball. Hey! I blocked Xiao Ku's shot. The corner of Yuchi Baolin's mouth drew a curve. Sigh. King of Han's shot has been blocked. The spectators outside the field also let out sighs at that moment. Everyone felt that the ball would definitely not go in. Even Li Ku, the initiator of the shot, felt the same way. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The ball that was about to touch Yuchi Baolin's palms suddenly changed direction in the air and flew toward the bottom right of the goal at high speed. Bam! The ball went in. Boom! Everyone inside and outside the field exploded, and their eyes widened. F***CK. What's going on? Xiao Ku, what did you do to the ball? Ching Chumo's mouth was agape as he asked Li Ku loudly with a puzzled look. He looked at Li Ku again and saw that the lad was also dumbfounded at that moment. This ball. How did it change direction? How did His Highness King of Han make such a kick? Could His Highness King of Han have violated the rules by using his inner strength? Don't talk nonsense. That's not a joke. The students outside the field were first surprised, then puzzled, and then began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 866. I didn't use my internal strength. The discussion of the surrounding students naturally reached the ears of the players on the field. Ching Chumo's players looked at Li Ku with strange eyes, but many people just looked and didn't dare to say what was in their hearts. After all, Li Ku was the son of the emperor. This identity was enough to make many people afraid. Hearing the discussion of the students outside the field and feeling the strange eyes of the other players next to him, Li Ku hurriedly defended himself with red eyes. But the players with strange eyes just looked away and didn't say whether they believed it or not. Li Ku was so wrong that he was about to cry. After all, he was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. After all, he really didn't use his internal strength just now. Suddenly being criticized by the ring name, it was inevitable that his heart couldn't bear it. What's wrong? What do you mean by this? Little Ku said that he didn't use his internal strength, so he didn't use his internal strength. Would he lie to you? Just as Li Ku's emotions were about to collapse, Li Tai came over and patted Li Ku's shoulder, shouting to the surrounding players. I also believe in Little Ku. Li Qingxian also came over and supported his brother. But most of the players on Qing Chumo's side, as well as the onlooking students outside the field, were still in disbelief. Because the goal just now was really strange. If it wasn't for the use of internal strength, they really couldn't think of any other reason. I also believe in Little Ku. At this time, Qing Chumo spoke. Although he didn't understand why the football suddenly changed direction in the air, he believed that Li Ku wouldn't violate the rules just set by Li Zishuan for such an insignificant game. Even he, the captain, had expressed his opinion. The other players naturally couldn't say anything, but they still had doubts in their hearts. Beep. While many people were hesitant about this goal, Li Zishuan jogged over, blew the bamboo whistle, and made a gesture that said, "The goal is valid." The field suddenly boiled over again. What does Yamacho mean by this gesture? Stupid. Yamacho is saying that Han Wang's goal is valid and doesn't count as a foul. Then, doesn't that mean that Han Wang didn't use martial arts just now? Aren't you spouting nonsense? If the king of Han used martial arts, how could Yamacho still make such a judgment? That's true. But if the king of Han didn't use martial arts, how can you explain the ball just now? F***CK. If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Zishuan's judgment completely shattered the guesses of some of the conspiracy theorist audience members. For Li Ku, it was a timely rain. Thank you, Yamacho, for your trust. Li Ku walked up to Li Zishuan and solemnly cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't experienced that moment just now, he would never know how important it was to have the trust of others. Li Zishuan smiled and said gently, Little Ku, you didn't use any internal energy just now, so the punishment is reasonable. You don't have to thank me. Li Ku's goal just now was not a problem. Besides, even if Li Ku secretly used his internal energy, it was impossible to hide it from the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster. The goal just now was just a curveball. For Li Zishuan, who often watched football games in his previous life, this kind of curveball was not a rare phenomenon. But for Li Ku to be able to kick this kind of ball for the first time, he was still a little surprised. Li Ku thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, but, Yamacho? That ball just now? Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, what? You don't know what happened to that ball just now? Seeing Li Ku's expression, Li Zishuan finally understood. This kid didn't know how to kick a curved ball. Just now, it was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It was just a coincidence. Well, yes, Yamacho. Regarding that ball just now, I also have a lot of doubts in my heart. Realizing that Li Zishuan did not suspect whether he used his internal energy from the beginning to the end, Li Ku's mood gradually relaxed. He then gathered his courage and spoke his true thoughts. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan and the others who were beside him also focused their attention. Obviously, they also didn't understand why the ball suddenly changed direction. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste any time. He organized his words and simply explained. Little Ku, the reason why your ball changed direction was mainly because you didn't kick the ball in the center when you kicked it. If I want to explain it to you clearly, I have to use relevant knowledge of physics. Today I will only briefly explain it to you. When you learn physics in the future, you can naturally bring what I said to the books to verify it. Little Ku, your ball just now, I call it a curveball. This kind of ball appears mainly because the direction of your strength when you kick the ball did not pass through the center of the ball. The ball will produce a corresponding rotation. Under the effect of air resistance, the rotating ball will travel a distance around its rotation axis. When the ball is close to the goal or the opponent's player, there is a possibility that it will make a sharp turn. This has nothing to do with the use of internal energy. If the direction of your strength is wrong, even if you inject internal energy into the ball, it won't suddenly change direction like just now. This explanation made everyone confused. After that, many people were speechless. They didn't expect that playing a ball or watching a game could be related to learning. Li Zixuan, Yanhuang College's Yamacho, was a bit too competent. But this way, it could be said that Li Ku was completely cleared of suspicion, so the kid was smiling very happily at the moment. Okay, let's not talk too much. Continue to play. The score is now 1 o'clock. Qing Chumo, you start. Hurry up. Li Zixuan looked at the sky and quickly said. Qing Chumo immediately became spirited and quickly agreed. Then he shouted a few times behind him, nothing more than to let his team work harder and quickly equalize the score. In the following game, there was nothing unexpected. The only thing worth mentioning was that the newly joined players, after a few minutes of practice, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Li Zixuan felt that with the strength and cooperation of these little guys now, it wouldn't be a problem for them to play in some school or city teams in his previous life. This could only be said that the Tang dynasty's football environment was too good, even better than modern China's. As a result, too many young people who were good at playing football were cultivated, so the quality of the players on both teams was quite good. In the end, the score of the two teams was 2-1. Qing Chumo's team won with a 1-goal lead, mainly because Li Huiran gradually became more active towards the end. He and Li Ku formed a double striker strategy, which made it difficult for the defenders on Qing Chumo's side to defend. Beep. Li Zixuan blew the whistle to end the game, then said, "Okay, everyone is dismissed. We'll play again in the future." Chapter 867. Tense, hot-blooded, exciting. This unique game left a deep impression on the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Whether it was on the field or off the field, their hearts were surging at the moment. Compared to the goalless style they used in the past, Li Zixuan's current style of play was undoubtedly more competitive and more gripping. Hoo, that's it. Yamacho, give us another quarter of an hour, and our team will definitely equalize the score. Qing Chumo looked at the temporary scoreboard that Li Zixuan made on the sidelines and shouted unwillingly. Hey! Toad yawns, what a big tone. Even if I give you another half an hour, you won't have a chance to equalize the score because we have little Ku and Huiran, haha. As the winner, of course, he had the right to ridicule. How could Li Tai give up such an opportunity? Damn! That's because I didn't do my best just now. If you have the ability, give us another quarter of an hour to try. Qing Chumo straightened his neck and said angrily with a red face. After working hard for more than an hour, they finally lost by a goal. Of course, he was very unconvinced in his heart. Shut up. I said it's over, so it's over. Is there any room for bargaining? Hurry up and go eat. Seeing that the two of them began to bicker again, Li Zixuan angrily rebuked. Oh, the two of them responded sullenly and could only obediently retreat to their respective teams. Li Zixuan took the football from Li Qingxian and then prepared to go home. Hey! Yamacho! How do I get a football? Li Tai's eyes were fixed on the football spinning around. In the end, he couldn't help but chase after it and ask loudly. Immediately, the surroundings quieted down. Everyone shifted their gaze to Li Zixuan. Obviously, everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zixuan paused. He thought for a while and said, in the next few days, the academy will introduce a batch of footballs. The students of the academy can rent them for free, but only within the academy. At present, all the footballs are only for rent and not for sale. It's impossible to buy them with money. However, in the future, the academy would reward the top 3 in the monthly exams and football competitions with a football. If you want it, go fight for it yourself. After saying that, he walked out of the field without looking back. F***ck. This trick again. Couldn't they just sell it directly? It's not like I'm lacking in money. Li Tai kicked the grass and complained gloomily. Hey! Isn't this exactly what you want? Qingke, your grades are so good. You even got first place in the entrance exam. What are you worried about? Sun Zifen pursed his lips and said. F***ck, the academy is full of experts now. Who can guarantee that they will get first place every time? Zifen, you brat, it's easy for you to say that. Then Qingke, you can wait until after the monthly exams and buy a football from the students who got it. You're not lacking in money. Sun Zifen suggested in a strange tone. Li Tai was a little tempted after hearing it. However, after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, F***ck, no way. It's true that I'm rich, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. Isn't it just the top 3 in the monthly exams? It's a piece of cake. The football match ended. However, the exciting process of the football match had been passed around by the students of Yanhuang College. During the military training the day after, people could always be heard discussing the football match between classes. Moreover, the scene of the discussion was quite intense. In this era where there was a lack of entertainment, the appearance of football which combined sports and entertainment captured the hearts of many students and even teachers. Of course, the words that Li Zishuan had said before he left yesterday had stirred the minds of many students. The reward of being able to get a football for the top 10 in the monthly exam was really too tempting. Even those students who didn't like sports could sell the football to others if they got into the top 10. Li Zishuan also said that this thing was now a priceless item. If they really wanted to sell it, the price would naturally not be low. Therefore, this was a very generous profit. Many students who were confident in their own strength were holding back their anger. They secretly made up their minds that after the military training, they must study hard day and night and get into the top 3 in the monthly exams. This was the real, books have their own houses of gold. Xiaomao, is your little shop almost ready? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the academy. When he passed by a small fork in the road behind the bishop, he saw some people going in and out of a small house. When he walked over to take a look, he saw Gu Xiaomao inside. He thought for a moment and knew what was going on, so he smiled and said, "Ah. It's almost ready. Yamacho, please come in and have a seat." When Gu Xiaomao saw that it was Li Zishuan, he hurriedly went forward and greeted him enthusiastically. "Dad, this is the Yamacho of our academy. This little shop of yours is also a gift from the Yamacho." The old man next to him looked at Li Zishuan with a puzzled face. Gu Xiaomao hurriedly introduced him. The old man was shocked. He staggered 2 steps and went forward to bow and said, This old man greets the Marquis of Yong'an. Marquis has done a great favor for our Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family is deeply grateful to you." It was obvious that the old man was very emotional. He couldn't even speak clearly. "Uncle Gu, you don't have to be so polite. Gu Xiaomao deserves all of this. Who asked him to be so hard-working?" Li Zishuan helped the old man up and said with a smile. Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. When the old man heard that his son was praised by Marquis personally, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiaomao doesn't have any other abilities except for his strength. "Marquis, you gave him such a high salary. If he doesn't work hard, I will break his legs." "Ah. Look at my memory. Marquis, quickly come in and drink some water. How can you keep standing outside? Girl, quickly pour a cup of herbal tea for Marquis." A girl's voice immediately sounded in the house. "Yes, Dad." Li Zishuan smiled and didn't refuse. He knew that the girl inside should be Gu Xiaomao's sister. This kid had told him before. Because the Gu family was poor and Gu Xiaomao's mother was bedridden for many years, a large portion of the family's money was used to treat her illness. They couldn't even gather a decent dowry for his sister. That was why she was still unmarried at the age of 18. In the eyes of modern people, this situation would definitely be ridiculous. But that was the truth. In this era, it was common for girls to be unable to get married because they couldn't afford the dowry. It was the complete opposite of modern society. In modern society, it was the man who couldn't gather the dowry. Marquis. Quick. Please come in. Chapter 868. The last time Li Zixuan saw Gu Xiaomao was a month ago. At that time, the second phase of the Academy's project had just started. Gu Xiaomao was still the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. Li Tai had always been the captain. By chance, Li Zixuan found out about Gu Xiaomao's simple ideals. Therefore, after the second phase of the Academy's project was completed, Li Zixuan allocated a small house from the Academy, about 50 square meters in modern times. It was neither small nor big, for Gu Xiaomao to open a shop. Speaking of which, this small house was originally a small warehouse used to temporarily store equipment. It was located between the teaching building and the dormitory building. The location was not bad and was suitable for Gu Xiaomao to open a shop. It wasn't that Li Zixuan was stingy and didn't want to give him a big house, but with Gu Xiaomao's current wealth, even if he was given a big house, he wouldn't be able to fill it with goods. After entering the small house, Li Zixuan sat down and looked around. He saw that there were shelves with all kinds of goods on them. There were candied fruits, nuts, and other snacks. There were also daily necessities like soap operas, sweat towels, and wooden basins. The layout of this place was like a modern supermarket. This idea was also what Li Zixuan told Gu Xiaomao. A supermarket was a product that surpassed the times and could definitely make money in the Tang dynasty. When Li Zixuan had just transmigrated, he had also thought of setting up a supermarket. However, for a transmigrator like him, there were too many ways to make money. Therefore, he didn't have the time to do this. Li Zixuan saw that Gu Xiaomao was a rather down-to-earth lad, so he gave this valuable idea to him. Uncle Gu, I heard that Xiaomao's mother has been sick. How is she now? Li Zixuan looked around the furnishings in the house and asked with a smile. Being called Uncle Gu by Li Zixuan again and again, the old man was very flattered. He didn't know where to put his hands. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, "What did my wife do to make Marquis remember her?" Previously, Gu Xiaomao worked here and brought home a lot of money. This child has been filial since he was young. After he received the money, he ignored his mother's dissuasion and invited a doctor from Chang and city's Huichun Hall to help treat her. He even bought a lot of medicine. His mother's condition is basically stable now. We can only rest and see if the root of the illness can be cured. Li Zixuan nodded as he listened. He looked at Gu Xiaomao and said, "Xiaomao, your family is relying on you now. Oh, it should be your store. You have to do a good job in the future. Not only do you want your parents and sister to live well, but you also want to bring convenience to all the teachers and students of the academy. Do you understand? When Divine Dr. Sun comes to Chang and again, I will ask him to take a look at your mother." A woman stood behind the door. She was Gu Xiaomao's sister. When she heard Li Zixuan mention her, she could not help but look up at Li Zixuan. It was not that she had any improper thoughts about Li Zixuan. It was just pure admiration. After all, which girl did not worship heroes? Li Zixuan was young, but his reputation had spread far and wide. He was a combination of wisdom, bravery, and handsome. He was simply an excellent candidate for a husband. This girl knew her own family. She knew that there was no possibility between her and Li Zixuan, so she did not have such thoughts from beginning to end. She only hoped that her brother could learn from Li Zixuan and become someone as powerful as Li Zixuan in the future. "Thank you, Yamacho. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best and make this store a good one," Gu Xiaomao promised seriously. "Marquis, don't worry. If Xiaomao does not provide convenience to the students and teachers of the academy, This old man will be the first to not listen to him. The old man also quickly promised. Haha. Fine. It's not that serious. I still trust Xiao Mao. Li Zishuan chuckled. After that, he chatted with the father and son for a while, then got up and said goodbye. After all, they still had to busy themselves with cleaning the store. Hey! Yamacho, can you help me inscribe a few words on my store? Just as Li Zishuan was about to leave, Gu Xiaomao stammered and asked loudly. Li Zishuan immediately froze on the spot. Inscribe words? What did this kid mean? Was he deliberately messing with him? The reason why he thought so was because Li Zishuan had been here for so long, but he had never inscribed words on anyone's store before. Although his calligraphy was now quite good and was better than most people's, compared to famous calligraphers like Chu Suiliang and Yu Shinan, it was still a far cry, okay? How could he show it to others? Ahem. Xiao Mao. Do you want me to ask Dr. Chu to inscribe a few words for you? Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said. Gu Xiaomao trembled and quickly waved his hand. Yamacho, no need, no need. My store was given to me by you, of course, you have to give it a name yourself. This kid was really stubborn. He didn't even want Chu Suiliang's calligraphy. Li Zishuan had no choice but to nod. All right. Bring me a brush and paper. Hey! Yamacho, please wait a moment. Gu Xiaomao agreed excitedly. After a while, he brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Zishuan wondered if this kid had prepared beforehand. Li Zishuan picked up the brush and was stunned again. What should he write? At this moment, the names of many modern supermarkets appeared in his mind: Walmart, RT-Mart, China Resources, Wanja, Balian, Walmart. But it would be too much of a joke to write down these names, because most of these names did not have any meaning to them. He couldn't harm Gu Xiaomao because of his whims. I got it. Li Zishuan's mind flashed with inspiration. He focused his mind and calmed his breathing. With a slight movement of his wrist, he wrote the 4 words, Yoja Store, on the paper. He was using regular script. In his previous life, he had practiced more regular script, so he was relatively good at it. There's a small shop. Hey! Yamacho, that's a good name. After staying in Yanhuang College for a long time, Gu Xiaomao could recognize a few simple words. He carefully put away the paper and laughed. Li Zishuan said happily, Kid, tell me, what's so good about this name? Anyway, as long as it's Yamacho, it's definitely good. Gu Xiaomao stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. He could only laugh foolishly. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Xiao Mao. A real man should not let down the heavens, the earth, the parents, the wife, the children, and the brothers and sisters. I hope you can use this store to let your family live a good life. After saying that, Li Zishuan nodded to old Gu and turned to leave. Chapter 869. It was a cloudy Monday, October 22nd of the first year of Zhengguan. It was a refreshing autumn day. Suddenly, people realized that the sky was bluer and the air was colder. If one slept at night without a quilt, they would feel cold. It was already late autumn. Many trees on the Cloud Mountain had begun to shed their leaves. Some mountain paths were covered with a thick layer of leaves, giving the pedestrians a sense of desolation. Beep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Today was the day of the military training at Yanhuang College. Early in the morning, the students were gathered on the field by the instructors of each class after breakfast. For a moment, all kinds of slogans were heard. Feiji, are there any students absent today? Li Zishuan turned his head and asked in a low voice. Marquis, no students are absent today. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and answered. Okay. When the teachers of the college arrive, the military training exercise will officially begin. Inform Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and ask the guards of the college to stay alert. No outsiders are allowed to come in and make trouble today. Li Zishuan nodded and ordered. Pang Feiji smiled and said, "Hey, Marquis, you worry too much. Third brother is now a guard of the college. Who dares to make trouble here?" Third brother? Li Zishuan was stunned. It took him a while to remember who the third brother was. He couldn't help but find it funny and said, "It seems that you are close to Mr. Zhang. You even called him third brother. In terms of experience in the martial arts world, you should call Mr. Zhang third master. You are so rude." Pang Feiji chuckled and didn't know how to respond to Li Zishuan's words. "Uncle Cheng?" At this moment, Li Zishuan exclaimed. He quickly stepped forward and saw a man coming from the opposite side. Who else could it be but Cheng Yaojin? "Uncle Cheng, shouldn't you be in the morning court now? How come you have time to come here?" Li Zishuan stepped forward and asked in confusion. "Today is not the Imperial Court's day off. Why did this old demon wander here?" Cough, cough. Cheng Yaojin sniffled and covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed twice. "This old man caught a cold yesterday and has already requested for a day's leave from His Majesty. I also heard that your place is very lively today, so I came over to take a look." "What? Don't you welcome me? Demoness Cheng would catch a cold?" Li Zishuan's eyes widened. Of course, he was very suspicious, but he couldn't ask, right? He could only say, "Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Of course I welcome you with open arms. Little rascal." Cheng Yaojin scolded with a smile, and then said seriously, "Chumo is here, thanks to you, Xiao Xian. This little rascal used to be idle all day long and did not do anything serious. Only the academy can help him improve." Li Zishuan knew that Cheng Yaojin was talking about Cheng Chumo's breakthrough a few days ago with the help of Tai Chi. He smiled and said, "Uncle Cheng, you're too polite. The Cheng and Li families are already inseparable. Why do you need to thank me?" Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Haha. What a good inseparable. Then I won't thank you for giving me the recipe for the century egg. Otherwise, I'll think that I'm pretentious. You're right, our families are already inseparable. Chumo has made a good brother." In the end, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first heard of Li Zishuan, it was because of the chicken that Cheng Chumo brought back for him. After that, he saw that Li Zishuan was quite good at martial arts, so he thought that there would be no harm for his son to make friends with this young talent. But who knew that this young man's rise was so fast that it was beyond everyone's imagination? At this moment, he really felt that his son was a fool for a fool. "Uncle Cheng, please come up. The military training exercise is about to start. Speaking of which, you've taught these students before, so you can take a look at the results of their training." Li Zishuan invited him. Although he knew that Cheng Yaojin was here today for this. "Haha. No rush, no rush. You'll take a while. I'll say a few words to second brother Qin before I come back. You go ahead." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and went to find Qin Xiong. At 8:15 a.m., all the students of the 16 classes had gathered. Li Zishuan, Cheng Yaojin, Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the other core teachers of Yanhuang College went up to the rostrum. Cheng Yaojin was here to watch the show, while Li Gang and the others were here to be judges. Previously, it was said that the last class in the military training exercise would clean the academy for a month. The last class was judged by the judges. As the chief instructor, Qin Xiong was, of course, commanding from below. Reporting to Yamacho, all 641 students of Yanhuang College have gathered. Shall we start the military training exercise? Pang Feiji was wearing a camouflage uniform. His back was very straight, and he looked very energetic. He raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan on the rostrum and shouted loudly. The first batch of students of Yanhuang College originally had 640 people. However, after Li Qingxian came to the academy to supervise the military training with the students, the number of people participating in the military training exercise increased to 641. The autumn wind whistled. Looking at the 600 students lined up neatly below him, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. He suddenly felt the majesty and desolation of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. Let's start the military training exercise. Li Zishuan said each word clearly and powerfully. Yes. Pang Feiji answered loudly. Students of the first class, all of you. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Listen to my command, turn right, and walk in unison. The general flow of the military training exercise this time was for each class to walk out of the field, stand at attention on the track, and perform actions such as standing at attention. Then, they would walk in unison, run in unison, and change formations. Finally, all the classes would perform a round of Taiji fist on the field. The judges would give the 16 classes marks based on their performance. Under Pang Feiji's lead, the first class of students walked to the rostrum in unison. Throughout the process, none of them fell out of rhythm. The width of their arm movements were all exactly the same. Li Zishuan, Qing Yaojin, and the others stood on the rostrum and looked at it with delight. I used to say that this kid was only training some useless things. Now, it seems, although it's still not very useful, it's really King beautiful. Qing Yaojin thought to himself as he stroked his beard. Stand at attention. Swoosh. At ease. Swoosh. Pang Feiji's every command was met with the sound of uniform movements. All the teachers present were moved. Those teachers who had previously been rather critical of Li Zishuan's military training regime were completely silent at this moment. Every command was executed in unison. Their momentum was majestic, and they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The students' mental outlook had been completely changed by this 1 month of military training. Chapter 870. Bam! 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 Following Pang Feiji's 1, 2, 1 slogan, the students of Class 1 walked in unison. Looking at them horizontally and vertically, they looked like a single line. Although there were 41 people present, they looked as if they were one person. There were no discordant movements or discordant sounds. The people on the rostrum were shocked, but the students of the other classes felt an inexplicable pressure. The excellent performance of Class 1 made them doubt their own strength. They all wondered if they could perform so well when it was their turn to go on stage. Beep! After Pang Feiji led the students of Class 1 to perform basic movements such as standing at attention, taking a break, and marching in unison, he whistled. Just as he was about to lead them for a run, he saw Mo Zhong rushing in from outside the field, panting. It was obvious that something urgent had happened. Pang Feiji couldn't help but stop directing and look at the rostrum. Yamacho, His Majesty has brought all the civil and military officials, as well as envoys from various countries. Hurry up and welcome him. Mo Zhong's footsteps were hurried and could be described as swift as flying. He took 2 or 3 steps to ascend the rostrum and hurriedly called out. Li Zishuan was only a little surprised in his heart. Beside him, Qing Yaojin's face was about to turn green. If he had known that Li Er was going to bring all the civil and military officials here to watch the show, he wouldn't have bothered to ask for leave. Xiao Xian, do you have any place here that I can hide in? Hurry up and bring me there. Qing Yaojin said hurriedly. He was an official who had applied for sick leave. Instead of resting at home, he came all the way to the academy to watch the performance. If old Li saw this scene, how could he, Qing Yaojin, have it easy? This was like a student who had applied for sick leave and came out to play but happened to bump into a teacher. Uncle Qing, how can there be a good place to hide in this sports field? If you really want to hide, you can only go to the teaching building. But don't bump into His Majesty. Li Zishuan sweated profusely and said to the old man. After that, he prepared to go downstairs to welcome Li Er. However, he heard Li Gang snort. Humph. You're deceiving yourself, High Duke Lu. Do you think all the teachers and students in the academy are blind? Others were afraid of Qing Yaojin, but Li Gang wasn't. The old man had been studying all his life, and what he hated the most were people who deceived others. Maybe he didn't know why Qing Yaojin was here at the start, but now that he saw this guy's reaction when he heard that Li Er was here, how could he not understand the key? Qing Yaojin's old face darkened, and he said angrily, Li Wenji, since when did this old man treat you all as blind? I'm not feeling I just want to find a place to rest. You? Rest? Could it be that your body is weaker than mine, High Duke Lu? Do you still need to rest? Li Yaojin, Aojin Li Zishuan was too lazy to care about these trivial things. He went down the rostrum alone with his hands behind his back. As for the military training exercise, of course, it was temporarily suspended. He really couldn't understand why Li Er and the other officials would come here early in the morning for no reason. Didn't these people need to attend the morning court today? In fact, of course, they had to attend the morning court today. In the morning court, the envoys from the small countries from Nanyang were going to say goodbye to Li Er. After all, they had stayed in Chang'an for a long time. However, the prime minister of the Jiari dynasty, Alona Shun, suddenly told Li Er that he had heard from the people that Yanhuang College students were going to have a military training exercise today. He wanted Li Er to allow him to go and observe. In the beginning, the establishment of Yanhuang College was facilitated by Li Er. Now, Alona Shun said in public that he wanted to see Yanhuang College. If Li Er didn't agree, wouldn't he be slapping his own face in front of all the officials? Therefore, Li Er didn't even attend the morning court. He directly brought the civil and military officials, as well as the envoys from various countries, to Yanhuang College. He knew in his heart that Alona Shun couldn't speak Chinese, but he knew the news of Yanhuang College's military training exercise. He definitely didn't get it from the people. In this way, the truth of the matter was obvious. Someone wanted Yanhuang College to make a fool of itself in front of the envoys from various countries. But now, Li Er had full confidence in Yanhuang College. He wanted to take this opportunity to let the officials see the ability of Yanhuang College. So, how could he not dare to come? Your subject greets your majesty. Your subject didn't know your majesty was coming and didn't welcome you. Your majesty, please forgive me. Li Zishuan came to the front of the mountain gate and bowed to Li Er. Today was an important day for the military training exercise. Li Zishuan was wearing a scholar's robe, which was more formal. If it was in the past, Old Li would probably scold him again if he saw the short-sleeved shirt and pants that he often wore at home. No need for formalities. I brought my beloved officials here on a whim. It has nothing to do with you. Li Er waved his hand and said casually. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, as the dean of Yanhuang College's military training exercise today, why didn't I know about it? Bullsh *T, UF *King raised so many spies, how could you not know? Li Zishuan cursed crazily in his heart. Your subject has failed in his duty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Old Li was probably blaming him for not inviting him to watch the military training exercise. But could this be his fault? He didn't know that Old Li liked to watch this kind of thing. Has the military training exercise started now? Why aren't you bringing me and my officials in to take a look? Li Er smiled and said. Your Majesty, the military training exercise has just begun. Your subject will bring you to watch the ceremony. Li Zishuan responded, then called Li Er and the civil and military officials to walk in the direction of the sports field. As for the emissaries of the small Nanyang kingdom, they had long been shocked by the tall buildings, novel cement buildings, and cement roads in the college after entering the college. At this moment, they were being dragged by the interpreters of the Honglu Temple. Miracle. Miracle. When will such a miracle come to our Jinla kingdom? Although the emissaries of Jinla were being dragged, their eyes were staring unblinkingly at the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College, and they were still muttering to themselves in a low voice. This must be the Holy Land of Bliss. But why did Buddha place the Holy Land of Bliss in the Tang Empire? Did our Jianri dynasty do something wrong? Ever since Alona Shun ascended Cloud Mountain, he had been in a state of absent-mindedness. Born in the Jianri dynasty, where the whole country believed in Buddhist precepts, he had been a loyal Buddhist since he was a child. Now, these miraculous cement buildings of Yanhuang College reminded him of some descriptions of the holy land of bliss in the Buddhist scriptures. Although it was not exactly the same, there were still many similarities. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 871. Cough cough. This old subject greets your majesty. Qing Yao Jin, who originally wanted to slip away, was pestered by Li Gang. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to slip away. When Li Er arrived, he just happened to see him. Qing Yao Jin coughed for a while and bowed. At the same time, this old fellow had already thought of an excuse. As long as Li Er asked him why he was here, he would say that he was looking for Li Zishuan to treat his illness. This could be considered a self-justifying explanation. But who knew that Li Er didn't ask any questions? He only looked at him expressionlessly and walked past him to the rostrum. Duke Lu, how dare you? You are deceiving the emperor. Li Er couldn't be bothered to argue with Qing Yao Jin, but that didn't mean that others didn't want to argue with him. As a matter of fact, when Wei Er walked past Qing Yao Jin, he scolded him in a low voice. Qing Yao Jin rolled his eyes, but he wasn't afraid. Deceiving the emperor? I, old Cheng, am sick. How is that deceiving the emperor? You, Wei Xuancheng, can slander others as you wish, but don't slander me, old Cheng. You, Duke Lu, don't go too far. When has this old man slandered others? Meeting Qing Yao Jin, who wasn't afraid of anything and whose words could anger people to death, Wei Jing could be considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Qing Yao Jin's few words made him tremble in anger. These two people, one was a fighting spirit, and the other was an old bastard. Of course, there would be no end to their quarrel. Fortunately, they were standing at the back and their voices were relatively low. Li Er, who was in front, didn't notice them. Otherwise, these two people would have a hard time eating. Not bad. I haven't seen them for a month, but these students look even more energetic. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan's original excellent seat in the center was, of course, occupied by the bandit Li Er. Looking at the more than 600 students standing upright below, Li Er nodded and praised. Not to mention other things, just this spirit, qi, and spirit were comparable to the soldiers of many places. Humph. They are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They are just looks. Students were still students after all. Could training them for a month turn them into elite soldiers? This old man has already asked around. The students here usually just stand in line and run around. Today, I will let the civil and military officials and ambassadors see how ridiculous it is for you, Li Zishuan, to be so serious about military training. Cui Shanfu stood at the back and looked at Li Zishuan gloomily. He sneered in his heart. What he didn't know was that with Li Zishuan's current cultivation, his perception of his surroundings had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Although he had only taken a glance, Li Zishuan seemed to have sensed something. Although there was no killing intent in Cui Shanfu's eyes, there was a strong resentment. Today, old Li suddenly brought all the civil and military officials and envoys to the academy. Something was wrong. Li Zishuan's expression did not change, but he secretly thought to himself. Your Majesty is too kind. As the Emperor's students, of course they should act like the Emperor's students. Otherwise, what right do they have to continue staying in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan went along with Li Er's words and flattered him. Ha! All right. Let the students continue. Li Er laughed in exasperation. Li Zishuan naturally did not have any objections. However, the officials all opened their eyes wide, waiting to see what kind of surprise Li Zishuan would give them. Class 1 students, continue the performance. Class 2 students, get ready. Li Zishuan walked to the side of the rostrum and said loudly. Beep. Pang Feiji received the order and blew a long bamboo whistle. Then, he shouted in an even louder voice than before, Class 1 students, listen to my command. Start running. As soon as he finished, there was a whoosh, and all 41 students raised their arms in unison. Bang! 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 Then, the students' orderly footsteps could be heard. The footsteps of more than 40 people sounded as if they were made by a single person. There was not a trace of noise, and there was not a trace of sloppiness. Looking at the team again, everyone's clothes, footsteps, and movements were all the same. Even the rise and fall of their bodies were in sync. On the rostrum, the civil and military officials, the envoys, and even the teachers from Yanhuang College were all shocked. The Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. It could be said that most of the people here had seen the Tang Empire's elite army. It was undeniable that this group of students could not be compared to the Tang Empire's official army. However, they had only received a month of training, and they could already do this. It was truly shocking. And to be honest, there were not many soldiers in the entire Tang Empire who could run in such unison. What had happened in the past month? What kind of place was Yanhuang College? This was the question that many of the officials were thinking about. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. While everyone was still in a daze, Pang Feiji began to shout the slogan. He knew that if he did not use the slogan to coordinate the students' footsteps, the students' footsteps would definitely become chaotic. 1, 2, 3, 4. After a month of military training, the students had already formed a conditioned reflex. Every time they heard the instructor shout the slogan, they would always subconsciously shout along. More than 40 people shouted as if there were more than 100 people. The sound waves surged and reached the clouds. The people on the rostrum stared unblinkingly at the Class 1 students on the track. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the students had already finished one lap. During the entire process, no one fell behind, and no one took a wrong step. The slogan and footsteps were the same from beginning to end. Everyone thought that the performance had ended. Who knew that after Pang Feiji had reorganized the team, he shouted again, "Class 1 students, listen to my command. Line. Formation. Swoosh." With a sound, the students all took small steps and scattered. Within a few breaths, the 41 students had already lined up in a neat but imperfect formation. 6 by 6, 36 by 7, 49 by 7. They were only 41 people, so it was impossible to form a perfect formation. Each of them stood upright on the field, like pine trees, motionless. They ordered their movements to be still, to stand like a pine tree, to sit like a bell, and to move like the wind. Although these students weren't soldiers, their actions were no different from those of the regular army. Are these people students or the Tang Empire's army? Aluo Nashun stared and asked the translator beside him. The translator looked at Chui Shanfu awkwardly. After seeing the latter nod with a dark face, he replied, "Great Minister, these are indeed the students of Yanhuang College. They are not the regular army of the Tang Empire." "Are they really students?" Aluo Nashun was in a daze for a moment. After a while, he muttered to himself, "No wonder the Tang Empire is so powerful. Even the students of the college are so brave and disciplined. They are really the best country in the world." Chapter 872. It wasn't that the students of Yanhuang College had high aptitude or powerful abilities, but that they had undergone extremely harsh training in the past month. Li Zishuan, Qin Xiong, and Xing Yao Jin had given them a huge amount of pressure, prompting them to constantly transform. Some people didn't want to suffer and didn't want to undergo training. Fine, then they could go to the little dark room and stay there. In any case, the people who had been to the little dark room were all lifeless after coming out as if their souls had been sucked out. After they recovered, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't be willing to enter the little dark room again. Every time they passed by the little dark room, they had to take a detour, afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Moreover, whenever someone mentioned the little dark room, their expressions would change. As long as they didn't enter the little dark room, even if it was tiring military training, they would still be happy. The students who had suffered before had a deep understanding of this. Everyone was forced to do so. Everyone had huge hidden potential. They were born in sorrow and died in peace and happiness. If they were forced into a corner, they could go to Liangshan. Heroes were created by the times. Many things that they thought were impossible were nothing more than that when they looked back. Under appropriate pressure, people would discover that there was a small universe hidden in their bodies. It was just that they hadn't developed it before. It was precisely because of this pressure that the students were able to complete their transformation within a month. Now, they were lying down like a bough, standing like a pine tree, unmoving like a bell, and walking like a gust of wind. Although they looked bright on the surface, countless sweat, blood, and tears had condensed behind them. No one could succeed so easily. The envoys of the Nanyang countries were dumbfounded. The courtiers of the Great Tang, especially the generals, were not calm either. When it came to military training, they were the ones who had the most right to speak. It was simply a miracle that Li Zishuan was able to train a group of powerless students into such a well-disciplined team in just a short month. They came late and didn't see the simple actions of standing at attention, taking a break, walking in unison, running, and other actions that the students had done earlier. However, even if they saw it, they wouldn't care much. However, the last item, the change in military formation, had a different meaning. Many generals realized that the speed at which the students changed their formation was about the same as the soldiers in the military camp. How could this be? One had to know that they were real soldiers, and these people in front of them were just a bunch of kids. Many of them were the second generation of rich playboys in Chang'an City. Since when could the soldiers in the barracks not even compare to those rich second generations? Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, Chu Tutong, Ho Junji, and the other military bigwigs began to think about how they should properly train their soldiers. Otherwise, if Li Er went to the barracks to inspect the soldiers and found that their training wasn't much better than Yanhuang colleges, wouldn't they be finished? Beep. Pang Feiji led the students of Class 1 into the swan formation and long snake formation. Then, he blew the whistle and instructed the students to return to their teams. The students of Class 2 were led by their instructors to the track and continue with their performance. Just like this, class after class took place. Li Zishuan had originally thought that Li Er would return to the palace after watching the performances of 2 or 3 classes. After all, the emperor had so many things to do every day. How could he possibly stay here for an entire morning? But unexpectedly, old Li did not leave until the last class went on stage to perform. He was still sitting there with a relaxed look on his face as he watched the performance of the students with great interest. If he didn't leave, how could the other officials dare to leave? They could only obediently accompany him on the side. The foreign envoys were already numb from the shock. They seemed to have seen just how powerful the Great Tang's army was from the military training of Yanhuang College. Just think about it, if even the students were so well trained and disciplined, how could the Great Tang's army be weak? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. The foreign envoys all made up their minds. When they returned to their countries, they would definitely tell their respective monarchs everything that they had seen and heard today. The Great Tang was too powerful. Just a group of scholars was more well-trained than the regular army of their countries. They couldn't afford to offend such a country. This military training performance was undoubtedly a success. The big shots on the rostrum were also very satisfied. But of course, there was also someone who wasn't satisfied. It was Cui Shanfu, who had always found Li Zishuan an eyesore. At this moment, this old man's face was as black as ink. He glared at Li Zishuan hatefully and thought unwillingly, how is this possible? Li Zishuan has never been in a military camp before. He doesn't know anything about military affairs. How could he train a group of weak scholars to such a level in such a short time? This doesn't make sense. Beep. Next up is the last event of today's performance, Taiji Fist. After learning for so long, it's time to test whether you've put in the effort. All students, listen to my command and move with me. Up. Taiji Yin, Yang, and Xuanji are clear and bright. Only when you fully comprehend the loosening and tightening skills will you succeed. While Cui Shanfu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan had already stepped down from the rostrum and personally took over the command. He also started to lead the students to practice Taiji Fist. Why didn't they practice on the rostrum? If they stood higher up, it would be more convenient for the students to see. Cough cough, did you think he didn't want to? There were too many people up there. He couldn't let go of his hands and feet at all. In fact, the students of the academy had only been learning Taiji fist for a week. In terms of proficiency, it was definitely far from enough. In order to prevent people from dropping the ball midway and forgetting the movements, Li Zixuan decided to lead them to practice together at the last minute. This was not in his original plan. The main reason was that Li Er had brought all the civil and military officials and the envoys of the Nanyang countries today. The academy definitely couldn't lose face at this time. He chanted the rhyme and pushed his hands in a circle. His body was relaxed and relaxed. The students followed behind him and did the same. Although their movements were not as synchronized as when they were running earlier, they were still considered neat. More importantly, when they sensed Li Zixuan's Dao realm and entered the zone, their movements would become more and more orderly. When the military general standing on the rostrum saw Li Zixuan and the 600 students start to practice Taiji fist, they were all shocked. To the upper echelons, there were no secrets in Chang'an City. That day, when Xing Chimo used Taiji to break through the realm, they all received the news afterward. Now that they had the opportunity to see Li Zixuan practice Taiji fist in person, how could they not seize the opportunity to observe and observe? Even Li Er couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After all, although he was an emperor, he was also a martial artist at the same time. Chapter 873. One person practicing Taiji fist might not seem like much, but more than 600 people practicing Taiji fist together was a shocking scene. When Li Zixuan held the circle, the students followed suit. When Li Zixuan lifted the knee, the students followed suit. When Li Zixuan pushed horizontally, the students followed suit. Taiji fist gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams determined good or bad luck, and good or bad luck led to great undertakings. Taiji fist contained the truth of Taoism, and at the same time, it also contained the Tao of heaven and earth. More than 600 people practicing Taiji fist together made everyone on the field gradually enter the realm of Tao. This was a wonderful feeling that could not be described with words. It was a bit similar to the Sanskrit of Buddhism. If you had been to a pure Buddhist temple and immersed yourself in the Sanskrit, you would definitely feel a sense of comfort. Taoism did not have Buddhist scriptures, but Taoism had the Tao Te Ching, and Taiji fist, which contained the essence of the Tao Te Ching. Arms, knees, mind, and all. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. Time passed slowly. As Li Zixuan recited the last line of the song, the performance of Taiji fist finally came to an end. The students withdrew their legs and returned to their standing posture. Li Zixuan habitually wiped his forehead, but there was no sweat on it. With his current martial arts cultivation, he rarely sweated. Unless it was a life-and-death battle, he would definitely not use his full strength. Well, the military training performance is officially over. Of course, the military training that made you suffer for a month is also over. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are officially students of Yanhuang College. A brand new door of knowledge is open for you. After practicing Taiji fist, Li Zixuan went up to the rostrum. The successful military training performance made this guy a little carried away. Before Li Er went up to speak, he directly shouted to the students below. Clap, 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 clap. The students unconsciously clapped because they finally heard the news from Li Zixuan that the military training was coming to an end. This feeling was even better than drinking a cup of iced tea. Nowadays, clapping had become a tradition of the academy. Whenever they encountered something that made them want to slap the table and cheer, they would just clap and be done with it. I hope that in your future studies, you will remember your unwillingness to endure hardships and perseverance during military training. The future of Yanhuang College needs you to forge, and the future of the Great Tang needs you to personally participate. Do you still remember what I told you at the start of school? As a disciple of Yanhuang, he had to establish his heart for the heavens and earth, and establish his life for the people. I hope you will always remember this. Do you understand? Understood. Over 600 students roared in unison. All right, I know you're all tired. Starting from this afternoon, you'll have 3 days off. Go home and have a good rest. 3 days later, come here and prepare to accept new knowledge and a new world. When the students heard this, they were so excited that they wanted to cheer loudly. However, Li Zishuan changed his tone and said, Ahem, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Next, let's welcome the Dean of Yanhuang College, the current emperor, to give you a few words of advice. Everyone, let's welcome him. Smack, smack, smack. After saying that, this guy was the first to applaud. The students below the stage were stunned, but they were only stunned for a moment before they followed suit and applauded. It turned out that it was Li Zishuan, who was talking enthusiastically just now. As he was talking, he wanted to dismiss the students directly. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable murderous aura. Glancing sideways, he realized that it was Li Er who was staring at him with ill intentions. After being in the Great Tang for so long, Li Zishuan still had a bit of EQ. This guy instantly understood that he had spoken before the old leader. If this was in his previous life, it would be a big taboo. One day, the leader would make things difficult for you. Fortunately, his relationship with Old Li had always been good. Moreover, Old Li wasn't a petty person, so he didn't have to worry too much. Seeing that Li Zishuan was tactful, Li Er finally retracted his slightly threatening gaze. Then, he slowly stood up and walked to the front of the rostrum. Looking at the 600 students below the stage, he said in a deep voice, "In the past, Yu Yamacho said that the youth's wisdom is the wisdom of the country, the youth's wealth is the wealth of the country, and the youth's strength is the strength of the country." At that time, although we also felt that the young people were able to handle the country's affairs with ease, we felt that they lacked experience and were afraid of hardship. We felt that they couldn't bear the burden of the Great Tang's national fate. However, after watching your military training performance today, we feel that you might really be able to. Do you have confidence in yourselves? At the last sentence, Li Er's voice suddenly became loud and clear. Yes. The imperial power of the emperor was the most sacred thing in the world. People had an unforgettable reverence and worship for the emperor. Many of these students had never seen Li Er's appearance in their lives. Now, not only did they see him, but Li Er was also speaking to them. Not only did he speak, but his words also revealed that he valued them immensely. A soldier could die for his bosom friend. This was a true example of a ruler treating one as a nation's soldier, so one could only repay the ruler as a nation's soldier. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the 600-some students immediately roared in unison. Their roars shook the heavens as if they wanted to break through the clouds. At this moment, the atmosphere of the military training performance finally reached its highest climax. We also know that all of you are thinking about the holidays and must be anxious to return home. We won't say much. We only hope that all of you can become pillars that can bear the burden of the Great Tang's national fate. Alright, all of you are dismissed. Li Er wasn't like those leaders that Li Zishuan had seen, who liked to speak at length at every conference. He only said a few words before very cooperatively announcing the dismissal of the performance. Seeing how open-minded Li Er was, the students inwardly sighed in admiration. The current emperor was truly a wise divine lord that was hard to come by in several hundred years. This made them even more determined to become pillars of the country. My beloved subjects, what do you think? As the students scattered, Li Er turned to the officials and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The officials looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of Li Er's question. Seeing that no one answered, Li Er looked at the Nanyang envoy group again. To be precise, he looked at the great minister of the Jianri dynasty, Alam Nazhan, and asked, "What do you think of the Great Tang's Academy?" Until now, the shock on Alam Nashuan's face had not completely dissipated. He collected his thoughts and took a step forward to answer, "The Great Tang Academy is full of talents. The students of the academy are disciplined and full of vitality. I, Alam Nazhan, am extremely impressed. The servant of Jinla country, Yatu, is also deeply impressed. by way of Piao country is impressed. Even if Piao country built an academy with the strength of the entire country, I'm afraid it would still be difficult to compare. For a moment, the praises and sighs were endless. Old Li was overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 874. Prepare the carriage. Return to the palace. Li Er was extremely satisfied with the reactions of the envoys. Weren't there people who questioned Yanhuang College's ability to run a school and questioned Yanhuang College's military training system? Today's joint performance gave those who questioned it a resounding slap in the face. It made him extremely happy. Your subjects respectfully send off your majesty. Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and the others bowed and saluted. They were all secretly relieved to varying degrees. They had finally sent this lord away. Li Er waved his hand and led the civil and military officials down from the rostrum and then left the academy. Cui Shanfu hung at the back of the line, his old face very ugly. This time, he urged the envoys of the Nanyang countries to visit Yanhuang College. Not only did he not discredit Li Zishuan, but he also helped Li Zishuan become more popular. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. 10 days from now, I will inspect the 16 guards. I hope that the soldiers in the barracks will not slack off. Those who slack off in training will be dealt with according to military law. On the way back, Li Er casually instructed the generals on his left and right. The generals behind him were all shocked, thinking to themselves that the most worrying thing had happened. When they were watching the military training of the students of Yanhuang Academy, they were worried that Li Er would suddenly have the urge to go to the barracks for a review after watching it. Now it seemed that their worries had come true. It wasn't that their troops couldn't withstand Li Er's inspection, but a formal military inspection would definitely be completely different from the military training joint performance of Yanhuang College. Generally speaking, the military's daily drill was definitely not as good as Li Zishuan's military training joint performance. It emphasized more on actual combat. The generals were worried that Li Er would have preconceived notions after watching this military training exercise. When he went to the barracks to watch the soldiers practice, he would have a psychological gap. Then, wouldn't they inexplicably become the scapegoat? Your subjects obey your orders. The generals felt bitter in their hearts and cupped their hands in acknowledgement. At the same time, they secretly decided that from today onwards, they would fiercely train the soldiers under them. Since they could not compare to the spectacle, they would let Li Er see their hard work. As for imitating Yanhuang College's military training model, it was better to forget about it. Not a single general thought about this. Firstly, they were not willing. Secondly, they did not dare. It should be known that Li Er was about to become the emperor. Who would dare to fool him with superficial projects in the military? Wasn't this courting death? Just after noon, the students of Yanhuang College were on holiday. The original 3-day holiday became 3.5 days, which made many students happy. The local students of Cheng and went straight home. As for the students from other places, the 3.5 days of vacation was enough for them to go out and have fun together. After all, he had suffered for a month. It was time for him to go out and relax. However, some people were unwilling to leave, such as Ching Chumo and Li Tai, who were the second generation of playboys in Cheng'an. For them, even if they went home, they would be bored to death. It was better to stay at the academy. Big brother, can you go to the Yamacho and ask for a football for us? At this moment, this group of people was sneakily discussing something downstairs. Li Tai patted Li Qingxian's arm and urged him. Hey, that's right. This group of playboys did not want to go home because they wanted to play football together at the academy. It couldn't be helped. The new game of football was too attractive. They had only played one game that day, but they were already obsessed with football. When they went home, there was no football, no place to play football, and no friends to play football with. So why would they go back? Wasn't it just looking for trouble for themselves? Why me? Qingke, can't you go by yourself? Li Qingxian took 2 steps back and said with a speechless face. Li Tai laughed and said, Big brother, we are all students of the academy. This student is naturally afraid of the teacher, let alone the Yamacho. But you are not the same. You are not a student now. You are the crown prince of the Tang Empire, so, you know. I know? What the **ck do I know? Li Qingxian almost spat out blood when he heard this, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Li Huiran, Sun Zifan, Chu Yanfu, Qin Huayu, and the others were all looking at him with burning gazes, so he could only brace himself and say, "All right. I'll go." Then, he ran upstairs. In the end, he also wanted to play football himself. Otherwise, how could he be so easily fooled by Li Tai? Football? It's in the corner. Gao Ming, take it yourself. Li Zishuan, who was writing a lesson plan in the office, pointed behind the door and said after hearing Li Qingxian's intention. Then, he continued to write at his desk. Speaking of which, no one dared to command the crown prince to take things. Oh. Li Qingxian saw that Li Zishuan was very busy and did not say much. He picked up the football and was about to go out. When he was at the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and said, "Xiao Xian, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to introduce a batch of football to the academy? Why haven't you?" "Oh. The workshop is not done yet. I'll have them send it over when they are done." Li Zishuan patted his head and replied. The truth was that this guy only mentioned it that day and forgot about it after saying it. He did not even mention it to the workshop. "I see." Li Qingxian nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Xian, Changel has loved to play football since she was young, but the rubber balls in Shi City are not as light as your football. Can you see if you can get one from your batch of football?" This guy wanted to trick Li Zishuan's football. Now that the academy's military training was over, he had to return to the palace. Although he could come out in the future, it was still inconvenient. Therefore, he had a bright idea and came up with this idea. Li Zishuan stopped what he was doing and raised his head. "Okay. Since Changel wants it, then give her one from the academy's football. I'll have someone send it to you when it's done." Li Qingxian was delighted. Just as he was about to thank him, his expression suddenly became strange. "Xiao Xian, are you interested in my sister?" After pondering for a long time, Li Qingxian finally asked the question in his heart. Li Zishuan's old face darkened and he almost vomited blood. He pointed at Li Qingxian and was so angry that he could not speak. Li Qingxian was not to be outdone and continued, "Xiao Xian, if you are not interested in Changel, then why do you immediately give her whatever she wants? Qin Ke has been asking you for this football for a long time and you still haven't given it to her." Hearing this reason, Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He straightened his face and pointed at Li Qingxian. "Brilliant. I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. If you and Qin Ke are willing to compete with a 7 or 8-year-old girl, then I can only say that you two have lived like dogs for all these years. As for Changel, not only do I give her what she wants, but I also give Lan what she wants. Is there anything strange about that?" Chapter 875. Ahem. I'm just asking casually. Xiao Xian, don't get agitated. It's good that you didn't. In the principal's office, Li Qingxian saw Li Zishuan bristling with anger and hurriedly waved his hand in embarrassment. In fact, the reason why he asked this question was mainly because the sudden marriage proposal from the Grand Minister of the Jianri dynasty, Aluo Nazhan, gave him a wake-up call. At that time, he realized that someone had set their eyes on Changel. Since then, his nerves had become sensitive. Now that he saw Li Zishuan like this, how could Li Qingxian not know that he was overthinking? Thus, he hurriedly apologized. In fact, he didn't have any prejudice against Li Zishuan. It was just that he thought that Changel was still young. Moreover, Li Zishuan already had a family. As the apple of his father's eye, how could Changel marry Li Zishuan? And most importantly, his sister and Li Zishuan both had the surname Li. They wouldn't marry if they had the same surname. Not marrying if they had the same surname was a traditional marriage taboo in China. It meant that men and women with the same surname were not allowed to marry. The ethics and laws of the pre-Qin and the two Han dynasties were against marrying if they had the same surname. Not marrying if they had the same surname started in the early days of the Western Zhou dynasty in China. It was a rule left behind by the Zhou people when they practiced marriage outside the clan. In the spring and autumn period, people had a better understanding that marrying if they had the same surname would cause deformity and infertility in the offspring. However, marrying if they had the same surname still happened occasionally among the aristocrats. After the Warring States period, surnames were used. After the Han dynasty, surnames were not distinguished. Thus, marrying if they had the same surname was not prohibited. In the Tang dynasty, marrying if they had the same surname followed the ancient system. The Tang law stipulated that if they married if they had the same surname, they would be apprentices for 2 years. If they had the same surname and were of the same clan, they would be punished for adultery. The Ming and Qing law stipulated that if they married if they had the same surname, they would be beaten 60 times and divorced. However, surnames in ancient times were different from those in later times. In ancient times, people with the same surname must be of the same clan. In later times, people with the same surname might not necessarily be related by blood. Therefore, this rule was deleted in the Qing criminal law at the end of the Qing dynasty. In the Zhou system, marrying if they had the same surname, it might not be the same in the Han dynasty. There were also cases of marrying if people with the same surname. For example, the Tong Dian recorded that Empress Lu married Lu Yun. Therefore, after confirming that Li Zishuan really didn't have any thoughts about Chang'e and only treated her as his younger sister, Li Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Zishuan was interested in Chang'e, things would be too troublesome. Li Qingxian didn't want his younger sister to suffer. You've already taken the football. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Li Zishuan said in an indifferent tone. He was a little angry, but he did not know why he was angry. Was it anger from being misunderstood? Or was it because the truth had been exposed? As the crown prince of a country, he was actually expelled as an unwelcome guest. However, Li Qingxian was not angry. There was only awkwardness and relief on his face. He laughed dryly and left with the football in his arms. Yamacho, Zhenla, Piao, and Fu Nan envoys request an audience. About an hour after Li Qingxian left, the office door was opened again. Mo Zhong walked in and bowed. They came to see me? Did he say what happened? Li Zishuan put down the pencil in his hand and asked doubtfully. Mo Zhong shook his head and said, Yamacho, they didn't say. Do you want to see them or not? Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, let them in. Yes. After a while, 3 middle-aged brown-skinned men in silk came in with 3 servants. Speaking of which, after these envoys arrived in Chang'e, they were naturally like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They felt that everything they saw was good, so they began to crazily buy mode. They naturally bought a lot of silk, satin, and exquisite porcelain, so these envoys were now all wearing silk clothes. Greetings, Marquis. After the 3 of them came in, they all bowed to Li Zishuan politely and then said in very stiff Chinese. Previously, they had all seen Li Zishuan during the military training, so there was no need for introduction. They knew that the young man in the room was Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and stretched out his hand. You don't have to be so courteous. Please sit. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. These envoys were very respectful, and they even learned a sentence in Chinese in order to see him. This made Li Zishuan feel very comfortable in his heart. What was a celestial kingdom? Not only were you strong, but you also had to let the whole world learn your language. That was a celestial kingdom. Li Zishuan felt that in the future, his descendants should be able to escape the fate of learning English. He believed that with the combined efforts of himself and Yanhuang College's teachers and students, they could make Chinese the world's language. Of course, the envoys couldn't understand Li Zishuan's words. The 3 interpreters immediately helped to translate. The 3 envoys thanked them and carefully sat on the sofa next to them. They were all shocked when they sat down. What kind of chair was this? Why was it so soft? The envoys had thought that they were very knowledgeable after walking around Chang and city in the past few days. However, after coming to Yanhuang College, which was full of high-rise buildings and glass walls, they found that their little knowledge was not enough. Everything here was so novel and luxurious, just like the heavenly palace of the divine kingdom. With these surprises, they were even more in awe of Li Zishuan, the founder of Yanhuang College. This young man was really mysterious and powerful. No wonder he was valued by the Tang Emperor and was conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age. Thank you, Marquis. We came here this time to bring some specialties for Marquis. I hope you will kindly accept them, Marquis. Pu Yatu, the envoy of Zhenla, handed over a brocade box and said with a smile. Marquis, this is a little gift from our monarch. Please accept it. The other two envoys followed suit. They each took out a very beautiful box and handed it over. Even without a translator, Li Zishuan understood what they meant. He leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. He did not take the gift box. If you have something to say, please say it directly. I don't like to beat around the bush. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After taking someone else's money, he had to do things for them. Although Li Zishuan never thought of himself as an honest and upright official, he didn't want to accept people's gifts for no reason. Besides, he didn't lack money. Ahem. Marquis is indeed a selfless, honest and upright person. We admire you. Seeing that Li Zishuan did not accept the gift, their hearts sank. Pu Yada coughed twice and said embarrassedly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter whether I am honest or not. Let's talk about the matter. The three of them looked at each other. In the end, Pu Yada stood up and said, Marquis, His Majesty appointed you as the Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. In the future, our countries will inevitably have to deal with Marquis often. We came here in advance to get familiar with you. Chapter 876. So that's how it is. In the principal's office, Li Zishuan heard Pu Yada's words and realized that he had another job, the right supervisor of the Bureau of Imports. In the future, he would be the second in command of the Great Tang's General Administration of Customs. This Marquis has received your goodwill. Since His Majesty has decided to open up sea trade, as long as you don't violate the laws of the Great Tang, this Marquis and King Hejian will not make things difficult for you. Li Zishuan indifferently said. Yes, yes, yes. Marquis, be at ease. We definitely won't violate the laws of the Great Tang. But, Marquis, are there any divine immortal mirrors and colored glass cups in your curious pavilion that you can't touch? Would it be possible for you to sell them to us through sea trade? Pu Yada humbly smiled. Speaking of the fairy mirror, colored glass cup, and other products from the strange pavilion, Pu Baya too and the others were shocked after seeing them 2 days ago. They used up all their remaining wealth to buy the products from the strange pavilion, but they still felt that it was far from enough. Once they brought the fairy mirror and colored glass cup back to their country, they could make 10 or dozens of times the profit by selling them. But then again, no matter how much wealth they had, they couldn't buy so many divine immortal mirrors, colored glass cups, and don't touch me in such a short amount of time. Most of these items were rare and sometimes difficult to buy even if one had the money. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to personally visit Li Zishuan. First, they wanted to pay respects to Li Zishuan, and second, they wanted to discuss business with him. Divine immortal mirrors and colored glass cups can't be touched. So it turns out that emissaries are interested in these items. But I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. These items are still in short supply within the Great Tang, and this Marquis has yet to consider selling them to other countries. Li Zishuan finally understood why these 3 emissaries had come to find him today, but he truly had no plans to expand the Curious Pavilion's overseas business. Marquis, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The products of the Curious Pavilion are of excellent quality, and our king will probably be very fond of them. When the time comes, the price won't be a problem. If you sell them to us, you'll definitely make more money than in the Great Tang. Please reconsider. A trace of anxiety flashed across Pu Yatu's face as he said hurriedly. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm currently busy with official business. I don't want to be distracted by business. Let's talk about this later. This was an order for him to leave. Pu Yatu had stayed in Chang'an for a long time and had some understanding of the culture of the Tangs. But he was not willing to return empty-handed. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had an idea and raised his head. We know that Marquis is rich and doesn't care about money. However, there are some things that Marquis cares about. For example, food and rubber. This one has heard that Marquis has asked someone to transport a large amount of rubber from an island in the south for the Tang imperial court's trade. It just so happens that the Jinla kingdom also has a large rubber forest. As long as Marquis agrees to provide the Jinla kingdom with some celestial immortal mirrors, colored glass cups, and don't touch me, our monarch will definitely be willing to exchange food and rubber belts with you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, we can also add some jade and the best quality ivory. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. He stared at Pu Yatu and asked, Are you serious? Does the Jinla kingdom really have rubber forests? It must be known that if one wanted to build a modern industrial system, they absolutely could not do without rubber. Although synthetic rubber could also be used in addition to natural rubber, the synthetic rubber process was too complicated and difficult to complete with the current industrial base. As for natural rubber, Li Zishuan had not found a wild rubber forest in the Tang Empire or a place suitable for rubber production. After the founding of China, in order to break the foreign blockade, large natural rubber plantations were built in Yunnan, Hainan, and other places. This showed that the climate there was suitable for the growth of rubber trees. Li Zishuan could follow suit and plant a batch of rubber seeds in the south of the Tang Empire to establish natural rubber plantations, but the problem was that he had no connections there. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Who would pay attention to a marquis' account over there? Now that he heard that there were rubber trees in the Jinla kingdom, this was really unexpected good news. This one would never dare to deceive Marquis. When Marquis sent people to pick rubber on the island, I saw it with my own eyes, and I'm very sure that there are a lot of those trees in the Jinla kingdom. Seeing that Li Zishuan was interested in rubber, Pu Yatu hurriedly replied excitedly. This thing was worthless to him, but he could use it as a bargaining chip. It was simply a great deal. Marquis. The Piao kingdom also has rubber trees, and it can also be used as an exchange. Please consider the Piao kingdom, Marquis. Marquis, although the Funan kingdom does not have rubber trees, it has a lot of food and jade. If Marquis really needs rubber, our monarch can also send people to plant a lot of it. The Funan kingdom and the Jinla kingdom are neighbors, and we can definitely plant the trees they have. Seeing that the Jinla kingdom was going to get ahead of them, the envoys of the Piao kingdom and the Funan kingdom hurriedly said. After Li Zishuan understood their words, a smile finally appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you are so sincere, it would be unkind of me if I don't give in. How about this? I will order the Strange Taste Pavilion to expand production as soon as possible, and then I will send a batch of goods to trade with you. If your monarch is really as you say and is willing to accept this deal, then we can cooperate for a long time in the future. In the end, the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the untouchable were all luxury goods. Even if they were sold abroad, it would not harm the interests of the Great Tang. If these envoys asked Li Zishuan for compasses, plows, and new teaching materials that were related to people's livelihood and technology, Li Zishuan would not agree to sell them no matter how much they offered. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis, rest assured. This one has absolute confidence in convincing our monarch to agree to this deal. Pu Yatu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. The other two envoys also repeatedly promised Li Zishuan. You are too polite. Li Zishuan picked up his teacup, took a sip of water, and smiled faintly. As the saying goes, serve tea and send off guests. This Pu Yatu could still understand. He exchanged glances with the other two and was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, Marquis is so straightforward, then this one will give Marquis a piece of news. May our friendship last for a long time. Chapter 877. What news? Li Zishuan originally thought that this matter was already over, but he did not expect that Pu Yada seemed to have something else to say. Today was really full of twists and turns. Pu Yada carefully glanced at the direction of the door. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Messenger, if you have something to say, just say it. No one will eavesdrop outside the door." With his current skills, if someone was eavesdropping nearby, it would definitely be impossible to hide from his perception. But Pu Yada's attitude showed that what he was going to say next was definitely not ordinary. Pu Yada then opened his mouth and said, "I don't know if Marquis is wondering why we, the messengers, suddenly came to the academy to watch the military training exercise today." Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, leaned back on the chair and said, "Messenger, if you have something to say, please say it directly." The other two messengers, at this moment, changed their expressions greatly. Pu Yada gritted his teeth and said, "The first one who proposed to come to the academy was the great minister of Jianri dynasty, Aluo Nazhun. Although I don't understand the reason, but 2 days ago, Minister Chui often talked to Aluo Nazhun alone, so, at this point, Pu Yada stopped talking, because everyone should be able to guess what he was going to say next." Li Zishuan's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Chui family, they were really like maggots attached to bones. Previously, they sent people to assassinate him but did not succeed. Instead, their old nest was destroyed by him. He did not expect that these people would not stop, and now they were secretly playing tricks. It was really disgusting. I know. I will pretend that I did not hear what you said just now. The two of you are not allowed to spread it out." Li Zishuan turned his head to look at the two messengers from Piao country and Fu Nan country, and said in a deep voice. He wanted to settle the score with the Chui family by himself, and did not want to complicate matters. Yes, we understand. We will definitely not spread it out." The two messengers quickly agreed. "Young master, why haven't we sold the rent we received this year?" At noon on this day, Li Zishuan had just returned from the academy when Xiao He, who was in the courtyard, ran over and asked. Li Zishuan's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Why? Has Xiao He also started to care about the important matters in the residence?" The Li Zishuan had no intention of selling off the rent they had collected this year. Not only that, Li Zishuan had also bought a lot of food from other farmsteads. Everything was to prepare for the locusts next year. As the saying goes, as long as one has food to spare, one will not panic. Although he knew there would be a locust plague next year, he had never seen one before. God knows what the exact situation would be like when the time came. It was always better to be prepared. Of course, very few people knew about the locust plague. Xiao He definitely didn't know about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked this question. Xiao He, who was not afraid of anything, was startled by Li Zishuan's casual words. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, young master, I didn't mean that. I just heard that the price of food in Cheng and has dropped greatly recently when I was helping young madam to buy things in the West Market today. And there is a tendency for it to continue to drop. Only then did I remember that we haven't sold our food yet. She was just a servant girl. How could she be qualified to care about the important matters in the residence? If it were a more narrow-minded mistress, she would definitely be driven out of the house after hearing this sentence. The price of food has dropped greatly? Li Zishuan didn't have as many strange thoughts as Xiao He. He frowned slightly and asked, "What is the price of food in Cheng and now? Why did the price of food suddenly drop?" Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "Young master, now you can buy a bucket of rice for 2 coins. The reason why it is so cheap is that when the Imperial Court fleet returned a while ago, the civilian merchant ships also brought back a lot of food. Those merchants were eager to sell off the food, so they all lowered the price of food and wanted to sell it as soon as possible. Now all the major grain stores and granaries in Cheng and are basically full." Previously, Li Er had decided to let the Imperial Court organize a fleet to lead civilian merchant ships to trade in Southeast Asia. The main purpose was to exchange for a large amount of food to cope with the locust plague next year. The more than 500 official ships of the imperial court were all full of food when they returned. Li Er didn't have a hard and fast rule for civilian merchant ships, but each family must have at least 2 ships dedicated to carrying food. As a result, when the fleet docked, those civilian merchants were eager to sell the food on the ships. This thing was worthless and would only rot in their hands. 2 coins for a bucket of rice? Damn, a bucket of rice was more than 12 caddies. Li Zishuan suddenly felt that it was a waste of natural resources. Those grain merchants were really wasteful. How could they sell the food so cheaply? Well, okay, I know. Xiao He, you don't have to continue to worry about it. I naturally have my reasons for not selling the food. You can go do your own things. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart at the cheap price of food in the Tang Empire. At the same time, he was quickly analyzing the impact of the fall in food prices on the Tang Empire. In modern times, foreign food had always been cheaper than domestic food. Every year, large amounts of food flowed into China from abroad. As a result, domestic food prices were bound to fluctuate. As the saying went, cheap food hurt the farmers. Many farmers hoped that their food could be sold at a good price while having a good harvest. In order to protect the farmers' enthusiasm, the country could only buy the farmers' food. Most of the food bought by the country didn't enter the market. The farmers thought that their food met the requirements of the market after selling it, but in the end, it was the country that kept it. Although this method would leave behind many hidden dangers and couldn't solve the problem fundamentally, it was still a good way to stabilize the food prices. But in the era he lived in, was it really necessary to stabilize the food prices? At this time, the food in the Tang Empire was mainly in the hands of landlords. After the farmers paid the rent, most of the food left in their hands was only enough for their families to survive. Very few of them would sell their food. If he persuaded Li Er to stabilize the food prices, the landlords would be the ones who would benefit. Cough cough, although he was also a landlord now, in view of this, instead of stabilizing the food prices, he might as well use this opportunity to buy more food and save it for next year's locusts. After sending Xiao He away, Li Zishuan rode his horse back to Cheng and to find butler Wang Zhong. Uncle Wang, help me contact the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce in these 2 days. Tell them that I want to buy a large amount of food and ask for their help. At the same time, I will also get people to build a large granary at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan found Wang Zhong in the front yard of the Li residence and went straight to the point. Chapter 878. Young Master, why are we buying so much food? When Wang Zhong heard that Li Zishuan wanted to buy food, and it seemed that he wanted to buy a lot of it, he was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Uncle Wang, you don't have to ask. You'll know the reason when the time comes. Wang Zhong was still worried and said, Young Master, if we buy so much food, won't the government find out and cause the emperor to punish us? It must be known that in ancient times, the government had always strictly prohibited ordinary people from hoarding food, which was a relatively important resource. Buying food without restraint like Li Zishuan did was still somewhat against the taboo. Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry. His Majesty won't blame us. Li Er probably couldn't wait for him to purchase more food for the disaster relief next year. Perhaps Old Li was doing the same thing as him now. Wang Zhong had nothing else to say. He nodded and went out to make the arrangements. Now that Li Zishuan had established the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, many things were much easier. This was the power of an alliance. Li Zishuan's guess was right. Li Er was also thinking about taking advantage of the fall in grain prices to buy a large amount of grain. Minister Xiao, do you know about the recent drop in the price of food in Chang'an? Li Er called Xiao Yu over and asked after the morning assembly in Ganle Hall. Xiao Yu seemed to have realized something. He frowned and said, Your Majesty, I've heard about it. From what I see, the fluctuation in the price of food in Chang'an is mainly caused by the excess food brought back by the fleet going south. However, this is only a temporary effect. Once the excess food is digested by the merchants, the price of food in Chang'an will definitely return to normal. Li Erei smiled inexplicably. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said to Xiao Yu, Minister Xiao, you're right. But in order to stabilize the grain price as soon as possible, I'd like to transfer some money to purchase the extra grain in Chang'an. What do you think? Xiao Yu's eyebrows twitched. As expected, Li Er was thinking about the national treasury again. As the butler of the Tang Empire, he was in charge of the entire country's money bag. Normally, he would spend 1 copper coin like 2 copper coins. When he heard that Li Er wanted to transfer money, Xiao Yu felt his heart ache. How much money does your majesty intend to take away? Xiao Yu said helplessly. This sea trade has brought huge profits to the imperial court. Now, there should be a lot of money left in the national treasury. I want to take out 50,000 strings of cash to buy food and stabilize the price of food. Minister Xiao, you must arrange this as soon as possible. Li Er calculated in his heart and ordered. The 50,000 strings of cash should not be underestimated. At the current price of 2 copper coins per bushel of rice, 50,000 strings of cash could buy more than 2 million don of grain. A month ago, the Great Tang's treasury wouldn't have been able to transfer so much money. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Yu inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. A month ago, the national treasury was indeed unable to take out so much money. But now, 50,000 strings of cash was nothing. Where's Qingxian? In the afternoon, Li Er finished his work and let out a sigh of relief. He looked around and suddenly asked Zhao Song. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince should still be in the academy. Zhao Song bowed and replied. In the academy? What's he doing in the academy? A month ago, Li Qingxian had entered Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. He had gone through thick and thin with the students of the academy and had undergone military training together. But now that a month had passed, Li Qingxian should have returned to the palace to continue being the crown prince and do what he should do as the crown prince. However, it had been a few days since the end of the military training in Yanhuang College, and Li Er had barely seen Li Qingxian. After serving Li Er for so many years, Zhao Song had a rough idea of what Li Er was thinking. He hesitated for a moment and replied, the Crown Prince should be playing Kuju with His Highness King of Wei and His Highness King of Han at the academy. Kuju? Li Er was even more confused. In his eyes, Li Qingxian had always been diligent and eager to learn. How could he forget about work because of a moment of fun? He stood up and said, come with me to take a look. These guys are not returning to the palace during the holidays. They're playing Kuju at the academy. This is outrageous. Zhao Song quickly said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the others are playing Kuju. It's not the Kuju you saw before. It's a new type of ball made by the Marquis of Yong'an. It's very elastic. I heard that they call it a soccer ball. Soccer ball? Then all the more I want to take a look. Hearing that it was Li Zishuan's new toy, Li Er's interest was piqued. He was wearing casual clothes and did not need to deliberately change. He directly brought Zhao Song out of the palace. Go on. Cut off his ball. Wow, it's really broken. His Highness King of Han is too fast. What a good ball. His Highness King of Han may be young, but he's too ferocious when he plays. He's as good as 2 players. Oh no. Qing Chumo is catching up. I'm afraid His Highness King of Han won't be able to bring him out. Yanhuang College, on the sports field. Although it was the holidays, there were still many students gathered there. There was no other reason other than the fact that they could see Li Qingxian, Li Ku, and Qing Chumo playing soccer. Compared to the last time, the current sports field was undoubtedly more formal. There were already lines, bottom lines, center lines, and center circles on the grass. Moreover, there was no one in the entire college who did not know about soccer. The students were all looking forward to the batch of soccer balls that Li Zishuan had promised to come to the college as soon as possible. Before that, they could only watch Li Qingxian and the others play for fun. At the same time, when one of them got tired of playing, perhaps they could go up and play for a while? Bao Lin, catch the ball. In the middle of the field, Ching Chimo patted his horse and charged forward. With a feint, he skillfully intercepted the football at Li Ku's feet. Then, without stopping, he sent a flying pass directly to Yuchi Baolin at the back. Speaking of which, this was the advantage of having long legs. In a soccer game that did not allow the use of internal energy, apart from personal fitness, the most important thing was the length of one's legs. This was a natural advantage. Yuchi Baolin's reflexes were not as agile as Ching Chimo's. He had just received the ball when he was already surrounded. "Baolin, quick, pass it to me." Iron Egg shouted anxiously from outside the crowd. He did go home during the holidays, but the Han village was only a few hundred steps away from Yanhuang College. He could come here whenever he wanted. The field was in full swing. The spectators outside the field were watching with great interest and cheering from time to time. No one noticed that at this moment, a handsome middle-aged man came to the sidelines with a skinny old man. Then, he stared intently at the group of young people playing soccer on the field. Chapter 879. Huff huff. Take a break, I'll take a break. Who will help me play for a while? After kicking for nearly an hour, Sun Zifen couldn't take it anymore. He panted and shouted loudly, "Let's go." He used to be a fat otaku. In terms of stamina and physical fitness, he couldn't be compared to people like Li Ku and Ching Chimo, who had martial arts. "Hey, I'll do it." Di Jishuan didn't go home during the holidays. He was anxiously watching from the side. When he heard that Sun Zifen was going to find a substitute at the last minute, he was the first to react. He ran forward and volunteered himself. He had been drooling over football for a long time, but this thing couldn't be bought with money. He couldn't bring himself to borrow it from Li Zishuan. After all, his friendship with Li Zishuan hadn't reached that level, so he could only come here to be a spectator. He used to live in Bingzhou, where he was quite successful. However, he was not familiar with the top foppish circle in Chang'an. As a result, he could only pitifully look for opportunities to be a substitute outside the arena. If Di Xiaoshu knew that his son was so useless, he would probably punish Di Jishuan again. Haha. Okay, brother, help me play for a while. Sun Zifen stood on his tiptoes and patted Di Jishuan on the shoulder with a smile. Then he said a few words to his teammates and turned to leave the field. They were just fooling around now. There was no team uniform to hand over, so it was easy to change players. Of course, in this situation, it was easy to not distinguish between friend and foe. It was common for the football to be passed to the opponent's feet. Damn it, Your Majesty. Sun Zifen had just turned to leave the field when he inadvertently saw Li Er and Zhao Song outside the field. He was so scared that he almost peed. But even if he didn't pee, he was so scared that he couldn't walk. What are you talking about? Zifen, are you tired and muddle-headed? Ching Chimo happened to be closer. He patted Sun Zifen on the back and wondered. Her Majesty is here. Sun Zifen took a deep breath and said. Ching Chimo almost tripped. He looked in the direction where Sun Zifen was looking, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. After being stunned for a while, he hurriedly ran up with Sun Zifen and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, I am Ching Chimo, Sun Zifen. Your Majesty. The students around Li Er turned pale with fright. One by one, they hurriedly took a few steps back and bowed to Li Er. Student greets Your Majesty. It was not their fault that they were slow to react and did not recognize Li Er earlier. Although Li Er was present at the military training demonstration, how many students dared to look directly at the dragon face? Most people only saw Li Er's figure and did not completely see his face. Li Er was now wearing casual clothes. How could they recognize him in such a short time? Furthermore, the football match on the field was so exciting that they did not have time to pay attention to what the people around them looked like. Your son greets father. With such a big movement here, it was impossible for the people playing football on the field not to notice. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku hurriedly trotted over and bowed to Li Er. No need for formalities. I am just going out of the palace in casual clothes. You can play by yourselves. There is no need to pay attention to me. Li Er played the friendly card and smiled gently at the students around him. Thank you, Your Majesty. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to be hit. The students enjoyed Li Er talking to them like this, and the expressions on their faces suddenly relaxed a lot. Is this the football that made you addicted to it and unwilling to go back to the palace during the holidays? After greeting the students, Li Er walked to the lawn and came to the front of the football. He turned his head and said with a smile that was not a smile. Your son was just having fun for a while and missed the proper business. Please punish me, father. Li Qingxian immediately reacted and hurriedly apologized. Without waiting for Li Tai and Li Ku to agree, Li Er waved his hand and said, "All right, there will be no next time. Besides, I am not here to punish you today." He kicked the football at his feet and then said with a smile, "The football that Li Zishuan made is indeed extraordinary. The elasticity is dozens of times better than before. No wonder you guys are reluctant to go back to Chang'an." Li Qingxian and the other two stood on the spot and laughed dryly. Li Er said again, "After watching you play for so long, I am also a little itchy to play. I have seen the rules of football for so long and have some understanding. The weather is good today, I will play with you guys." "Your Majesty, you can't." Zhao Song was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Li Er ignored him and took off the cloak on his back. He handed it to Zhao Song and said, "Why not? Don't tell me you think you can hurt me with just a few of them. This old servant dares not." Zhao Song was sweating profusely. "All right, all of you go on the field. I will replace Sun Zifen's position. Come, continue playing." A smile appeared on Li Er's face. He loved Kuju when he was young, but in order to fight for the world, he could not remember how many years it had been since he last played football. Li Zishuan's method of playing football made him somewhat unable to hold back and wanted to try it out himself. It was just that the tragic Di Jixuan had fought so hard for a chance to be a substitute, but before he could touch the ball on the field, he was replaced again. The other party was the person with the highest power in the country. He could not be angry at all even if he was robbed. After the teams were regrouped, the two teams started a fierce competition again. As Li Er's sons, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Kun knew that Li Er did not like others to deliberately let him win. Therefore, when Li Er went on the field, not only did they not secretly let him win, but they also played even harder. At this moment, Li Er was dribbling the ball alone, trying to break through the opponent's defensive zone. Li Qingxian and his brothers were desperately running toward Li Er, trying to intercept the football at his feet. Bang! In the end, Li Er was still inexperienced and was intercepted by Li Ku when he was 5 feet away from the penalty area. With the help of a strong force, the football flew rapidly to the back. "Hey! You want to intercept the ball like this? How can it be so easy?" Iron Egg at the back roughly judged the landing point before the football landed. He kicked his legs hard, jumped from the ground, and directly hit his head toward the football in the sky. Boom! Due to the momentum of the football, Iron Egg did not use much strength, but the football flew back in the direction it came from. "Your Majesty, catch the ball." Li Er was overjoyed. He estimated the trajectory of the football in the sky, and then without saying anything, he exerted his strength and feet and spiraled from the ground to the sky. "Watch me shoot for you guys," Li Er muttered. When the football was about to reach him, he happened to have reached the highest point. He bent his knees slightly and gave the football a hard kick. With a bang, the football flew toward the opposite goal like a cannonball. Li Er felt that this kick was very satisfying, and everyone on the field was stunned. Chapter 880. In the first football match, Qing Chumo was too excited and used all his internal energy. He kicked the ball in the air and almost caused Chu Yanfu to be seriously injured. At that time, Li Zishuan made a rule that in official football matches, all players were not allowed to use martial arts. Violators would be banned for life. Although Qing Chumo and the others felt that playing in this way was not satisfying, they also felt that Li Zishuan's concerns were reasonable. If the ball was infused with internal energy and hit an ordinary person, it was completely possible to kill them. Therefore, they had always followed the rules set by Li Zishuan. This rule was also widely spread among the students of Yanhuang College. No one would have thought that after so many days, there would be another person who openly used martial arts on the field. Moreover, this person was the current emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Moreover, Li Er's ball was like a dragon coming out of the sea. It rushed towards the goal with an indomitable will. The strong wind around the ball swept the air and even made a woo-woo sound. This power made the players in the path of the ball tremble in fear, afraid that they would not be able to avoid it. Today, the goalkeeper on Li Qingxian's side was Zhang Sunchong. When this kid saw Li Er's body flying in the air, he already knew that something was wrong. At this time, he did not care about the stupid goal and directly rolled and crawled to the side of the goal. Pung! Seeing Zhang Sunchong run faster than a rabbit and out of the goal range, Li Ku, who originally wanted to use martial arts to dodge the ball, immediately put away this idea. Therefore, the ball rushed into the net without any suspense. However, its momentum did not decrease. The net was brought along by the ball and wanted to continue to rush backward. Helpless under the restraint of the goal, it struggled for a while before stopping. Even so, the goal was still shaken a few times by the impact of the ball. Haha! Good ball! Li Er clapped his hands and stood on the spot, laughing. That kick just now released a lot of his depression and fatigue from so many years. Football really reduced stress. However, the expected cheers did not come. Instead, the previously noisy field suddenly fell into a mysterious silence. Li Er realized that something was wrong and could not help but feel puzzled. Zhao Song's old face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid. In the end, it was Li Ku who ran over and whispered to Li Er, "Father, Yamacho said earlier that martial arts are not allowed on the football field to avoid hurting people. Those who violate this rule will be banned from football for life." It was only then that Li Er understood where the problem lay. No wonder he had been watching from the sidelines for so long, but he had not seen Qing Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, Li Ku, or any of the other martial artists using their martial arts. Thinking of this, he could not help but glare at Zhao Song. If there was anyone to blame, it was Zhao Song's fault for not telling him clearly before coming. Zhao Song, on the other hand, was full of grievances. When he came, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly become teenage maniac and play football himself. Cough, cough. This rule was unreasonable. If you have kung fu, why can't you use kung fu? Besides, this is just a game, not a competition. Why should there be so many rules? I still intend to introduce this football into the army to help the Tang soldiers hone their martial arts. If I can't use martial arts, how can I train? Li Er's face was slightly red, but he still forced himself to be calm and justified himself. Li Tai immediately flattered, "Father's words make a lot of sense. This football is interesting and can train people. It's just right to introduce it into the army." Yes, yes, yes. Father is indeed farsighted and always worried about the country's affairs. I'm impressed. Li Ku came to his senses and hurriedly agreed. The rest of the students also began to sing praises. Only then did Li Er's expression look much better. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, "But Li Zishuan's worries are reasonable. When people who know martial arts play football, they don't know how to control their strength. It's very easy to injure people. Therefore, I feel that martial arts cannot be used in official football matches in the future. When people who know martial arts play football in private, there's no harm in using internal energy." The emperor's words were not to be taken lightly. Every word was an imperial edict. Li Er's words basically set the rules of Tang's football world. In official competitions, they would follow the rules set by Li Zishuan. In private competitions, martial artists could use their kung fu. This meant that Tang's football would be divided into kung fu and civilian versions in the future. Your Majesty is wise. Zhao Song saw that Li Er had walked out of the awkward situation and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He came over and bowed. Father, Your Majesty, is wise. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Li Ku and the surrounding students all agreed. Li Er smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "There's no point in playing football like this. Zhao Song, go and find a few guards with good kung fu to play with me. Ku, Chimo, Bao Lin, Iron Egg, the four of you stay back. The rest of the students who don't know kung fu can take a break." That mid-air shot just now made Li Er exclaim in his heart. For a moment, he also felt like having fun. How could he return to the palace at this time? Another round of unrestrained kung fu football was what he wanted in his heart. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Zhao Song stood beside Li Er and reminded him in a low voice. He was worried that if the imperial censors in the imperial court knew that Li Er was actually playing football with people in the academy, they would most likely write a letter to remonstrate, impeach him. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "What's wrong? As the ruler of a country, can't I play football?" Zhao Song quickly said that he didn't dare. In order not to dampen Li Er's spirits, he could only find a few guards of the academy who were good at kung fu. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun and Pang Feiji were among them. He wasn't worried that these guards would hurt Li Er when they played football. This was because, firstly, Li Er's kung fu was better than these guards. Secondly, as a kung fu master, he wasn't just there for show. In the end, Li Zishuan and Li Er were in the same team. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun and the other followers of the school of Mo were in their team. Qing Chimo, Yuchi Baolin and Iron Egg were in the same team as Pang Feiji. The remaining people in their team were mostly the personal guards of Li Zishuan. Go all out and play well for me. Don't hold back. If you can beat me, there will be rewards. In order to let Qing Chimo's team play with all their might, Li Er gave an empty promise. Your Majesty, if our team wins, will there be rewards? Mo Zhong waited for a long time but didn't hear the second half of Li Er's sentence. He mustered up his courage and asked. No. Li Er replied impatiently. With a master like him in charge, how could they not win? Unless these followers of the school of Mo deliberately didn't put in effort. Hence, he added, if my team loses, the few of you will be punished. Mo Zhong and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Why was the treatment different? Chapter 881. Captain Pang, catch the ball. 22 martial arts experts, including Li Er, started a battle of the century on the field of Yanhuang College. Qing Chimo's side snatched the right to kick off, and Yuchi Baolin was in charge of kicking off. He was afraid that others would not know who he was going to pass the ball to, so he specially roared. Then, the ball did not roll towards Pang Feiji, who was beside Yuchi Baolin. Instead, it flew directly towards the opponent's goal. Boom! The whole stadium was in an uproar. Everyone, including Pang Feiji, was caught off guard by Yuchi Baolin's very unusual kick-off. The ball that had already flown out did not care about what the players thought. It flew out at the same speed as how much force Yuchi Baolin had just exerted on it. The ball that Yuchi Baolin kicked out with all his strength was not much slower than Li Er's kick just now. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the goal. Although Yuchi Baolin's reaction was a little slower, his strength was really great. If there was a high-speed camera recording at the side, it would be able to see that the moment the ball was kicked out, 1/5 of it had already been flattened. It was obvious how terrifying this kick was. The opponent's player's attention was still on Pang Feiji. No one would have thought that Yuchi Baolin, this big blockhead, would actually play at a diversion trick, so no one went to block this ball at the first moment. The goalkeeper on Li Er's side was Mo Zhong. This guy was still feeling depressed after hearing Li Er's words just now. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that the opponent would threaten his side's goals so quickly. He hurriedly gathered his chi in his dantian and pounced towards this menacing ball. Bang! It had to be clear that they were playing a kung fu football now. How could this ball that Yuchi Baolin had kicked out with all his strength be blocked by Mo Zhong, who had rushed over in a hurry? They saw the ball enter Mo Zhong's arms with a loud bang. Immediately after, Mo Zhong's face turned the color of pig liver, and his body involuntarily retreated. Chi! The tremendous force carried by the football caused Mo Zhong to glide on the grass for a distance. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Mo Zhong actually held the football and slid back into the goal. It's in, it's in. Yuchi Baolin stared blankly for a moment, then cried out loudly. When he had just kicked off, he suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had told them about the rules of football the last time. He had said that they could directly score from the kickoff. So, he had a brainwave and thought of such a mischievous trick to create a diversion. However, he did not expect it to work. F***ck. Bao Lin, you're really something. Too awesome. We've just started and we've already scored. Ching Chimo ran over and jumped onto Yuchi Baolin's back, patting the latter's head as he spoke in ecstasy. The other team members followed suit and ran over to hug the two living treasures, cheering loudly. Oh! Oh my God! He scored just like that? What? What kind of fighting style is this? Does this ball count? Di Jixuan shook his head and said to the students next to him, of course it counts. The football has already crossed the line. The onlooking students outside the field were stunned. They could not believe their eyes. Of course, there were also people who questioned the goal. At this moment, Mo Zhong got up from the ground and shouted at Yuchi Baolin, "It doesn't count, it doesn't count. I've just blocked your ball. How can it count as a goal?" The cheers gradually stopped. Ching Chimo stood out from the crowd and retorted, "Why doesn't it count? According to the rules set by Yamacho, as long as the football crosses the goal line, it counts as a goal. So what if you've hugged the football? Chu Mo is right. The football has already entered the goal. How can it not count? This is the rule set by Yamacho." Pang Feiji also ran out to help. A goal from the kickoff. Good goal, good goal. At this moment, there was a burst of laughter outside the field, and the crowd automatically made way. It's Yamacho. Yamacho is here. Let's see what Yamacho has to say now. It was Li Zishuan who heard that Li Er had come to the academy. He came down from his office and saw Yuchi Baolin create a diversion to the east and attack in the west. This scene was a little familiar. In his previous life, he saw it in the movie Shaolin Soccer. In the movie, Stephen Chow scored a goal from the midfield. However, that was when Stephen Chow received the kickoff from his teammate in the midfield. Yuchi Baolin was even more ruthless. He shot from the kickoff and caught everyone off guard. "Greetings, Your Majesty." No matter what, Li Er was the emperor. As a subject, it was impossible for him not to greet him. No need to be so polite. "Li Zishuan, tell me, does this goal count?" Li Er waved his hand and asked casually. Li Zishuan raised his head and answered, "Of course it counts, Your Majesty. As long as the ball enters the goal, it counts as a goal, regardless of the method used." Li Er was not angry. He nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." The game continues. Mo Zhong, if you don't guard the goal well again, I'll ask Mr. Yen to deduct all of your salary for this month. Yen Silu was the dean of teaching in the academy. At the same time, he was also the butler of the academy. He was in charge of everyone's salary. Yes, yes, yes. Mo Zhong's face was full of bitterness. He was also complaining incessantly in his heart. Li Zishuan smiled and walked to Pang Feiji and Ching Chimo. He said, "Play well. Let His Majesty see the glory of the Academy's football team. If you win, each of you will be rewarded with a football." Li Zishuan had just reached a foreign trade agreement with Jinla and Piao. He had temporarily found a source of rubber, so he became more generous. What the F***ck? Yamacho, is what you said true? Ching Chimo widened his eyes in disbelief. Of course it's true. You can do it, Cho Nyo. In a moment of carelessness, he even said, good luck, which made Ching Chimo a little confused. What the F*** CK? Yamacho, you can't do this. Why do they get a football if they win? Li Tai, who was outside the field, shouted that it was unfair. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know martial arts, he would have rolled up his sleeves and come up to play no matter what. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He turned around and wanted to leave the field. Master, why don't you come up and play? Iron Egg ran over and whispered. Most of the people on the field were better at martial arts than him. He felt that he was holding them back. No, you can continue to play. Remember, even if it's kung fu football, you still need to use your brain. Bao Lin's goal just now is a living example. If he, a martial arts grandmaster, went on the field and tortured the other side, Li Er would definitely make things difficult for him in the future. Therefore, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder. He first refused, then said earnestly. At the same time, this was also said to Ching Chimo and the others. This was because the strength of the players on this side was, on the whole, less than that of the opponents. Yes, Master, I understand. Iron Egg's eyes turned and he replied thoughtfully. Chapter 882. Have you ever seen a player fly into the air to intercept the opponent's pass? Have you ever seen a golden hook hanging upside down in the air, a whirlwind kick in the air, a backflip in the air, a scorpion swinging its tail in the air, or a rock spreading its wings in the air? It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. Now you can finally see it. This is the legendary Kung Fu football. The players on both sides had a big stick hanging over their heads, punishment of deducting their monthly salary, and a big carrot hanging over their heads, reward football. In short, the players on both sides were now in high fighting spirit and enthusiasm. In the following game, the players on both sides gave it their all. With the support of internal strength and qigong, they constantly made some shocking body movements in the air. Although they were not as enigmatic and superb as in the movies, the Kung Fu football movements that were not processed by computer still made Li Zishuan, who was outside the field, amazed. The rest of the students outside the field naturally feasted their eyes and cheered. Damn, football can be played like this? Why didn't I practice martial arts in the early years? As a prince of the Tang Empire, Li Tai had seen all kinds of scenes. However, he had never seen such a scene before. The players showed off their skills on the football field to their heart's content. He was simply envious of them outside the field. Li Qingxian secretly curled his lips and thought to himself, Qingke, with your body size when you were young, you still want to practice martial arts? You can't even last a day. On the field, after a fierce battle, finally, when the first half was about to end, Li Ku, Mo Yun, and Li Er, the three of them, did an aerial relay. In the end, Li Er scored and equalized the score. As the goalkeeper, Iron Egg was not only unable to block Li Er's shot in the air, but also suffered a little injury. This was the difference in strength. The players on Ching Chimo's side saw that the lead they had created with great difficulty was equalized and felt great heartache. However, no one blamed Iron Egg because everyone knew that no one on their side had the confidence to block Li Er's shot. After a quarter of an hour of halftime, the players from both sides came on the field again. As soon as Li Ku from Li Er's side kicked off, the players from Ching Chimo's side used all kinds of methods to snatch the ball. They wanted to create another lead. However, the followers were not stupid. As soon as they received the ball, they immediately passed the ball to Li Er's feet. Li Er's kung fu was much better than everyone on the field. When he sprinted, very few people could catch up with him. Ching Chimo and Pang Feiji were able to catch up with Li Er, who was dribbling the ball. However, Li Er had Li Ku and Mo Yun as his protectors. The three of them were running neck to neck. It would be difficult for Ching Chimo and Pang Feiji to catch up with them in a short period of time. It had to be said that Li Er's skills were quite good. He dribbled the football past three opposing defenders in the blink of an eye, and then directly faced the opponent's goal. The students outside the arena immediately let out cries of surprise. He's shooting. His Majesty is invincible. Back in the days when the 18 rebel kings were in a chaotic war, His Majesty pointed his spear and destroyed all the heroes. He was so brave and fierce. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful on the field. Just by listening to this, one could tell that they were Li Er's true fans. Hee. His Majesty's political and martial arts skills are comparable to Qin Huang and Han Wu. What's so strange about that? After playing football for so long, Li Er was a little hot-blooded. When he heard the praises of the students outside the field, his heart felt as comfortable as if he had drunk iced water. At this moment, he was 30 feet away from the penalty area. He lifted his leg and shot angrily. The football whistled and went straight to the goal. Iron Egg, be careful. Ching Chimo saw the football shoot out and quickly shouted. His shout was to let Iron Egg dodge the football, not to stop it. This was because Iron Egg was already injured in Li Er's previous shot. Li Er's current kick was more vicious than before. If he forcibly blocked it, Iron Egg was likely to be knocked to the ground. The world of Kung Fu football was so cruel. Besides, injuries were common for people who practiced martial arts. There was nothing strange about it. But Iron Egg did not seem to realize the danger of this ball. He still stood at the goal and did not leave. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg slightly retreated his right foot and put on a Tai Chi fist starting pose. His eyes were fixed on the flying football. In the blink of an eye, the football had flown close to him. The fierce wind around the ball made his hair fly in all directions. The hearts of the students outside the field and the players on the field were in their throats. They saw Bruiser cut horizontally from the side of the football with a Taiji cloud hand. Then, his arm bent and shook in a strange way. The speeding football gradually slowed down. Bruiser stood up. At this time, the football was already standing on the fingertips of his right hand, spinning rapidly on its own. Handsome. Too handsome. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Tai Chi. That was Tai Chi. It's Tai Chi. I didn't expect Tai Chi to be used like this. Iron Egg has really learned from Yamacho. He can use Tai Chi as he pleases. Tai Chi is so powerful. It can even block His Majesty's full kick. Oh, if I had known, I would have learned it seriously. The students were amazed. Damn. Iron Egg, you're too awesome. You can even do this. Ching Chimo stared and shouted excitedly. Iron Egg smiled slightly. He shouted to Ching Chimo, Brother Chon Yo, tell our people to pay attention to the ball. Don't dribble too much. We'll play the football the way His Highness played last time. Even if we can't score, we can't let them get the football. Catch the ball. After saying that, Iron Egg's left hand turned into a knife and chopped the rapidly spinning football. The football immediately flew in the direction of Ching Chimo. After listening to Iron Egg's tactical analysis, Ching Chimo felt that it was very reasonable. When he received the football, he immediately passed it to Pang Feiji and then shouted, "Everyone, run and pass the ball. Don't dribble too much. Don't let the opponent get the ball." The current situation was very similar to the previous game where he played with Li Qingxian and his two brothers. At that time, they were strong, but they were no match for the opponent. The reason was that Li Qingxian's people had been playing possession tactics. Li Zishuan, who was standing outside the field, nodded with satisfaction. Although modern football originated in London in the 19th century, and the people of the Tang dynasty had never come into contact with it before, once he introduced modern football to the Tang dynasty, the people of the Tang dynasty did not need to deliberately guide them. They could figure out some tactics on their own. Some of the tactics were very similar to modern football tactics. This was the wisdom of the ancients. They were not stupid at all. Most of the time, what they lacked was knowledge. On the field, Ching Chimo wanted to play possession tactics. Of course, the players would cooperate. Under such circumstances, the players ran more actively. Today's game was similar to the last time, but there were also differences. The similarity was that the two sides of the game were still one weak and one strong. The weaker side wanted to use possession tactics to defeat the stronger side. The difference was that the stronger side today was undoubtedly stronger. However, Ching Chumo was not afraid. Today, everyone can use their internal strength, they can run faster and jump higher. If the ball is passed over the top, it will be easy for you to jump in the air to intercept it. That's fine, we will use a short distance ground ball. At most, we will need to run a few more steps. It doesn't matter if you are skilled in martial arts and can run fast because we can also use martial arts. Our running speed is not much slower than yours. At worst, we will pass the ball out before your players catch up. Of course, the opponent's biggest threat was Li Er. Therefore, wherever Li Er was, Ching Chumo's players were determined not to pass the ball to their teammates who were closer to Li Er. They all avoided Li Er when they played. There was no other way. To defend against Old Li, they needed at least 3 people. They could not allocate so many people. As a result, the audience outside the field saw a dazzling passing game. No one dribbled the ball. Basically, the ball was passed out as soon as it touched the foot. No matter how fast Li Er and Li Ku were, they could not catch up. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the football hitting the ground and the shouts of the players were endless. The scene was very lively. However, the second half played for nearly half an hour and there was not a single goal. Damn! The ball is being passed around, but there is no goal. Yes. No matter how beautiful the ball is, it is useless if there is no goal. What are Ching Chumo and the rest thinking? Di Jishuan curled his lips and said, "What do you know?" Until now, neither side has scored. This is already a victory for Ching Chumo and the rest. On the field, Li Ku was somewhat anxious. He had never expected that the tactics he had used to deal with Ching Chumo would now be used against him and his imperial father. He found an opportunity to urgently say to Li Er, "What are you doing?" "Father, we can't go on like this. Time is almost up." Li Er's expression did not change. After all, he did not care about winning or losing this game at all. He was just here to play. Hearing Li Ku's words, he nodded and said, "Ku Er is right. I thought that with our strength, we could crush the other side. I didn't expect the other side to bring so many surprises. Moreover, this football can also contain the art of war. It is really beyond my expectations." This was an unexpected gain for Li Er when he came to the academy today. Seeing that the football could be used as a battle formation, he was even more determined to bring the football to the army. At this time, looking at the situation on the field, he continued to say to Li Ku, "Ku Er, go and tell Mo Yun and the rest to keep an eye on the people on the other side. Our strength is stronger than the other side. Each of us will keep an eye on one person. Let's give them a one-on-one victory and make them unable to pass the ball." Li Ku's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Father is wise. This is really a good idea. I will go and inform them now." Therefore, under Li Ku's instructions, the players on this side gradually began to change their tactics. They no longer chased after Ching Chumo's people to pass the ball back and forth. They spread out and each of them was only responsible for one player on the other side. When they received the ball, they would harass them. As a result, Ching Chumo's smooth ball control tactics suddenly became stuck. Once the machine was rusty, it was easy to have all kinds of problems. It was the same for the football. The players could not pass the ball comfortably and naturally, there would be all kinds of mistakes. As a matter of fact, Pang Feiji's Wu Ho originally wanted to pass the football to Yuchi Baolin, who was in front of him on the right. However, after being snatched by Mo Zhong, he panicked and passed the ball in the wrong direction. He actually passed the ball to Li Ku's feet. Li Ku was inexplicably stunned, but in an instant, he moved. With a pass, he passed an opposing player beside him. At the same time, Li Er had already given up on keeping an eye on Ching Chumo. He directly ran towards the opposite side's back. Return to defense. Everyone returned to defense. Chingchumo saw that the situation was not good. As he shouted at his own players, he chased in Li Er's direction. Sure enough, when Li Ke saw that Li Er had already run to the opponent's goal area, he channeled his strength to his feet and sent the football to Li Er's position. Bam! When Chingchumo heard the muffled sound of the football being kicked out, he turned his head to take a look. In an instant, he did not care about anything else. He roared loudly and used his feet to stomp on the grass. His whole body rose into the air. He wanted to intercept this high-altitude long pass. Oh, wow! It's coming, it's coming! Chingchumo is flying again. For many students from ordinary families, martial arts masters were relatively distant existences. However, in today's kung fu football game, they directly saw more than 20 martial arts masters compete with each other. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, fighting fiercely. It was really not satisfying to watch. Seeing Chingchumo rise into the air at this time, the students could not help but cheer again. He wants to stop His Royal Highness King of Han's pass. But this pass is so high. Can he really stop it? The movement of the football in the air was in a parabolic shape. It was divided into the ascending and descending stages. Chingchumo's position happened to be in the descending stage of the parabolic curve. However, it had only just descended, so the height of the football in this position was still very high. It's close. Closer. It's still not enough. F***ck. Chingchumo's eyes stared unblinkingly at the football flying towards him. He felt the air around him brush past his cheeks. The height of his body was getting higher and higher, but it was still not enough. Chingchumo even felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could block the football. This was really within reach. However, he was not a goalkeeper. He could not touch the football with his hands. Therefore, he could only watch as the football flew over his head and rushed towards Li Er's position. Iron Egg, get out of the way. This ball is not something you can stop. Li Er lived up to everyone's expectations. He flew up and met the flying football in the air. He looked at Tai Dan and roared. Then, he aimed at the lower right corner of the goal and shot angrily in the air. Bam! Bam! Two loud sounds rang out on the field. One was the sound of Li Er's foot colliding with the football, and the other was the sound of Li Er landing on the ground. The football whistled towards the goal. Its speed was much faster than the previous two goals. It could be seen that Li Er used more force this time. Iron Egg gritted his teeth. He did not listen to Li Er's words and chose to retreat. He put on a Tai Chi starting pose again, wanting to repeat the same trick and stop the football. When the football flew into the penalty area, Iron Egg chose to take the initiative to attack. His body rose into the air, his palms together, and he faced the flying football. Bam! Another loud sound rang out. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Iron Egg's mouth. He groaned and wanted to use the Tai Chi entanglement technique to entangle the football and neutralize the force in it. But at this time, he was in mid-air and had no place to exert force. The effect of the Tai Chi entanglement technique was greatly reduced. The force on the football was neutralized by less than 1/5. Then, it hit him, causing him to fly backward towards the goal. Tai Chi could indeed allow the weak to defeat the strong, but there was a limit to everything. If the opponent was too strong, it would be useless no matter how well Tai Chi was used. Bang! Iron Egg was like a baby eagle that had been hit hard in the air. He crashed into the goal with the ball. The ball is in. Beep! At this time, Zhao Song, who was acting as the temporary referee on the sidelines, blew the whistle to end the game. 2-1. Li Er's team won. However, the students outside the field did not cheer loudly. They looked at Iron Egg and Chingchumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others who rushed towards Iron Egg. Although they lost respectfully. Iron Egg. Good job. It's okay to lose. We'll try again next time. Yes. What a wonderful game. Winning or losing is not important. Amidst the encouragement of the students, this kung fu football game of gods fighting finally came to an end. The ending was within everyone's expectations, but the process was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 883. Hey, Iron Egg, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. I told you to move aside, why didn't you listen? It's just a game, why do you have to be so reckless? After the game ended, Li Er felt refreshed. He came to Iron Egg, who was being helped up by Ching Chumo and the others, and said helplessly. Iron Egg pushed away Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's hands, forced himself to support himself, and cupped his hands towards Li Er. Your Majesty, I'm fine. I just don't want Brother Cho Nyo and the others to lose the game because of me. What are you talking about? Iron Egg. Although we lost this game, it's definitely not your fault. It's us who didn't defend well. Besides, a loss is a loss, isn't it just that there's no football? Everyone doesn't care, right? Baolin? As soon as Iron Egg finished speaking, Ching Chumo came up and said. But why did his last sentence make his heart ache so much? Yes. Cho Nyo is right, isn't it just a football? Iron Egg, don't take it to heart. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly nodded and chimed in. Li Er saw that Iron Egg's injuries weren't very serious, and that Ching Chumo and the others were comforting and taking care of him, so he brought Li Zishuan out of the field. Li Zishuan, I want to promote football in the military. Firstly, it can ease the boredom in the military camp, and secondly, it can train the soldiers to work together. What do you think? Li Er asked as he walked. Li Zishuan was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Majesty, when you say to promote football, are you referring to today's Kung Fu football? Of course. This way, it can also train the soldiers' martial arts. Li Er chuckled and said. Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty, the reason why I forbade the players from using martial arts on the field was because I was worried that the players would get hurt. But now that Your Majesty wants to promote this kind of Kung Fu football, it's fine if it's a small fight like today. But if there's a grudge between the players, it's very likely that there will be deaths and injuries after the game. In this way, it's against my original intention of inventing football. So if Your Majesty decides to promote football in the military, we have to guard against this problem. After all, every soldier is a citizen of the Great Tang. Football was a highly entertaining sport, but at the same time, it also contained violence. Even if it was an ordinary football game, it was easy for players to get injured. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had heard the news of a goalkeeper being kicked to death by the opposing team's striker in the Swiss Serie B league. If a normal football game was already like this, then what was the difference between a kung fu game and a duel of life and death if the rules were not strictly regulated? Li Zishuan's main reason for introducing football was to develop football in the Great Tang, and not to let the Tang people fight and kill each other. So he needed to clearly explain the seriousness of the matter to Li Er in advance. Li Er frowned. In this era, population meant the strength of the country. Human life was very precious. After a long while, Li Er said, Then in your opinion, what should we do? I still feel that Kung Fu football is still necessary. We can't give up eating for fear of choking. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. We can't give up eating for fear of choking. In fact, even if we don't use Kung Fu, it's very easy to get injured in an ordinary football game. So I think that no matter what kind of football it is, we should set strict rules for it. Those who comply will be rewarded, and those who violate will be punished. As long as we can guarantee that there won't be any intentional injuries due to personal grudges on the field. What he meant was that he didn't need to care about how others played football in private. He couldn't blame others for playing football in private, could he? Then what about those people who sold swords and sabers? In terms of danger, football was less dangerous than swords and sabers, right? Yes. Then we'll do as you say. Li Er nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at Li Zishuan and said, You were the one who created football. I'll leave this matter to you. Within 3 days, set the rules for both types of football games and show them to me. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He really didn't know if he should curse. Cough, cough. There was no need to ask. He definitely couldn't say it. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'll obey your orders. But I feel that no matter how good the rules are, to fully implement them, there must be a department to supervise. Otherwise, no matter how good the rules are, they will become empty words." When he squatted, Li Er knew what he was going to say. Old Li rolled his eyes and said unhappily with his hands behind his back, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't beat around the bush with me." Li Zishuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Cough, cough. What I mean is, if your Majesty really wants to promote football, not only must there be a set of rules for football games, there must also be a department to supervise football games. A while ago, I was thinking of using Yanhuang College's name to set up a football association to manage football games and players' rewards and punishments. So, Your Majesty." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan lightly and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You want to let the entire Tang Empire's football games to be managed by your football association?" Li Zishuan didn't care about modesty at this time. He nodded and said, "That's right. In the future, I plan to promote football in the entire Tang Empire. Every year, football leagues will be held regularly. When the time comes, as long as you are a football enthusiast, you can sign up to participate. As for people from other countries, if Your Majesty allows, they can also participate. After all, this way, we can also exchange the feelings between the two countries." Li Tai, who was tailing behind the two of them, had a bright light in his eyes. He really wanted to shout, "This idea is great." The little fatty was undoubtedly excited. After Li Er heard it, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a comprehensive plan. I approve it. But now, the 6 departments of the Imperial Court have long been separated. I can't set up another department for football. Therefore, the Football Association will still be under Yanhuang College's name. I will have someone draft an imperial edict to order the Football Association to be in charge of football games in the world." Li Zishuan was delighted. Although Old Li didn't have a formal organization for the Football Association, he gave him an imperial sword. In this way, it could be considered legitimate. Besides, as Yanhuang College's reputation grew in the future, the number of awesome students it taught would increase. With the golden signboard of Yanhuang College, why would it need an organization? Your Majesty is wise. I will do my best to manage the Football Association well. Li Er flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "All right, it's getting late. I should return to the palace. You brat, don't be distracted by trifles and forget your duty." I wouldn't dare. I respectfully send Your Majesty off." Li Zishuan cursed Old Li in his heart for talking so much nonsense, but he couldn't help but sigh. The Tang Empire's Football Association was finally established. As for why it was the Football Association and not the association, well, the association's scope was too small. Chapter 884. Although the previous football match was very lively, the academy wasn't on holiday at that time. Even if the students were excited and wanted to share it with outsiders, they couldn't leave the academy. But now that they were on holiday, the students could go out if they wanted to. Therefore, the news of Li Zishuan's invention of football and the 2 small-scale football matches held by Yanhuang College were spread out in a very short period of time. But what made Li Er helpless was that when Wei Zheng found out that he went to Yanhuang College to play football with the students, he went to the palace and scolded him. It was said that after Wei Zheng scolded him and left, several cups and vases in the Sweet Nectar Hall were broken. In order to let more people know about this new sport, Li Zishuan first wrote an article on the front page of Datong Daily to introduce the rules of football. In order to make it easier to understand, he also attached a simple diagram. Then, he took advantage of the students' holiday and opened the academy for a day, allowing outsiders to come in and watch the match. As for the players on the field, they were all students with good football skills. Wow! This Yanhuang College is really impressive. Isn't that so? It said that Duke Yong and spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash for this academy. Hiss. So much money? Hey. Don't make a fuss. We're here to watch the football match today. It's not too late to watch the academy after the match. At noon that day, people who saw the news from the newspaper came one after another. There were men, women, old, and young. A total of thousands of people came, and there was an endless stream of people coming to watch the show. It was a hubbub of voices and an unprecedented grand occasion. Without exception, basically everyone who came to Yanhuang College was first shocked by the magnificent building of the academy. Then, under the guidance of the academy's guards, they came to the academy's field. There, the football players were warming up. This is football? It looks similar to the football we used to play. What do you know? If you look carefully, you'll find that the football is more flexible. Didn't you see that the child flew high with a light kick? Yo. Shui, now that you mention it, sigh. This football is fun. Hey, I'll ask the servants to buy one later. Buy? Where do you want to buy it? Strange Interest Pavilion, of course. Since this football was made by the Marquis of Yong'an, it must be bought from Quirk Pavilion. Tisk. How long has it been since you last went out? Who told you that Strange Interest Pavilion sells footballs? Today was the first time Yanhuang College was officially open to the public. There was no lack of nobles present. Xiao Shui, the eldest grandson of the current Prime Minister Xiao Yu, was also present. This guy just got married not long ago. Recently, he was so bored that his balls hurt. How could he be indifferent when he heard that Yanhuang College was going to have a good show? I haven't been paying attention to these things lately. Why? Shui, are you saying that Strange Interest Pavilion doesn't sell this thing? How is that possible? The other man said in disbelief. Xiao Shui curled his lips and said, why not? This football is so rare. At present, only the academy has them. It is said that His Majesty personally went to Li Zishuan yesterday and asked for 50 footballs from the military. He said that the military will also implement this thing in the future. There's going to be football in the military? That's great. I'll ask my father to get me one later. Linggu, you should stop thinking about this. There are only 50 footballs in total, but they have to be distributed to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the 16 guards. There's not enough to go around in the first place. If you continue to think about it, you'll definitely cause trouble for your father. Xiao Shui's expression turned serious when he heard this and warned him. It turned out that the young man next to him was Chai Linggu. His father was the general of the right, Chai Shao, and his mother was Princess Ping Yang. He was a relative of the emperor and had an illustrious family background. However, this kid was clearly not someone who knew his place. Otherwise, he would not have rebelled with Princess Gao Yang and Feng Yai in the 4th year of Yonghui. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This could be inferred from his words just now. Shui, aren't you too cowardly? At worst, I'll just return it when I'm done playing with it, right? Would His Majesty do anything to my father because of a football? Chai Linggu said with a disdainful smile. Xiao Shui shook his head and did not try to persuade him anymore. Coincidentally, the game also started at this moment. Although the crowd who came to watch the fun today had seen the introduction of the rules of the football game in the newspaper, it was their first time seeing a real football game. The feeling was still different. Beep. As a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan naturally could not be the referee every time. Today's referee was the bearded man. As the only martial arts instructor, physical education teacher, in Yanhuang College, he naturally had to take the field for this kind of thing. The bearded man blew the bamboo whistle, and the game officially began. Boom! Iron Egg kicked off, and Wang Meng dribbled the ball deep. The opposing players immediately came up to snatch the ball. A fierce competition officially began. The players on the field today did not have prominent students like Li Tai, Li Qingqian, and Li Ku. They were basically all ordinary students. After all, with so many outsiders present today, it would be beneath Li Qingxian and the others to play in person. It was the first time that the spectators had seen such a novel way of playing football. At first, they were not used to it, but after a while, they could not help but cheer loudly. Good. This pass is 2F** King beautiful. Wow. This pass is too awesome. Who's this student? The ball went in. Awesome. That kid is too good. He can kick it even from so far away. Godly. That pass is too accurate, right? It passed half the field and still reached his teammates' feet. Are all Yanhuang College students so good at football? The ball went in again. What? It was actually stopped by the goalkeeper? F***CK. I thought it went in. Haha. Speaking of which, this way of playing is more interesting than the way we used to play. Of course. F***CK, I also want to play a game. Sigh. If I had known, I would have gotten into Yanhuang College too. F***CK. Look at what you're saying. Even if you did get in, can you get in? Cheers and shouts filled the stadium. Yunshan, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly became a sea of joy. It was already lunchtime, but no one was willing to leave for lunch. It was as if they had forgotten about this matter. It was only when the match officially ended at 4:45 p.m. that the crowd felt hungry. They were reluctant to part with the match and left in groups of 3 to 5 to go down the mountain to eat. Along the way, it was inevitable that they would talk about the game just now. As they spoke, they were beaming with joy and were very excited. That was not all. After these people went back to spread the news, this football game would set off a football craze among the people of Chang'an. Chapter 885. Hey! Did you hear? Yanhuang College held a soccer match yesterday. It was so lively. Soccer match? What soccer? Hey! Old Wang, didn't you watch the Datong Daily yesterday? I was too busy yesterday. Old Zhao, can you tell me about it? Hey! That's too long. Let's sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. The next day, the news of the Yanhuang Academy's football match spread throughout Chang'an, and as expected. Many people's eyes widened as they listened to their companions' vivid descriptions of yesterday's football match. They secretly regretted that they had not been there to watch it in person. Unlike modern times, where there were computers, mobile phones, televisions, and game consoles, there was a lack of entertainment in this era. Other than watching plays, drinking tea, walking dogs, and cockfighting, the only thing left was visiting brothels. Soccer was a very competitive and confrontational sport. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of people to chase after it. But when everyone calmed down, they realized a problem. What about soccer? Where could they buy a soccer ball? Many people went to Curious Pavilion to ask after returning from Yanhuang College, but they didn't sell any soccer balls there. But where could they buy a soccer ball if even Curious Pavilion didn't sell it? Fortunately, Li Zishuan didn't make them wait for too long. Look! Today's Datong Daily said that Curious Pavilion will start selling soccer balls in 3 days. There will be a limit of 100 balls per week. What? Curious Pavilion is finally selling soccer balls? How much is one? 100 strings of cash for one. And soccer balls are temporarily not included in the membership card discount. Huh? 100 strings of cash for one soccer ball? Many people's eyes widened when they heard the ridiculous price. They wanted to say, "Sorry to disturb you." Hey! 100 strings of cash. That's a good price. With this, there will be fewer people fighting with me for the ball. Of course, there were also some rich young masters who didn't care about the sky-high price of 100 strings of cash. Instead, they were secretly happy. After all, there were only 100 balls per week. Cough cough. Under the influence of Yanhuang College, the people of Chang'an had gradually accepted the concept of a 7-day week. Ahem. The newspaper also said that His Majesty allowed Yanhuang College to establish the Tang Football Federation, referred to as the Tang Football Federation for short, which was in charge of all matters of the Tang Football Federation. Marquis Yong and was the first chairman of the Tang Football Federation. The Tang Football Federation encouraged civil football fans to establish football clubs, which were football clubs, and encouraged businessmen to fund the football clubs. In March of next year, each state government would select the 3 strongest teams to come to Chang and to participate in the ranking competition. The top 20 teams would be classified as First Division teams and could participate in the First Division League organized by the FIFA. The 20th to 50th teams would be classified as Second Division teams and could only participate in the Second Division League in the future. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league tournament according to their own team's level. The champion of League 1 would be awarded with a trophy and a prize of 5,000 strings of cash by the Tang Football Association. The runner-up would be awarded 3,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up would be awarded 1,000 strings of cash. At that time, the players of the top 3 teams would enjoy the privilege of traveling around Chang and in special carriages. At the end of every season, the bottom 3 First Division teams would automatically be relegated to the Second Division League of the following year, while the top 3 teams of the Second Division League would be promoted to the First Division League of the following year. Marquis Yong and plans to hold a championship league at the end of July next year. The top 10 teams of First Division teams would be able to participate. The champion would be awarded 10,000 strings of cash, the runner-up would be awarded 5,000 strings of cash, and the runner-up would be awarded 3,000 strings of cash. They would also be able to enjoy the privilege of being paraded through the streets. In the future, a championship league would be held every year, and the prize money would increase year by year. When this news came out, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone. Hiss. 10,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly just now? Are you crazy? You can make money by playing football? Isn't this nonsense? Isn't that obvious? If football doesn't earn money, where did the sky-high transfer fees come from? Many businessmen were tempted when they saw the news. Only then did they realize that there was such a huge business opportunity in football. Should they form a team to try their luck? Those rich young masters' faces darkened when they heard this. If they did that, it would attract even more people to go to the Strange Taste Pavilion to snatch the football. Then, their chances of getting it would be even lower. However, they thought about it again. According to what the newspaper said, wouldn't there be a lot of football matches to watch in the future? Wonderful. It's simply wonderful. Hey, don't worry, it's not over yet. The newspaper also said that in the future, all football teams in the Tang Empire must be registered and recorded by the FIFA. The registered teams can directly receive a football from the FIFA at a discounted price of 50 strings of cash. There's no need to rush to buy it. In addition, the Strange Taste Pavilion will provide a batch of football for rental. The rental is about 100 copper coins a day, and they must be returned on time. If they are lost, they will be compensated at the original price. In 2 days, the FIFA will announce the detailed football rules, management system, and league system. If you need it, you can buy it from the Strange Taste Pavilion. The main reason for introducing these 2 systems was that Li Zishuan wanted to promote football to every place in the Tang Empire as soon as possible. Although the raw materials for football were not easy to obtain, he also wanted to let the majority of people be able to afford football. Besides, now that he had the support of the rubber supply from Zhenlan Piao, he had the confidence to mass-produce a batch of football. By then, they would be able to watch football matches. Moreover, football could also stimulate the local economy. This was a great thing that would benefit millions of people. Sure enough, after hearing the news, many people cheered. When the rich kids heard that they could directly receive a football from the FIFA, they were immediately tempted. In their opinion, how much could it cost to raise a football team? Not only could they directly receive a football, but the team could also bring them some entertainment. If they were lucky enough to become a League 1 team, they would be very proud. They could also brag to their friends when they went out, right? Hey! Don't miss this opportunity. My young master wants to form a football team to participate in the ranking competition in March next year. Those who are below 30 years old and above 12 years old who can play football can come and sign up. As long as you are chosen by my young master, your monthly salary will be at least 500 copper coins. Come and sign up. As a matter of fact, some of the more quick-witted people had already instructed their servants to start recruiting people on the streets. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Hey, isn't this Master Chen's servant? His young master wants to form a football team? Hey! That's a good place to go. Unfortunately, I don't know how to play football. Tisk tsk, 500 copper coins a month. You don't have to do anything except play football every day. This is a great job. I want to sign up. For a moment, there was a craze for forming a football team in Chang'an City. As the news spread, this wave was about to sweep across the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 886. While the people of Chang'an were talking about football, the students of Yanhuang College in Yunshan, outside of Chang'an City, finally welcomed their first class after coming to the academy. The previous 3.5 days of vacation had ended. This was also the first class of engineering after being brought to this world. It was very significant, so Li Zishuan chose to teach this class in person. The venue was the recently built auditorium of the academy. The architectural style of the auditorium was designed by Li Zishuan by imitating the Beibei building in his previous life. It was a magnificent palace-like building, and the second floor could accommodate more than 600 people at the same time. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan chose to teach here. His class was for all the students. More than 600 students and more than 70 teachers gathered together, making the newly built auditorium very lively. Li Zishuan saw that Mo Zhong had brought the tools over. He coughed lightly and said, "Okay, quiet down. The class has started." The noisy classroom suddenly became silent. Currently, in the academy, no one dared to challenge Li Zishuan's prestige. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and looked at the more than 600 students below. After a moment of silence, he said, "From the day you decided to enter Yanhuang College, I believe you already have some understanding of engineering. But that was just a simple introduction I made on Datong Daily. What you understood was just the literal things. Today, I will let you see what real engineering is like with your own eyes. Everyone, brace yourselves and open your eyes wide. You are about to enter a new world." Seeing that Li Zishuan was so serious, the students all raised their spirits and stared at the podium without blinking, afraid that they would miss some magical phenomenon. The teachers of the academy also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. Today, they came to listen mainly because they wanted to learn from Li Zishuan's teaching style. According to the rules, the academy would have a title evaluation at the end of the year. Who didn't want to improve their title quickly? On the podium, Li Zishuan smiled unhurriedly and asked first, "Everyone here has learned mathematics. Do you know what the ancestral ratio is? If you know, raise your hand and answer." Zhu Chongji was the first to calculate the value of pi to 7 decimal places in the history of mathematics in the world. This achievement was ahead of the world by nearly 1,000 years. Later generations advocated that the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle be called the Zhu ratio, which was the predecessor of pi. As soon as he finished speaking, 40 to 50 students below the stage immediately raised their hands. Li Zishuan casually pointed at a skinny student and said, "This student, why don't you say something? By the way, tell me your name." Although he had the ability to remember everything he saw, he had never taught a class before. How could he know the names of all the students? When the student was pointed out by Li Zishuan, he didn't have stage fright. Instead, he was faintly excited. He stood up and saluted Li Zishuan, saying, "Student Sun Zhongji." In response to Mr.'s question, it has been recorded in the fixing technique that the ancestral rate is approximately 3.1415926 to 3.1415927. Li Zishuan nodded and continued to ask, "Not bad. Then do you know how this result is calculated?" That student's face suddenly became awkward. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Teacher, I forgot about this. Haha, it's okay. It's already very good. Sit down first. Lisa Schwan comforted her with a smile, then looked at the others and asked, does anyone know how the ancestral rate is calculated? After a moment of silence, a dozen students raised their hands. Lisa Schwan pointed to Jia Jiayin, whom he had met several times before. She was also the fourth in the opening examination of Yanhuang College and said, Jia Jiayin, you say something. Jia Jiayin stood up and said unhurriedly, Sir, during the Wei and Jin dynasties, the master of arithmetic, Lu Hui, used the circle-cutting technique to calculate the ancestral rate. He first calculated from the inside of the circle to the inside of the circle to the inside of the circle to the outside 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 of the circle. He once said that if you cut it thin, you will lose less. If you cut it again and again until it cannot be cut, then you will merge with the circumference and nothing will be lost. Based on his method, ancestor Chongji went one step further and obtained an even more accurate result. Zhu Chongji once wrote a mathematical book, Pi Technique, which recorded his research and results on pi. But at that time, scholars couldn't delve into the profoundness of it, so they ignored it, and it was later lost. Because the pi technique was lost, how Zhu Chongji calculated pi to the 7th decimal place, and how he found the accurate and convenient ratio, was still a mystery until the 21st century. But many mathematicians speculated that Zhu Chongji was likely to use 12 circular cuts on the basis of the circular cutting method, using the inscribed circle and the circumscribed circle to approximate the circumference of the circle in both directions. A total of 14 square cubes were needed, and the precision of the square cubes had to be at least 14 decimal places to determine pi between 3.1415926 and 3.1415927. Lisa Schwan smiled inexplicably and continued to ask, then do you have any other methods to obtain the ancestral rate? Suddenly, Jia Jiayin, who was known as a child prodigy, was stumped. I don't know, please enlighten me. Lisa Schwan said, sit down first, let's put this matter aside first. Next, let's play a little game together. After that, Lisa Schwan picked up a piece of paper from the podium. There were black lines drawn on the paper, all parallel lines, and 2 parallel lines were equidistant from each other, and then took out a box of thin needles. The length of the thin needles was equal to half the distance between the parallel lines. After doing all this, he raised his head and said, next, every student and teacher, come up according to the order of your seat and throw these thin needles on this piece of paper. Everyone throw once, come up quickly. Wang Meng, start with you. Everyone was confused. They didn't know what kind of trick Lisa Schwan was playing. Wang Meng was the same, but he was the first in the first row. Since he was called, of course, he had to come up obediently. When he came to the podium, he took out a thin needle from the needle box and hesitated. Yamacho, do I just throw it casually? Yes, just throw it casually. You can throw it with your eyes closed, as long as you can throw it on the paper. Lisa Schwan said with a smile. This was an experiment that involved probability. If everyone deliberately threw the needles, it would affect the results. Wang Meng was also a joker. When he heard Lisa Schwan say that, he actually closed his eyes. Shio! The thin needle fell on the paper, and then he patted his butt and went back to his seat. The students in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. Lisa Schwan shook his head and said, next, continue. In this way, it took more than half an hour for everyone to go up and throw the thin needles one by one. The students and teachers who returned to their seats all looked at the podium. They saw Lisa Schwan with his head down as if he was counting something. Although they were curious, they didn't disturb him. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not long after, Lisa Schwan raised his head. He picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard as he said, I just calculated the results of your needles. The total number of times you threw the needles is 713, and the number of times you intersected with the black line is 227. The ratio of the total number to the number of times you intersected with the black line is 3. 1496. At this point, he deliberately paused for a moment, and then said coolly, "This is the approximate value of the ancestral rate."